The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Sid, I thought I told you to tell them to stop practicing. They're not practicing, man. This is a real war now. What? Yeah, somehow Josh has his own military forces, and they're on the attack. Oh, boy. Oh, well, where are you going, man? Don't you need to do this day in history? You do it. I'm off to the basement to turn it into a bomb shelter. Well, I've never done that before. But I'm sure I'll muddle through like all the truly great doors. All right, it's March the 22nd, 2024. This day in history. In 1622, first American Indian Powhatan massacre of Europeans in Jamestown, Virginia. 347 killed. Yeah, yuck. That's depressing. In 1765, Stamp Act passed. First direct British tax on American colonists, organized by Prime Minister George Grenville. In 1784, the Emerald Buddha is moved with great ceremony to its current place in Wapakoi, Thailand. In 1832, British Parliament, read by Charles Grey. I knew he was a good actor. I didn't know he was also a prime minister. Passes the Reform Act, introducing wide-ranging changes to the election system of England and Wales, increasing the electorate from 500,000 voters to 813,000. In 1954, Northland Center, the world's largest shopping mall at the time, opens in Oak Park, Michigan. In 1965, U.S. confirmed its troops used chemical warfare against the Viet Cong. In 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump imposes $60 billion worth of tariffs on Chinese imports. In 1895, Augusta and Louis Lumiere show their first movie to an invited audience. In 1963, the Beatles released their first album, Please Me. In 1896, Charles Bukowski of Greece wins first modern marathon. In 318 at Panhellenic Games, and that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Abbot and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, stop that yelling. What have you got in that box under your arm?
Abbott, I bought myself some nice green shorts. I love green shorts. Abbott, in fact, I've got a pair on right now.
You dropped your package, Costello. Pick it up. Costello, you lied to me. You're not wearing green shorts. You're wearing purple.
Abbott, if you had to squeeze all the way around what my shorts have to squeeze all the way around, you'd be purple, too.
Well, never mind that. Where were you all day yesterday?
Well, I was out at the racetrack. I had a hunch on a good horse.
Did you put the clock on him?
Yes, but he kept kicking it off.
Talk sense. What do you know about horses?
Abbott, I was born on a horse.
How could you be born on a horse?
The stork refused to carry me.
Did you bet on any horses?
Yes, I bet on a horse that finished first in the 7th race. Boy, am I mad.
He finished first in the 7th race, and you're mad? Why?
The horse started in the 4th race. But it was still a thrill, Abbott, to see him with all 6 legs driving across the finish line.
6 legs?
Six legs.
Wait a minute. How come 6 legs were driving him across the finish line?
Short horse, tall jockey. Well, Abbott, I've got to get down to the city hall now.
What for?
I made a speech down there this morning, and they presented me with the key.
What are you going back for?
Well, I washed my hands. I've got to get the key back.
Oh, quiet.
Before the boys get rolling into high gear, here's a fellow with a special message for you.
I called your house last night, Costello, and you weren't home. Where did you go?
Well, I was stepping out with Susan Miller. I took her to the Little Coconut Grove.
The Little Coconut Grove? Where is that?
It's in the basement of the regular nightclub, the Coconut Grove.
That's a fine place to take Susan Miller. Did you go anyplace else?
Oh, yes. Then we went to her house and we sat on the sofa, and she read to me out of the Encyclopedia Britannica. She's been reading it to me for over 2 years.
Encyclopedia Britannica? That doesn't sound very interesting.
For the first 2 years it wasn't, but this year, we're up to the birds and the bees.
Birds and the bees. That's ridiculous. That's the kind of stuff they tell kids to teach them about life. Didn't your mother ever tell you about the birds and the bees?
Yes, and I took her seriously. I made a fool of myself.
What do you mean?
The next night I went to a dance and everybody laughed at me. I was the only guy there dancing with a woodpecker.
A woodpecker?
Yes, sir. And right after the dance, I took the woodpecker home. I was walking through the woods and a ferocious skunk attacked me.
Well, you're more than a match for a skunk. Did you let him have it?
Well, it was about even.
Costello, why can't you be serious? Why can't you do something worthwhile, something to help people?
I did. Our neighbor's wife ran away, and she was gone for 6 months, and I went out and found her and brought her back to her husband.
Did her husband give you anything for bringing her back?
Yes, they're taking the stitches out of my head tomorrow.
Hey, you, Lou Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I've got some pictures I'd like to show you here. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the entrance to Griffith's Park.
Yeah, well, who's that going into the park?
That's me.
And who's the girl with you?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the fountain in Griffith Park.
Well, who's that standing beside the fountain?
That's me.
And who's that you got your arm around?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
That's a bench in the park.
Who's that sitting on the bench?
That's me.
And who's the girl you're kissing?
That's Myrtle.
Yeah? Well, Myrtle, I'm Myrtle's husband. What are you going to do about it?
I'll take a dozen of these, 6 of those, and have this one enlarged.
Oh, you're a wise guy, huh? Well, I'll be out in the alley waiting for you after the show.
Okay, if you want to get tough. Okay. But remember, don't bring any of your gang out there to help you.
That's okay with me. I'll be there alone.
You're darn right, because I ain't going to be there. Have a step, you folks. You'll do anything to get a laugh. Why don't you get him a job at the filling station?
Oh, what could Norman do at a filling station?
With that big nose of his, he could replace a gas pump.
Now, wait a minute. He has a very sensitive nose. He can stand 3 feet from a table and smell cheese.
With that nose, he could stand 3 feet away and cut it.
Costello, Norman comes from my wife's branch of the family. You know, my wife and Norman both have the same nose, and they're very proud of that nose.
Well, there's enough there for both of them to be proud of. Believe me.
Why, you little high-hipped, hypocritical hippopotamus. I heard what you
Bigger
said...
type they need. Bigger type.
I heard what you said about me.
Costello, apologize to my wife.
I'm sorry I said anything about your nose, Mrs. Abbott. After all, lots of families have big noses.
Oh, well, that's all right, Costello. Do big noses run in your family?
Only in the wintertime. Don't bandy words with me, Mrs. Abbott. I'm as sharp as a horse. Let's face it.
Yes, you're the biggest horse face I ever saw.
That's telling you, honey. You certainly got a head on your shoulders.
Too bad it isn't on her neck.
Oh, you should talk. Get a look at your hands. They're all thumbs.
I can't help that. I'm a retired pin sitter. You should see my toes. I only got 8 toes.
Only 8 toes?
You see, I come from a very poor family.
And you also come from a very ugly family.
Yes. Your Aunt May is the ugliest woman in Patterson, New Jersey. How did your Uncle Mike ever marry her?
It wasn't his fault. When he met her, she was catching for the Detroit Tigers, and she didn't take her mask off until after the wedding.
Buddy dear, tell him how you met me.
Honey, the day I met you, you fell straight from heaven.
Yes, it looks like she landed on her face.
Oh, you should talk, you puffed-up pickle-puss pelican.
Now, honey, Costello can't help it if he's ugly. There's nothing to do about it.
Well, he can stay home. He doesn't have to roam around.
For your information, Mrs. Abbott, my face and Gregory Peck's face came from the same mold.
Yes, but yours is moldier than his. So long, Tuppy. See you later.
You'd better be careful what you say to my wife, Costello. She's a pretty powerful woman.
Yes, she's got a lot of muscle.
Oh, she got those from training. All her life, my wife has wanted to be a boxer.
Well, she got a good start. She looks like an Airedale already.
Ah, there you are, gentlemen. Gather around close, step right up. I'm selling the wonder medicine, Dr. Hiccup's Magic Pickup.
How does it work?
Well, you take a drink. First you hiccup, then you pick up.
What do you pick up?
Your hat. It falls off when you hiccup.
Who lets these people in here anyway? Now, get out of the studio. It's the policy...
Policy, fine. I got just what you want. Policy, the latest policy from the Hollywood Life Insurance Company,
Look,
here.
I don't want any insurance. Now, get out of the studio.
You don't want any insurance?
No.
Shame on you. Suppose you drop dead tomorrow. What's going to happen to your wife?
I'm not married.
Not married? I represent the Seersucker Matrimonial Agency of Schenectady, New York. Here you are, girls in all walks of life. I can let you have a blonde, 2'2", with eyes of blue. Give you a redhead with beautiful pearly teeth. A nice brunette with skin like a peach.
All right. I got plenty of girls.
Hey, how'd you like to have one with a face for a change?
Now, get out of the studio, will you? You give me a headache.
Headache? Fine. Here you are. I sell aspirin tablets. There you are. Take 2 of these tablets, and here's a glass of water. Come on now. Drink the glass of water. Drink it right down. That's the boy. Ha-ha. Fine. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, my dear man. I made a mistake that time. I shouldn't have slapped you on the back. I made you spit out some of that water. Here. What was that fell out of your mouth here? What was that, one of the aspirin tablets?
No, I dropped one of my teeth.
Teeth. I represent Dr. Bergman, the friendly dentist. Walk up 2 flights and save $10.
Get out of the studio. It's guys like you that are making me lose my hair.
Losing your hair? I sell hair tonic.
Get out of the studio.
The finest kind of hair tonic in the world.
Will you get out of the studio?
Don't drink it. Hair tonic. You shouldn't have drunk that. My dear man, it's terrible. You shouldn't have drunk that hair tonic. You put that on your head. My dear man, that hair tonic is wonderful. It'll grow hair on a billiard ball.
Grows hair on a billiard ball?
Yeah. Of course, it slows up the game a little, but it's great stuff. That's wonderful hair tonic. I've been using that stuff on my head for 15 years.
You've been using... You've been using hair tonic?
Yep.
The back of your head looks like an empty parking lot. I've seen more hair on 10 cents worth of bacon. Will you get out of the studio? If you don't get out of here and leave me alone, I'll kill myself.
Suicide. Good. I sell revolvers. Here you are. Here's our radio comedian special. There you are, the radio comedian special. This gun is guaranteed to kill anybody living with one shot.
It will kill anybody with one shot?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, shoot it.
Okay.
$5.
Here's the $5. Give me the gun.
There you are, right there. Oh. What's the matter?
How do you like that? I fired a shot and you're still up. I didn't even kill you.
Well, certainly I sell bulletproof vests. Here's one right here.
Get her out of here.
Well, they deserve a breather after that one, so let's take a minute right about now to listen to this. For every man, there is a woman. And here is Susan Miller, singing star of the Abbot and Costello show, announcing her availability as she sings the latest Robin and Arlen musical hit.
For every man, there's a woman. For every life, there's a plan. And wise men know it was ever so since the world began. Woman was made for man. Where is he? Where is the lover for me? For every prince, there's a princess. For every Joe, there's a Joe. And if you wait, you will meet your mate, born for you alone. Happy to be your own. Where is he? Where is the lover for me? Born a moment, for every hand it loved, and for every woman a man to love. Where is he? Where is the one for me?
Costello, what's the matter with you? Why are you looking so worried?
Well, I must have made a mistake on my income tax last month. I just got a letter from Washington.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people get letters from Washington.
Containing a floor plan of Alcatraz?
Quit worrying about yourself.
I ain't worrying about myself. I'm worrying about my Uncle Mike. He got knocked down by a truck, and on the way to the hospital, the ambulance crashed into a brick wall. When he got to the hospital, he fell off the operating table and fractured both his legs. This morning, he broke a mirror.
So what?
Do you think he'll have bad luck?
Don't worry about him. The doctors will fix him up. Modern surgery is wonderful.
Yes. Last year, my Aunt May lost her big toe, and they grafted some skin off her nose and made her a new one.
Well, that's wonderful.
Only now, every time she wants to sneeze, she's got to take off her shoe.
Forget about your relatives. They're just a bunch of lazy loafers.
They are not. My brother Pat is working.
What does he do?
He's a snob in a barber shop.
What does a snob do in a barber shop?
He brushes people off.
Oh, dog sense. Why don't you get yourself a job? It's about time you started working.
Look, I don't have to work, Abbott. I'm a horse player. I got a system. I play the jockeys. Yesterday, I bid on Magee Shields, the greatest jockey in the world.
Did he win?
He's the fastest jockey in the business.
Well, did he win?
He come in third.
Well, that's not so fast.
It is when you consider that his horse came in eighth.
You idiot. You can't make any money at the racetrack.
Oh, I don't know. I had a pretty good day at the track yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, a fella gave me a ride home. I think some of them races are fixed, Abbott.
Why do you say that?
Well, one horse was carrying a jockey that weighed 200 pounds. They had lead weights hanging on his saddle. His tail was tied to the starting gate.
Well, what makes you think the race was fixed?
That horse won.
That settles it. You're going to quit fooling around and get a job.
Well, hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller. Costello, tomorrow's Susan's birthday. What are you going to get her?
Oh, I could give you a hint on something I need, Costello.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it's something warm and soft. It's something a girl needs on a cool evening. And when she puts it on, everybody stares at her.
Now, where am I going to get a hot water bottle with sleeves?
Costello, you've got to give Susan something for her birthday.
I know. Susan, I'll get you a sterling silver back scratcher.
A sterling silver back scratcher? I wouldn't have any use for that.
Why?
Well, very few people have sterling silver backs. So long, Patsy.
She's mad at me because I took her driving last night and we parked near Malibu Beach. And then we went into the water.
Swimming on such a cold night? You don't think. If you thought about it, you wouldn't have gone in the water in the first place.
If I'd have thought about it, I wouldn't have let the car roll off the cliff.
I don't blame Susan for treating you like she does. You're stupid and you're lazy. I don't think you ever worked in your life.
Oh, I did so. I once worked at a chemical factory. One night, just before quitting time, I mixed a batch of TNT with DDT and nitroglycerine, and I put in a small flame under it and went home. The next day, I couldn't go to work.
Why not?
I couldn't find the factory.
Well, enough of this nonsense. Here's the one-hand section of the paper. Now, look it over and find yourself a job.
Okay. Hey, this sounds like a job I could handle. Wanted salesman to sell Up Kid.
What's up, kid?
Nothing much. What's up with you? Hey, this sounds like a job for me. Wanted man to head atomic division of nuclear interplanetary visualization of microscopic molecules and radar department. No experience necessary.
You idiot, give me that paper. Hey, look at this. There's a whole column of jobs for babysitters. Now, I'm going to get you a job as a babysitter. Come on. Let's grab that bus. Whistle for the bus to stop.
Did you whistle for me?
I whistled for the bus.
You did not. That was a dog whistle. I know, because I used to be a dog. I used to be a St. Bernard dog.
What happened? Did you lose your liquor license?
Young man, you're not a St. Bernard.
Oh, no. I've been going to a doctor. I used to be a St. Bernard, but I'm not a St. Bernard anymore. I'm much better now. Now I'm a Pekingese.
Never mind him, Costello. Whistle for the bus.
Huh? Oh, you shouldn't have whistled like that. The doctor warned me. You shouldn't have.
All right, Costello, let's run for the bus. Well, Costello, here's the first place that advertised for a babysitter. Go ahead, knock on the door.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Get a load of this gorgeous dame, Abbott. Pardon me, miss. What did you say?
I said, what can I do for you?
Lady, Costello wants a job sitting with your baby.
But I don't have any children.
I'll wait.
There must be some mistake. The ad in the paper said a babysitter was wanted at this address.
Oh, that must be for Mrs. Jones on the 7th floor.
Abbott, you go up to the 7th floor and I'll stay here with this lady.
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll stay here with this lady and you go up to the 7th floor.
That's different. I'll be right back.
How do you like that? After 20 years, that line finally worked.
Ah, you're so clever. And you're handsome, too.
And you, fair lady, you're the quintessence of loveliness. Your azure, hued eyes are like the languorous waters of the fabulous Nile. Your ruby lips are like the fiery rubies from the Tibetan mines of the Genghis Khan.
How can you say that?
I got writers who went to college.
You're so romantic.
I'm crazy about you. And that's something I don't tell every girl.
Why?
I don't know every girl.
I think I'm going to give you a kiss.
Ain't you afraid of them new kissing germs?
Kissing germs?
Ain't you heard of virus sex?
Costello, that job on the 7th floor is taken. Come on, we're going to answer the next ad.
Oh, before you leave, Chubby, I'm going to kiss you goodbye. Come here.
We're off again.
How's that?
Hey.
I'll kiss you again. And again.
Meet my friend, she'll knock your head off.
Costello, I'm getting tired of all this.
How do you like that? I'm doing all the work. He's getting tired.
Well, here's the house that had the second ad for the babysitter. I hope the job's still open.
Well, what do you mugs want?
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this guy. Look, he's holding a baby.
Lots of men hold babies.
In their mouths?
Quiet, I'll handle this. We came here in answer to your ad. Costello wants to be a babysitter.
All right, come on in. I'll introduce you to the baby. Junior, this fat guy is going to be your babysitter.
Hey. I think he likes you, Costello.
Okay, then. Now, get away from that baby, Costello.
Don't touch the baby.
Stop that. Let him alone.
Don't touch the baby.
Behave yourself. He seems to like you, Costello, so you get the job. Every hour you give the baby a spoonful of cod liver oil like this. Here, Junior, take the oil. How do you like that? Spits it out every time. Junior, here's another spoonful. Take it or I'll give it to Costello.
I like to see you do it.
Oh, no.
Come on, take the cod liver oil.
No, I don't want that stuff. I don't want it now.
Open your mouth, Costello. Here.
No.
Now, and the next time you refuse to take the cod liver oil, this is what you're going to get. Come here, Costello. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Junior, just you watch what I do to Costello.
Oh. Abbott.
Well, Costello, this farm is the last ad on the list for babysitters.
Well, boys, did you come for the job of babysitter? It's still open.
Abbott, you take this job. I don't ever want to see another babysitter.
No, all right. I'll sit with the baby, mister. Have you got anything Costello can do?
Why, sure, Mr. Abbott. You sit with the baby, and Costello can clean out the chicken coops. I'll be back from town in a couple of hours.
Well, I got my work all done. I wonder how Abbott is doing with the baby.
Ah, hello.
Hello. You're pretty. Who are you?
I'm the baby. Who are you?
I'm the jerk who cleaned out the chicken coops.
Stick around. The boys aren't quite through with you yet. They'll be back after a final thought on this subject. Here are Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Folks, the contest we are running on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show now has a jackpot of over $29,000.
Get in on this contest, folks. We believe it is the biggest contest ever, and for the greatest cause.
The purpose is to combat juvenile delinquency.
And by entering, you can win a $5,000 mink coat, a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 trailer, a live baby elephant, thousands of dollars worth of diamonds, and loads of other big prizes, totaling over $29,000.
Listen Saturday morning over most of these stations. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We're not one for bragging, but if your party's lagging, just remember where there's life you'll find Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, way out west Hope. who says if you want to be a Western pal to your gal, just say, listen, Sal, use Pepsodent and you won't have empty molars in the old corral. Or, this is Bob Income Tax Hope telling you we're paying more taxes and using more Pepsodent this year so we can be armed to the teeth. Yes, sir, I've been busy all week trying to fill out my income tax. Blank. This is the time of the year we all try hard to make deductions on our income tax. It's like trying to tilt a pinball machine with Morgenthau sitting on the end of it. I sent Henry Morgenthau a big tube of Pepsodent so I can clean him while he's cleaning me. No, really, I went down and paid my tax the other day without a single complaint, without a whimper. And in 2 more days, the Novocaine should all wear off. And I happened to mention to the income tax clerk that I was working for Pepsodent. Clerk says, we have a little radio program of our own. It's called Truth or Consequences. But when it comes to income tax, I'm lucky I'm living in California. Where else could I take off $5,000 for umbrellas? I shouldn't say that because the weather is beautiful now. We're now having the kind of weather we weren't having when we said we had it. Weren't we? But the sun has been shining beautifully for a whole week now, and I've got a wonderful tan on my face. That is the part above the waterline. Sun finally came out. A Democrat took his first look at the sun, smiled, and said, I knew Roosevelt would come through. But really, it's amazing what happened on Sunset Boulevard. When the water finally went down, they found 2 taxis, 3 buses, and an octopus who'd taken a wrong turn at Redondo Beach. At least the rain fills the yard with beautiful flowers. This is the only part of the country where you can pick water lilies and sit on the roof at the same time. And the fruit packers out here have a new idea this year. The oranges are all stamped grown in California in spite of everything. But regardless of the weather, they always dress the same here. Back east, everybody bundles up in the cold weather. Out here, when you see a guy with an overcoat on, it means he hasn't been to Santa Anita. And it's wonderful the way you can pick oranges right off the trees out here. They told me at the hospital as they removed the buckshot. But gee, the way things grow out here in California, why, only last week I planted a little bit of a tree. And already it's dead. I want to tell you, and everything in California grows so fast. In fact, every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades. I'll be back. Every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades free. I should have gone to the 3rd grade. They told me it was swell there. But this... But I want to tell you, this is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. I'm doing great tonight, huh? I got a nice throat, too. I wish my agent had 10% of it, that's all. But what a beautiful view from Hollywood Boulevard. Go ahead, talk to each other while we rehearse, will you? I'll start over. This is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. Where else can you stand in the street, look up, and see snow-covered mountains and have your pocket picked at the same time? Thank you. I'm glad it's over, too.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Mr. Hope, I represent the Rainy Day Savings Association.
Yeah, what do? Save them up and send them to Florida?
Oh, no, you misunderstand, Mr. Hope. This is about money. Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit. I've got quite a bit.
I say, have you enough money put away for
Just read your lines. I'm lousy.
Mr. Hope, I'm simply asking a very question.
You think I was wearing my galoshes over my mouth, wouldn't you?
I would like to talk about money, Mr. Hope.
If you feel anything, I'd cut in anywhere. It's all right.
Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit put away for a drip, and I do mean me.
Surely, Mr. Hope, you must have heard about that old saying, take care of the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. That's the way to make both ends meet.
I knew there must be an easier way than the way they do it on a massaging table.
Well, I can see I'm not getting any place with you. Well, how about you, Mr. Baker? Do you know a good thing when you hear about it?
Say, I should say I do, brother. That's why I've been so hepped up on Pepsodent Antiseptic. You see, you can save real cash when you use it because it lasts 3 times as long and makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, here's the reason for that. Pepsodent Antiseptic, even when diluted with 2 parts of water, kills germs in seconds. And even after the dilution, it's a more effective germ killer than many mouth antiseptics used full strength. A United States government ruling provides that when the word antiseptic is used on the label, the product must kill germs. Standard laboratory tests are used to prove the germ-killing properties of all antiseptics. Now, many antiseptics do no more than just pass those tests. But Pepsodent does more, lots more. It passes these rigid tests even after it's diluted with water. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You can have the protection of Pepsodent Antiseptic and at the same time save money because it lasts 3 times as long. For these raw, changeable days, it's a good idea to have Pepsodent Antiseptic in your home. Use it as a gargle frequently. All you have to do to have this protection is phone your druggist and order a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic, the kind that lasts 3 times as long.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eye. Just when I think we through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems we'll never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. It doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With the twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Look in your eye.
Looking at you, there is nothing to do but love you. At the drop of a hat, easy as that. Stop that sighing. Never untrue, it's the magic of you. I love you.
Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'll be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
You ought to know I mean it. That's it, baby, I'm yours.
Yes, sir. That was Skinny Ennis and the Six Hits and a Miss singing Twist of the Wrist from the sensational New York production Crazy with the Heat. Say, Bill Goodman.
Oh, hello, Bob. You know, Bob, it's kind of tough getting back to work after all the fun we had over there at Catalina Island.
Oh, it sure is, Bill.
When we got there, did you see those pretty girls in short bathing suits standing with the ocean in back of them?
Oh, was that the ocean in back of them?
Gee, what a place that Catalina is. And those girls over there are so young and fresh, you know, just like little buds.
Yeah, I saw you trying to collect a corsage. Say, how big was that bathing suit your girl was wearing? Well, my girl's was even smaller.
You know, Bob, if girls' bathing suits get any smaller, they'll have to go in the water. I thought it was darn nice of you, though, to take your girl on that swell boat trip to Catalina.
Oh, it was nothing.
Gee, she rows well, doesn't she?
She could have done better with oars. Say, you disappeared that first night, Bill.
Yes, I did, Bob. I wanted to be alone, so I just sat in front of the window in the dark for hours, just staring out.
Gee, could you see her from your place, too? I spent the next afternoon lying in the warm sun. Did you see me out there?
Yes, I saw you, all right. Was that a bathing suit or a bet you had on?
Why, it was a bathing suit. Did you think the sleeves were too long?
Well, yes, I did, Bob. It'd be nicer if you let your fingers show a little. Gee, what an old-fashioned suit.
Why, Goodman, I thought my bathing suit looked very modern since I had the skirt shortened. I think it looks better above the knees.
Say, Bob, did you see Skinny Ennis in his bathing suit? He's thinner than I thought.
Yeah, he's the only man I ever saw swim out of his bathing suit without touching the sides.
Skinny Ennis made a big mistake, you know. He walked out on the shore and opened a big beach umbrella. It was too bad it was such a windy day.
Yeah, but I hear he made a wonderful landing at the Union Airport.
Say, by the way, did you see me swim underwater, Bob?
Yeah, you were good at swimming underwater. Where'd you learn to grab your nose and hold it so long?
I've been in this program 3 years, and he asked me a question like that.
Say, but I'm glad we went over to Catalina. Those little trips really helped me. I wonder where I should go next. I wonder where I should go next. No coaching from the audience, please.
Say, Rob, did you see the Chicago Cubs training over there?
Sure, Bill. That wasn't a very high fence. I even brought one of the Cubs back with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as a special treat, it is my pleasure to present one of baseball's outstanding pitchers and personalities at present in training with the Chicago Cubs at Catalina Island, Dizzy Dean.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, how are you, Dizzy?
Fine, but don't call me Dizzy.
Why? I thought everybody called you Dizzy.
They do, but somehow in this program I resent it. You see, it's only my bullpen name.
Well, if it isn't Dizzy Dean, what is your right name? You know, the name on your bank account, on the checks you sign.
Oh, that's Mrs. Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy, you actually mean she wears the baseball pants in your family?
Yeah, and on her in this town, they'd look good.
Say, you're playing with the Chicago Cubs, aren't you? You know, Dizzy, I was just thinking, you with Mr. Wrigley and me with Pepsodent, we're both living off gums, aren't we? Tell me, does Mr. Wrigley make you work during the off-season?
Does he? Bob, you know those three little green men that dance around advertising his gum?
Why, yes.
Well, this winter there were 4 of us. Say, Bob, you seemed to enjoy it when you were over watching our spring training. You ought to come over and visit me again on the island. Maybe next Friday.
I can't, Dizzy. That's the day I visit my brother on his island.
By the way, do you know my brother? Duffy?
What do? Use your own punctuation?
Listen, when I see a comma, I emphasize it.
What's that?
When I see a comma, I emphasize it.
Comma? I don't like to get personal. Did you ever room with Maxie Rosenblum?
Only when I went to Harvard.
Let's get back to the dull stuff. Say, Dizzy, I was sorry to hear you had a little trouble with your arm. What was the matter?
Well, my doctor thought it might be a bad tooth. He wanted to pull it, but fortunately a friend of mine had told him about Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, go on.
Boy, on this program you have to sweat for your money.
Well, listen to this. I know a lot about baseball myself. When I was a kid, I used to pitch for the Eagle Knob Skunks. Remember that time I met you? I was with the Skunks then, and you helped me quite a bit.
Shucks, Bob, that was nothing. Anybody could have told you about Lady Esther.
Well, when I played ball in those days, I used to have trouble with my batting. I'd always swing and miss.
Did you ever connect?
Yeah, one day I hit a long drive to the outfield. I slid into first, then I slid into second, then I slid into third, then I slid into second.
What'd you go back to second for?
My pants. I got to be a pretty good batter, though. One thing those pitchers couldn't do was scare me away from the plate. I remember one fellow threw a ball straight at my head.
What happened, Bob?
I heard a rhapsody. Say, Dizzy, while you're here in Hollywood, is there anything I can do for you?
There sure is, Bob. I'd really like to meet Hetty Lamar.
Hetty Lamar, huh? Well, take a train to Kansas City, Diz. The line starts there.
I've been meaning to ask you, Bob, what's all this I hear about Hollywood wolves?
Oh, that's just a guy that likes to walk down Hollywood Boulevard and look at all the pretty girls and wants to talk to them and get to know them.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I'm a wolf.
You know, Diz, you'd be pretty popular with the girls if you were as big and strong as I am.
Are you kidding?
Wait a minute, Dizzy. I think I'm as strong as you are. Let's shake hands and see who has the strongest grip.
All right. Put your hand in mine. Now squeeze.
Now will you put it in my pocket for me? Thank you, Dizzy Dean. And Dizzy will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And now a funny little story about a funny little fellow whose name was Alexander. The Six Hits and the Miss Pauline, Professor Colonna, Bill Goodman, Brendan Cabina, and Skinny Ennis's orchestra will help me tell you about Alexander the Swoosh.
Here comes little Alexander, what a funny-looking gander.
He's half swan and he's half goose.
Ha, 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 he's just a swoosh.
Oh, mother, mother, mother goose, why am I not like brother goose? The other geese just laugh at me and call me a catastrophe.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, half swan, half goose. Alexander is a swoosh.
Whenever they play hide and seek, I hide my head 'cause I'm a freak. They say my pappy was a swan, a good-for-nothing vagabond.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, big feet, big beak. Alexander is a freak.
They're so unkind, but I don't mind their slander. I'm just disturbed because I heard they're gonna cook my goosey gander.
Guess you'll have to run away. We know what they'll do if you stay.
I'd rather be a refugee instead of chicken fricassee.
Swan, swan, alligator, half a swan. Swan, swan, alligator, half a swan.
What would I be if my father were a gopher and my mother had been a raccoon?
Now, let me see, Cabina. Half gopher and half raccoon?
Gosh, that makes me a goon.
Check.
Goose, goose, alligator, half a goose. Goose, goose, alligator, half a goose.
Suppose my mother was a badger, and suppose my father was a stag.
I'll run that down. That's half badger and half stag? Oh, sister, that makes you say you're lonesome, aren't you?
They're unkind, you need not mind their slander. You don't need to be disturbed.
The gonna cook your goosey gander.
Now, supposing my mother was a dragon and, let's say, my father was a skunk.
Let me have that, bud. That's half dragon and half skunk?
You dig me.
Oh, brother, you ain't sober, are you, huh?
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh.
Now, on my father's side, I'm a jaybird, and they say my mother was a turkey. I died very young.
Oh, no kidding. Half jaybird and half turkey?
Oh, Well, that doesn't make me very perky, does it?
That's our lesson for today. Teacher, can't we go and play?
Yeah, but look, what's half swan and half a goose?
We don't know.
Oh, what's the use? What are you laughing at, Kelowna?
Alexander is a
Alexander is a
Oh, you can really empty a studio, that, Jerry. That was the entire mob and Jim the cop, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Bob, who's that girl over there at the piano? What's she doing all alone? She looks like she hasn't got a friend in the world.
Gosh, I feel sorry for her. As a matter of fact, she hasn't got many friends. A swell kid like that, too. I met her for the first time at Helen's about a month ago.
Well, what's the payoff?
Well, we were telling all about our lives. Heart-to-heart stuff, you know. Would have been okay over the telephone, but not face-to-face. Oh, it's a darn shame.
Yes, it is a shame that anyone need suffer from this kind of a whispering campaign, especially when it's usually so easy to avoid. There's no trick at all in keeping your breath sweet and pure. Why, in just a few seconds, Pepsodent Antiseptic makes your mouth feel refreshed and your breath fresh and clean. Here's all you have to do. Before you go out where you'll meet people, gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic for a few seconds. It gives 3 times as much safe breath protection because even when it's diluted with 2 parts of water, it's still an effective antiseptic. And you can see what this means in money saving. Because it lasts 3 times as long, it makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, don't run the risk of offending when it's so easy to guard against it. Just keep a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic handy as your breath insurance. Get a bottle tonight at any drug counter.
How much longer must I wait, Dizzy?
Well, folks, here we are in the 9th inning of this great baseball game. Bob's Hope team is out there in the field. There's the hit. It's a high fly ball. Hope himself is out in the field, and he's going to try to get it. He's circling under it now. It's coming down. Is there a doctor in the house? Well, Bob Hope is forfeiting the game. He's going back to the locker room to see if he can sign up some better players for his ball club. We take you now to the locker room where Bob is trying to sign his star holdout.
You like pitching tomorrow, Dizzy?
Sure, Chief.
Think you can win?
Sure, Chief.
Know what'll happen if you don't win?
Sure, Super Chief.
Well, then, we're ready to draw up your contract, Dizzy. Here's my lawyers, Blitz, Fitz, Mitz, and Barney Dean.
How'd that Barney Dean get in there?
He owns a fountain pen. Now, Dizzy, if you'll just sign this.
Now, wait a minute. I won't sign this baseball contract, Hope. I don't like it.
Why, there's nothing wrong with that contract. I copied it right from the one Paramount gave me.
That's what I don't like about it. Why should I have to carry out the garbage?
I don't carry out the garbage at Paramount. My nose turns up like this naturally.
I don't know whether I like this contract or not. Where's the part where it says how much money I get?
Right there in the white print. Now, come on. Now, come on, Dizzy, sign up. And remember, you'll have to abide by our training rules. You can't go out with girls, understand?
Listen here. If I want to go out with a girl, I'll go out with a girl, see?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Has she got a friend?
Never mind. Never mind, I ain't going to sign.
Listen, Diz, you better sign with me because right now my assistant is in New York trying to sign up one of the greatest baseball players of all time, Babe Ruth. Hello?
Great news. This is your assistant, Kelowna, and I'm in New York talking with the babe. She said no.
Professor, you're supposed to be signing up a baseball player.
Well, I have. I've just signed up a trained bear to play second base.
A bear? Kelowna, that's dangerous.
Oh, nonsense. This bear is trained, and I've got him eating out of my hand. In fact, I'm going to feed him a little piece of candy now, and he'll eat it right out of my hand. Here, nice bear, eat this piece of candy. Yes, boss, I've got him eating right out of my shoulder.
Kelowna, always get into foolish predicaments?
I got a season pass.
Well, you know, Diz, I really don't need you. I'm negotiating with another great picture. Did you ever hear about Skinny Ennis?
Sure, I know all about Skinny Ennis.
Isn't it a shame? I'll get it, Diz. Hello. Hope's Pepsodent Polecats. Our catcher's sly, our pitcher's mysterious, and we expect to win the World Series.
He's delirious. Listen, Hope, great news. I just found a baseball pitcher who can pitch a curve, a spitball, a drop, and a fastball all at the same time.
Professor, in order to do that, a player would have to have 4 arms. That's impossible.
You hear that, Joe? Is it impossible? Well, stop shaking one head yes or the other one no.
Professor, you signed up a baseball player who has 2 heads and 4 arms?
Yes, 2 arms face one way and 2 arms face the other way. It's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it?
He can scratch himself any place.
Kelowna, you irk me.
No, you irk me. You're a bigger irk.
Say, Diz, look out the window. Here come the pitcher and catcher Kelowna signed up for me yesterday. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Brenda, what is it, Cobina?
Isn't it swell us being baseball players?
Yeah, but you take the game too seriously. What an argument you gave that umpire because you didn't like his decision.
Oh, I didn't mind his decision, but I got awful sore when he dusted home plate with my hair.
Yeah, at least he should have taken it off your head first. Cobina, do you really like being a baseball player?
Sure. Oh, I've had so much fun since I was in Seattle during the blackout.
Oh, gosh, baseball players are so romantic. I was out with a baseball player once. He was with the Yankees.
With the Yankees? Where'd you meet him? Walking through Central Park?
No, marching through Georgia. Say, you went out with a baseball player from the house of David, didn't you?
Yeah. He had a great big bushy beard all over his face.
Did you neck with him?
Yeah. It's the first time I ever kissed a guy and had 2 helpings of shredded wheat. Oh, you know, every time I wanted to kiss him, he'd cry so hard tears rolled into his beard.
Well, what did you do when you wanted him to kiss you?
Oh, I'd just say, shoot the shrubbery to me, blubbery. Oh, come on. Here's Bobsy's office. Let's go in.
Hello, Bobsy.
Oh, hello, girls. And when I call you that, I'm spreading propaganda.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Dizzy, let me introduce you formally. These are Brenda and Cobina.
Hello. Nice to meet all the DiMaggio boys.
Say, Dizzy, just put your arms around my neck and show me how to play baseball. Come on, put your arms around my neck.
Wait a minute. That's not baseball.
Every game I try to play, some wise guy's got to umpire.
Oh, now get out of here. I've got to talk to Diz. Say, Diz, now that I see what kind of baseball players Kelowna sent me, there's nothing I can do but hire you at whatever salary you want. It's my only chance.
Well, Bob, I'll sign, but only if you give me a salary of $50,000 and 10% at the gate on weekdays and 15% on Sundays.
Okay.
Gosh, Bobsy, how are you going to figure that out?
Oh, don't worry, Cobina. I've got this automatic adding, subtracting, and multiplying machine here. It'll add up those figures in a jiffy, and I'll finally have Dizzy sign. Here goes. I press the button on the adding machine. Anybody got a pencil? Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, we're going to have a big show because we're going to have the groaner, old Bing, back here. And we're really going to do a little road of some kind, I don't know. But Bing Crosby will be here next week, and the regular gang. Good night.
Don't forget next week, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. This is Bill Goodwin saying goodnight for Pepsodent. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. An accomplished check forger resumes operations in your city. The suspect's described as a middle-aged woman. She's written more than $20,000 in bad checks. Your job, get her.
In a moment, an authentic case from official files.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Fatimas cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, April 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Elliott. My name's Friday. I was on the way back into work, and it was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 29. Forgery detail.
Morning, Joe.
Hi, how'd the weekend go?
Oh, pretty slow. Stayed home, did some gardening.
How about that new lawn you put in? How's it doing?
If we want a lawn, we're going to have to move.
What's the matter now?
Same old thing.
Gophers?
Must be hundreds of them. So many holes at the top of the lawn looks like an old punch board.
Oh, that's too bad. Can't you try some kind of poison on them? Or how about those new things they got out? What do they call them? Gopher bombs?
I use them but a dozen. They eat anything.
Joe? Ben?
Yeah, Ferguson.
Morning, Cap wants to see you.
Okay.
What's up, Fergie?
You ain't gonna like it.
Hmm?
Skipper will brief you.
Morning, Skipper.
Hi. Have a seat.
Yeah, thanks.
You two finished up with the Benson case yesterday, that right? Yeah, it's all washed up. We're clear. Good. Then you can start on this one right away. You'll work with Frank Besser and Ferguson here. Mm-hmm. What is it? Grandma.
I had a hunch, Joe.
What have we done to deserve this? It's nothing any of us have done. It's what we haven't done. I want her stopped once and for all. Are we any closer to her than we have been, Fergie?
Just about same, Joe.
That's why I'm putting 2 more of you on it. How well do you know the case? Well, just what we've heard around the office.
Same here. I could stand some briefing.
Ferguson?
Well, you must have heard how she operates. 3 months out of the year, April, October, and December, that's all.
She's never been known to change that schedule?
Not as far as I know. She's been doing it the same for 9 years.
All the phony checks she cashes are personal checks.
That's right. She never writes them less than $2 and never more than 100.
9 years. She been going that long?
9.5. It'll be an even 10 this October. You want to check them out on the totals, Ferguson?
Mm-hmm. Up to and including the first of this month, she's cashed 1,273 checks. The total's a little over $22,000.
Mm-hmm. Anything special about the way she writes the checks? Nothing but the signatures. There's an alias list down there that'll knock your eye out. More than 200 different names.
Her description's still the same, about 50 years old, kind of plump, nice face.
A few minor changes. Last year she had gray hair, dressed very plain. This year she dyed her hair black, dresses a little more expensively.
9 years. That's a long streak of luck for any paper hanger.
That's just it. This old gal's not just an ordinary paper hanger. She's no amateur, don't get me wrong, but she doesn't operate like any check forger I've ever known. She contradicts part of her M.O., part of it she doesn't. She takes chances an ordinary paper hanger would never take, and she gets away with them. Take a look at just one of these exhibits. Yeah? This one here. 28 checks passed on the same chain of grocery stores, same company.
She passed them all in 1 month?
No, that's just the point. 2 years ago, she passed 14 of them, spread them out over a period of a month. Last year, she passed another batch of 14, all within 3 days. 1 year, she used a different name on each check. On this batch, she used the same name. Well, does she have any identification when she passes these checks?
Always. Phony driver's license, social security cards, it works. And she's got that sweet grandmother smile of hers. Clerks rarely turn her down when she shows up with a check.
You can get used to different descriptions of her, too. Give the file a look. Hardly 3 of the check victims can get together on what she looks like exactly. Well, where are they getting stung most? Downtown or out in the neighborhoods? The neighborhoods. Anywhere from the beach area to the valley.
This whole file, Skipper, that's not just her work, is it?
Every last bit of it. We can't fit it in a 6-foot shelf. In 9 years, I've had 5 teams of men work this thing. None of them reached her. You and Friday make the 6th. It's April 17th. How's she doing so far this month, Fergie?
Cashed $624 in checks we know of since the first of the month. Same general description, same general M.O.
No fresh leads?
She's been operating 9 years, Joe.
Yeah.
Just as good as ever.
To the working detective, there's no tougher job than tracking a lawbreaker who's half professional and half amateur. You can expect a criminal who's entirely professional to react generally the same in a given set of circumstances. And the same with the amateur. But take the two, the professional and the amateur, and intermingle their possible and probable reactions. You'll likely have a sound reason why and how an elderly woman could victimize merchants with $20,000 in bad checks over a period of 9 years without being caught. Grandma, as she'd come to be known, worked only 3 months out of each year, April, October, and December. Her apparent fine sense of timing and her knowledge of psychology was far and away superior to that of the ordinary paper hanger. If the file on Grandma was any indication, she apparently had been born to be a successful check forger. After Ben and I spent 3 days on the case with Sergeants Ferguson and Besser, we were almost convinced that there was only one way we could reach the suspect. She had to make a mistake.
Fergie, how'd you do?
Pretty sour. 4 checks in 2 days. What'd you fellas get?
2. Don Meyer checked the signatures. They're all hers.
Mm-hmm. Here's our list if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
Meat market out in Pico, $25. Grocery in West Hollywood, $48. 2 department stores downtown, $100 apiece.
And how do they describe the woman?
Same old yarn. She was a nice, charming little lady, about 55 or 60, small, dark hair, graying, dark eyes, nice smile. Clerk told me she reminded him of his mother.
Yeah.
How'd you make out on those 2 of yours?
All about the same. Even the story about her looking like somebody's mother.
One thing's sure, her timing's just as good as it was 9 years ago.
Downtown Merchants Association's screaming again. They're looking for action.
So are we.
You talked to Captain today?
Yeah, he's looking for action, too. I don't know what we can do unless we get some kind of cooperation from the merchants. Every time the old gal pushes a bum check, it's 3 or 4 days before it gets to the bank, and we hear about it. The trail's pretty cold by then.
Yeah, Joe and I were talking just before you came in, Fergie. We can't expect too much to happen the way we're going.
Any ideas?
More men and more stakeouts. The captain says he'll buy that. That's about all we can do.
Another 10 days and April will be over. Grandma'll be through pushing checks till October again.
I don't know, Joe. Her formula's too perfect for me. There's got to be a flaw in it someplace.
Yeah. You got out a bulletin of that revised description of her, Fergie?
Yeah, it's all taken care of. Special notices were mailed out to merchants, too.
Again?
Yeah.
Forgery, Romero? Yes, sir. Was that? That's so. Yeah, right away, thank you. Supermarket on Temple Street. Grandma. Hit him with 2 checks.
Any lead?
Clerk says you remind him of his mother.
A week passed. The number of stakeouts on business places throughout the city was doubled. The M.O. and description of the suspect was circulated among the merchants in the downtown and suburban shopping centers. Clerks were especially warned to be on the lookout for. The precautions went for nothing. Grandma's checks kept showing up at the rate of 2 and 3 a day. On April 27th, she passed a check for $50 at a delicatessen on Hollywood Boulevard. We drove out to interview the owner, Mr. Hemerston.
Do you have one of those circulars we sent out on this woman?
Well, I'm ashamed to say it, Sergeant, but I have, hanging right back there in the storeroom. The thing of it is, I never connected the two, the woman and the notice. It's the way she looks at you, you know? like you'd be a heel to even question her.
Mm-hmm. How was she dressed the last time she was in? Do you remember that?
Well, she had kind of a plain black coat on. Would you excuse me a minute? I don't like to keep customers waiting.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Yes.
How are you, Mrs. Lyons?
Need some cold meat for kids' lunches. What do you got nice and fresh?
You see right there in the case. Head cheese is very fresh. Good for the kiddies. Pimento loaf's nice, too.
Oh, kids don't like either one. Fussy. You better give me 35 cents for that small bologna, would you?
Yes, ma'am.
Kids are so fussy nowadays. Ought to be in Europe. That's what I tell them. I know what it is to go hungry. Oh, you better give me a couple of those large kosher pickles, too. Husband's crazy for them.
Yes, ma'am.
And a loaf of the rye, too, would you, no seeds?
Yes, ma'am. How are the kiddies doing in school, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, just fine. Marilyn's in the school pageant next month. She's going to be the queen.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, I don't know how nice it is. More work, that's all. I have to make her costume.
There you are, Mrs. Lyons. Put it on the bill?
Yeah, would you do that? I'll see you the 15th of the month.
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Uh-huh. Goodbye.
Sorry to keep you waiting, officer.
Not at all.
I see now. Where was I?
Well, we asked you how the woman was dressed.
Oh, yeah. Had a black coat on. I told you that.
Yes, sir.
Very plain-looking clothes, like any other housewife. Print dress, some kind of a scarf around the neck. That's about all I noticed.
How about that description of her in the bulletin we sent you? That fit her pretty well?
Yeah, I guess so. She didn't exactly seem plump to me, though. Kind of a nice figure for a woman of her age.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if any of your customers were acquainted with her?
I wouldn't know that. She acted as though she knew some of them, but now that this has happened, I can see she was just putting on. She was a great disappointment to me.
Yes, she is to a lot of people.
I used to josh with her all the time. I'm a widower, you know. Thought once or twice I might even date her up.
That's so?
Yeah, she seemed like a real good sport, joshing all the time, fine personality, just as homey as you please.
Well, that fits in with the other descriptions.
Are you ever going to catch somebody like that?
2 days later, on April 30th, right on schedule, the flow of bogus checks in Grandma's handwriting suddenly stopped. If she continued to work by the same timetable she'd been using for the last 9 years, she wouldn't start operations again until the 1st of October. During the next 5 months that followed, from May to the end of September, Besser, Ferguson, Ben, and I handled the usual run of check cases. At the same time, we used up every spare hour we had making preparations for the suspect's next appearance. Every businessman throughout the city who might be a possible victim was alerted. A revised description of the suspect, together with her M.O., was printed up and given wide distribution. Every possible precaution was taken. October came. Grandma started on the 10th year of her forgery career without a hitch. On October 1st, she cashed a check for $75 at a large downtown women's shop. As soon as we got the report, we went to the department where the check had been received. A fashion show was in progress.
She's wearing a deep white velvet dinner suit, the newest shade for evening wear. You will notice the pencil slip skirt and the doll with 3/4 sleeves.
Excuse me. Are you Mr. Montrose?
Yes?
What is it?
Police officers, sir. Forgery detail.
Oh, yes, that check. I wonder if you could hold on for just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Miss Janice Morgan next. She wears a gown of striking originality with rich but simple lines. A black dinner dress, the satin skirt with pannier points, a sculptured silk and latex sweater top with an oval neckline punctuated with ball fringe.
Hey, Joe. What kind of outfit is that the model's wearing?
I don't know.
Not much to it.
All right, officers. Would you like to step this way, please?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is my office here. Well, I don't know what I can do for you, gentlemen. The check was passed. Very unfortunate occurrence.
You okayed the check for cashing, is that correct?
Yes, the sales girl handled the transaction. She showed me the check. I knew the signature, so I okayed it.
Mary Walker?
Yes, that's how this check was signed.
What kind of identification did the woman have?
Her charge account plate. You know, the small metal card charger plates we call them.
Yes.
I recognized that in the signature immediately.
You know this Mary Walker pretty well?
She's one of our best customers.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality.
Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes, rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatimas cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Friday, October 4th, 2 p.m. Before we left the store, we found that another worthless check bearing the signature Mary Walker had been cashed in a different department of the store the same day. The woman had used the same means of identification, a metal charge account plate stamped with the name Mary Walker. We took the two checks back to the office and had Don Meyer in handwriting compare the signatures. There wasn't any doubt in his mind. The writing on both checks was Grandma's. Well, it was only a hunch, but it was beginning to look as though the suspect had finally done what we'd been waiting 9 years for her to do. She'd made a mistake. Ben and I drove out to an address in the Wilshire district to interview Mrs. Mary Walker. She fit the same general description of the suspect, but she denied writing either one of the checks which bore her signature.
It's out of the question, Sergeant. I couldn't have written the checks. I haven't even been in the city for the past 5 days.
Then the signatures on these two checks here, Mrs. Walker, they're not yours.
It looks like my handwriting, but it's not. I didn't write those checks. They're forgeries.
Yes, ma'am. You do have a charge account at the store, don't you, ma'am?
Oh, yes. I've had an account there for years. Nothing like this has ever happened, though.
Do you have one of those charge account plates?
Well, yes, I did have one.
You lent it to someone in your family?
No, as a matter of fact, I lost it. I meant to report it to the store, but it slipped my mind.
Do you have any idea where and when you might have lost it?
Well, I think it was last Sunday night. I'm not sure. Oh, well, just a minute. I know who would remember. Inez Lambert. She was there. I'm sure she'll remember.
Who's she, ma'am?
A girlfriend of mine. She lives in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Inez. Mary Walker, Inez. Oh, just fine. And you? Oh, good. Say, Inez, which night was it we went to the Boosters Club meeting? Sunday? Yes, I thought that it was. Oh, nothing. Just some silly misunderstanding. Yeah, well, all right, Inez. Thanks for remembering for me. Yes, goodbye. It was Sunday night, Sergeant. Inez Lambert and I went to the neighborhood Boosters Club meeting. I'm sure that's where I must have lost it.
Well, you think the charge account plate fell out of your purse, is that it?
Well, either that or it was taken.
Why do you say that, ma'am?
Well, it's a serious thing. I didn't want to mention it.
What's that?
I left my purse on the chair next to me a part of the evening. When I got home, I thought I was missing a $5 bill from my change purse. I didn't notice at the time my charger plate was gone.
Do you remember who was at that meeting, Miss Walker?
Oh, 40 or 50 people at least.
How many women would you say?
dozen or so, I suppose. I'm not accusing anybody of robbery, Sergeant. I know it's a serious charge to make.
Do you know if one of the club officers might have taken a list of those present?
Oh, they didn't have to. We do the same thing at every meeting.
What's that, ma'am?
We all sign the attendance book when we leave.
3 p.m. Ben and I contacted the secretary of the Neighborhood Boosters Club. He gave us a list of those present at the Sunday night meeting of the club. As Mary Walker had told us, each person present had signed his or her name and address in the attendance book. We took the record downtown with us and had Don Meyer compare each signature on the list with samples of Grandma's handwriting.
Number 32 on the list, fellas. That's it.
Positive, Mick?
No doubt in my mind. That's Grandma's handwriting.
How'd she sign it?
Mrs. Inez Lambert.
We went down the hall to R&I and had him check the name Inez Lambert through the files. She had no criminal record. Together with Besser and Ferguson, Ben and I spent the next day and a half trailing Inez Lambert wherever she went. She fitted the description of the suspect perfectly. We questioned her friends and her neighbors. We dug back into every corner of her life for the past 10 years. The results were pretty amazing. We found that she was highly respected by everybody she knew. She was active in a dozen civic and church organizations. Her reputation was spotless. There was only one hitch. Mrs. Lambert's hobby was charities. By checking back, we found that during the past 10 years, she donated an average of $3,000 annually to various charitable organizations. Her husband's total annual income was $7,000. From her bank, we obtained specimens of Inez Lambert's handwriting. It matched almost perfectly with every signature in the Grandma file. Monday, October 7th, Ben and I called on Mrs. Lambert.
Oh, yes, officers. Won't you come in? Mary Walker was telling me about you. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mary told me about the things missing from her purse at the meeting. Is that what you're inquiring about?
Yes, ma'am. We've got a few other questions to ask you besides that.
Well, you sort of caught me at a bad time. Just getting ready to put some baking in the oven for dinner tonight. Would you mind very much if we talked back in the kitchen? I've got to get this done.
No, not at all, ma'am.
It's back this way. Oh, there goes my cream sauce again, boiled over. Just take a chair there, officers. I'll be right with you.
Thank you. Thanks.
This cream sauce is so temperamental, can't take your eye off it for a minute. There. Shouldn't boil over now. Would either of you officers care for a cup of cocoa? Chilly out today.
Well, no, thank you, ma'am. We only have a few questions for you. It won't take long.
Yes? All right. Would you mind holding this bowl just a minute, Sergeant?
Oh, yes.
I just have to get this in the oven for dinner. My husband's favorite dessert. It's called pinch pie. It's kind of a meringue tart.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Take 2 eggs, I guess. There we are. Get these egg whites beaten up nice and light. That cup of sugar on the sink, Sergeant. Would you be so kind?
Yeah, all right. Here's your sugar, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, what is it you wanted to know?
Mrs. Walker had her charge account plate stolen that night at the Boosters Club meeting. Somebody's been using it to cash bad checks in her name.
Is that so? Mary didn't tell me that.
The same person who's using that charger plate has been cashing bad checks all over the city. She's been doing it for some time.
Oh, my. Well, I don't think I can help you, Sergeant. I went to that meeting with Mary. She says somebody must have been in her purse, but I didn't see them.
Do you have that charge account plate, Mrs. Lambert?
Me? Oh, no, I have my own. Now, let me see. Teaspoon vanilla, teaspoon vinegar, teaspoon water, combined in a small pitcher or cup.
We've got good reason to believe you have that charge account plate, ma'am. Did you take it from Mrs. Walker?
That's a silly thing for you to say, Sergeant. I told you I have my own charge plate. I never borrow anyone else's, no reason to. Add a few drops of combined liquid. Beat constantly.
Did you cash 2 checks last week and sign them with Mrs. Walker's name?
Why, of course not. Why should I do such a thing? Mary Walker's one of my best friends. I wouldn't do that to her, even as a joke.
Well, our handwriting man compared the signatures on those 2 checks, Mrs. Lambert. Both of them match your handwriting.
When all the ingredients have been added, continue to beat the meringue for several minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that you said, Sergeant?
I said that the signatures on those 2 forged checks Our handwriting man compared them with specimens of your signature. They both match.
Well, then your handwriting man certainly made a mistake. Oh, there's a large white platter up in that cupboard there. Would you reach it for me, please?
All right. There you are, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you deny that you wrote those 2 forged checks last week. You deny that you've written and cashed about 1,500 worthless checks in the last 9 years.
Well, of course I deny it. You're sure you haven't made a mistake?
We're sure, ma'am. I'm sorry. You'll have to come downtown with us for questioning.
Oh, what's that? Oh, my. It's the cream sauce again. Sergeant, I can't leave the house now, right in the middle of getting dinner ready. My husband would be furious. If you want to talk, couldn't we do it later on?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Afraid not.
But you certainly can't accuse me of doing anything wrong. The folks at the church will vouch for me.
We've got just as many people who say you've cheated them. And people who cashed those checks for you.
Quite a few of them, ma'am. 9 years' worth.
But that's silly, 9 years cashing checks. I'm sure you must mean somebody else, Sergeant. I've got to get this platter greased. Let's see. Heat meringue upon lightly greased platter. Here.
Look, we have a record downtown on every single check that you passed since you started, ma'am. We've got specimens of your handwriting and people to identify you. We know what your income is. We know how much that you've given to charities.
Money's got to come from someplace. Is that what the checks were for?
Excuse me, I've got to get this meringue in the oven. Let me see. 275 degrees. Yes. I hope I put in enough vanilla.
You want to tell us about it?
I never thought about anyone finding out. I guess I should have expected it, shouldn't I?
Yes, ma'am.
It was all for charity. There were so many of them. Orphanages, old people's home, Christmas Poor Fund, and then the overseas relief charities. They all need money. Somebody has to take care of them.
Your husband knew nothing about this for 10 years?
Nothing at all. They were my charities. I had to have money for them. I took money from people who had it and gave it to those who didn't. What do you think, Sergeant? Was I wrong? Do you think the good Lord will say I was wrong?
I wouldn't know, ma'am.
I only wanted to help the poor like he did. I came to help the poor.
Well, there's a big difference, ma'am.
Yes?
He didn't use a checkbook.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. The efficiency of any local police department depends on the quality of its personnel. Each and every man is carefully selected and thoroughly trained. In uniform or plain clothes, your police officer knows his job. And so with a cigarette. The men who make Fatima cigarettes know their job. They carefully select and blend the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild, different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, I'm sure you'll like Fatima best. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Inez Lorraine Lambert entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of forgery, and the remaining charges were set off calendar. She was sentenced by the court for the term prescribed by law. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is Robert Young. Hear We the People next on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Dame May Whitty. A sweater girl. Well, yeah, except that this one don't wear 'em. She knits them. Well, Duffy, this dame is different. The reason they call this dame a dame is because she's a dame. Yeah, it's a title they give to old English actresses. What do they call old English actors? They call them, Sea Aubreys. Yeah. What's the matter with you, Duffy? You sound sore. Oh, you heard about the fight here last night. Well, Duffy, it wasn't my fault. Well, you see, at 12 o'clock, I went over and told Callahan to go home on account of the curfew, see? So, Callahan looks up at me, and he tells me to... Well, he makes a suggestion. So I politely tell him that if he don't leave the premises, I will have him ejaculated. So he says, oh, yeah? So I says, oh, yeah. So he says, oh, yeah? So I says, oh, yeah. So he says, you and who else? So I says, me and nobody else. No, Callahan don't scare me just because he's a Civil War veteran. So anyways, he picks up his cane, swings at me, misses me, and hits Moriarty on the skull. See? Well, Moriarty, thinking it was his wife who hits him, picks up a table, and he belts her with it. So, she decides to get sore. So she picks Moriarty up and flings him through the window. Well, while he's gone, somebody drinks his drink. And that's how the fight started. Yeah, well, you know, then the rest of the crowd joined in the fracas, and a couple of guys got fracasseed. So we're still checking the damage. I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
So come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Sir Heathcliff Batterswick, Clancy the cop, our singer Bob Graham, Reed Pete Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Dame May Whitty, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Eddie, I'm busy. Answer that phone, will you?
Yeah. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Eddie the referee speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Callahan. Yeah, that was quite a fight last night. Did we find you what? Uppers or lowers? No. Well, where'd you last have them? In Mr. Moriarty's leg. Well, maybe they'll turn up. See, we're still sifting the sawdust. Okay.
Oh, boy, they certainly made a mess out of this place.
You remember a customer here last night with thick, brown, wavy hair?
Why, Eddie?
Well, here's his hair. He dropped it under the table.
Let me look at it. Hey, Eddie, that's Moriarty's toupee. Yeah, you can tell by that streak of gray. You know, Moriarty worries a lot. Gee, Eddie, why do we have to have these fights, huh?
Well, you gotta figure that people that'll eat in a place like this is just naturally reckless.
Yeah, I guess so, but Eddie, you know, I'm afraid this battle's gonna have some grim concussions, sir.
What you mean?
Well, you see, the bank that rents us this building... Hello, Finnegan. The bank that rents us this building must have heard about the fight. They're sending a man down tonight, and I'm afraid they ain't gonna renew our lease.
So what, Archie? You'll use the old one for another year. There's a war on.
Finnegan, this is no time for jokes. This is a serious thing. It might mean that Duffy's Tavern will be closed up.
Closed Duffy's Tavern?
Yep.
But, Arch, They might as well take the lights out of Broadway. They might as well take the elephants out of the circus. Take the overalls out of Mrs. Murphy's chowder.
Finnegan, don't get emotional.
The juice sticks out of Lefty's pool room.
Finnegan.
The tree out of Brooklyn. The gravel out of Gertie.
Finnegan, please. Conquer yourself.
Yeah, but Arch, if that bank only knew this place.
Yeah, they did. That's the trouble. So the bank, sitting there in its ivory tower, Duffy's is just a crummy hole in the wall full of broken down, battered barflies.
Oh, they do know the place. But, Art, ain't you going to feel sad leaving this place?
Sad?
Yeah.
No, Finnegan, because you only feel sad in your heart. Me heart will never leave this place. It's like me home.
Mine too, Art. This is where I took my first girlfriend on my first date.
It was, huh?
Yeah, it was summertime, and I couldn't afford to take her to the beach, so we came here and wrote love letters in the sawdust.
Yeah? Finnegan, you know, there's an old verboten that says, footprints on the sands of time waits for no one. So, that's the way you gotta take these things. You gotta be philosophical about it.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Art.
Good evening. Is the manager here?
Yeah, what can I do for you?
I'm from the bank.
The bank? Oh.
My name is Phineas T. Stone.
Let me talk to this guy, Art. Now, look,
Finnegan.
you. If you close this tavern, I'll see to it that your bank loses all of my business. It's just as easy for me to fill my fountain pen at the post office, you know.
Quiet,
Now,
Finnegan.
look, gentlemen, let's not have anyone a lot of nonsense. I'm a businessman.
As I am likewise, sir. So leave us be businesslike. Now, tell me, what is the present status of our leases quo for the fiscal escrow? And, as I have construed from your letter, your bank is trying to get us to disvacuate, unfranchise, and otherwise dispremisate the said premises. Is that correct?
Perhaps you should do business with our foreign department.
Look, Stone, old man, drop the pose. We understand each other. I merely say that when a bank drops a sound investment, which is netting them a goodly principal on their interest, things are getting rather accrued up.
Look, friend, all I know is that we just don't want to renew your lease.
Why not?
Because this place is an eyesore. You're always having riots, fights. The place is patronized by nothing but hoodlums and rowdies. It's an absolute disgrace to the neighborhood.
Come, Stone, get to the point. Now, look, Mr. Stone, please, have a heart. Duffy's is an institution.
So what? You can move someplace else?
Then what would our customers do? The regulars, them fine, loyal people that have supported us for years.
Well, they'll find you a new place.
Not in their condition. Please, think it over, huh?
Well, I'm a human being. I don't like to be arbitrary,
Well, Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
So you had another Donnybrook here last night, did you?
An altercation, you mean? Perish forbid, Officer Clancy. The boys was just playing a few friendly parlor games.
What games?
Puss in the corner.
I seen some of them pusses this morning. Now, Archie, I'm warning you. I want no more fights on me beat. I'm not getting any younger. When I'm away from home, I want a little peace and quiet.
That's enough for me. That settles it.
Now, please, Mr. Stone, give us one more chance. And I guarantee, if anybody starts another fight around here, I'll bust them right in the nose. You can't close this place.
Well, officer, my bank owns this building, and here's a dispossess notice. You hold it. If there's the slightest disturbance from now on, just close the place.
That'll be a pleasure. Now, you heard the man, Archie. If there's any more trouble, I'm going to dispossess you for the bank, arrest you for the police, and belt you for myself. I'll see you later.
I'll be running along, too. Good evening.
Bye, Mr. Stone, and thanks for the reprisal. Well, Eddie, it looks like we're safe. That is until the next fight.
Yeah, that gives us just enough time to pack our things.
All day tomorrow, I'll be whispering your name, and the day after forever
Maytime or winter, I won't let you out of sight, and the day after forever we'll talk about tonight. Your laughter is a melody that I'll remember long. It plays upon my heartstrings. It's my favorite song. All through a lifetime, I'll be loving you, and then on the day after forever, I'll just begin again. All through a lifetime, I'll be loving you, and then on the day after forever, I'll just begin again.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Look, I didn't want to tell you before, but if we have another fight here, the bank is going to throw... Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't fly into a transom. Listen to me before you hear me out. Well, I got an idea. Well, how about hiring Dame May Woody to sort of be a front name around here? A dignified hostess like her will keep peace around here, you know, give us more of a tea room atmosphere. Tea room. That's where the palms is potted instead of the customers. I'll call you back.
Archie, if you're looking for a hostess, what's wrong with me?
Well, Miss Duffy, we want somebody that's a little more refined.
You mean to tell me that I ain't refined?
You heard me. You ain't refined.
I ain't refined. Why, I ought to bust you over the head with a plate.
All right, so you're refined.
Not only that, but there's something about me that when there's other people around me, they act refined, too.
What do you mean?
Well, many's the time some uncouth fellow will follow me on the street and whistle at me. But the minute I turn around, they look at me and say, "Oh, pardon me."
Look, Miss Duffy, will you leave me alone all the time? You talk.
Archie, I'm an American citizen, and Patrick Henry fought to give me freedom of speech.
All right, go talk to Patrick Henry then.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on
Well, good evening. As the man said when he walked into the morgue, hello, everybody.
The corn is as high as an elephant.
Eddie, please, cut the levitivity. Sir Heathcliff's jokes are nothing to be laughed at.
Thank you, Archie. Well, maestro, my music, if you please.
Hey, wait a minute, Sir Heathcliff. Maybe you better not go into your act tonight. You know, we had a little trouble last night.
Oh, nonsense. I've got a lot of new jokes that will have this crowd in stitches.
Just what we don't want. They're still sewing them up from last night. Heathcliff, tell me, why don't you give up this joke racket?
What, I? Give up my art? Forsake the theater? Why, Archie, I was born in a trunk.
Yeah, but you don't want to go out that way, do you? Archie, announce me, please, it says here. Well, okay, I'll announce you, Bannerswick, and it probably will. What? Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Heathcliff Batterswick will now tell jokes, if we can get them started. And any lack of aggressiveness on your part will be deeply appreciated. We thank you. Music, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see you again. And, speaking of marriage, there's many a man who lives by the sweat of his brow. And, by the way,
Hold it, Heathcliff. Moriarty, put down that bung starter. Proceed ahead, Heathcliff.
The other day, my brother-in-law happened to say to me, Heathcliff, where were you born? And I said, England. And he said, what part? And I said, all of me.
Kelly, put down that seltzer bottle.
Archie, your handkerchief, if you please. Speaking of rainy weather, I was in California last week, and a fellow said to me, stranger, what's worse than raining cats and dogs? And I said, what? And he said, hailing taxi cabs.
Oh, now, Heathcliff, take to the hills. Now, quiet, everybody, quiet. Quiet here.
Archie, what's going
Bob
on
Graham,
here?
Bob, are you a lifesaver? Get up there and sing a song quick.
Don't you think you should at least talk to me?
Yeah, hello.
We're gonna
Great,
pick
that's great. Glad to hear it, kid. Now get up there and sing before the fight starts. Boy, that was a narrow escape.
You got your accentuate the positive, feeling, money the negative, and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. You've got to spread joy up to the maximum, bring blues down to the minimum, and have faith or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man is every day accentuate the positive, even money the negative. Latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In Between. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man, they said we better accentuate the positive, even money the negative, and latch on onto the affirmative, and don't mess with Mr. In Between.
Run the dog, man!
With Mr. In Between.
Oh, that was great, Bob. That music of yours sure charmed them savage beasts.
Pardon me, waiter. Is that young man Frank Sinatra?
You mean the one that was just singing?
No, I mean the skinny one with the apron.
Oh, no. That's Mr. Archie. See, he's been putting on weight lately. Hey, Mr. Archie, look who's got Dame May with it.
Well, Dame May, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Here, Mother, sit down on a seat. Will you have a drink?
Thank you, I will.
Eddie, 3 fingers of hot milk. Here, Mother, sit down and rest yourself.
Young man, will you stop treating me as though I were Betsy Ross?
Well, you ain't Betsy Grable.
Now, wait, my friend. Miss Grable may be a very attractive girl, but I've got everything she's got. It's just that I've had it longer.
Yeah, I'll bet you used to be quite a dish at that. Say, Dame, tell me, how long have you been acting?
Oh, I've been in the theater some 60 years.
60 years, boy. That's almost a half a decade. Spent most of your whole life in the theater, huh?
Well, that's not really so strange. After all, as Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts.
Oh, gee, that's great. Shakespeare said that.
Yes.
What'd you say to him?
Archie, Shakespeare died in the 17th century.
Oh. Well, we all got to go sometime. Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yeah, she's here. No, I ain't offered a job yet, but she'll be perfect, you know. Refined, dignified, got that real mid-Victorian manner. Well, what do you think we could pay her? What? Now, look, Duffy, she can make more than that from Social Security. Well, leave me talk to her and I'll see. Say, Dame, I got a proposition for you, see? Now, here's the dope.
Thank you, Arch. It's about time you introduced me.
Oh, Finnegan, this is Dame May Whitty.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Whitty?
Miss Whitty. Finnegan, I told you, she's a dame.
Well, of course, Arch. If she wasn't, I would have said Mr. Whitty.
Mr. Finnegan, if anyone ever offers you a penny for your thoughts, grab it. Now, what's the proposition, Archie?
Well, Dame, we have decided that what this joint needs is sort of a high-class hostess, and, frankly, we prefer a woman. So to be blank, how would you like the job?
Work here? Now look, my angular friend.
I happen to be an American. Why not work here? It's a nice, pleasant atmosphere. You get 3 square meals a day, and we'll give you the run of the place. You're the boss.
The boss?
Yep, you can kick us around all you want.
The job is beginning to sound very intriguing. Very well, I'll take it. And we might as well begin right now. Now, number 1. I want clean tablecloths put on those tables. Archie?
Okay, ma'am. It shall be did.
Good. And after that, I want the place to have a thorough cleaning. I want you and Eddie to grab a pail and a couple of mops.
Okay.
And be sure to take those cobwebs off the ceiling.
Now, look, who goes near the ceiling?
Archie.
Okay, come on, Eddie. Eddie, I think we have created for ourselves a female Frankenfurter.
Hey, you, young lady.
Yes?
I'm Dame May Whitty,
You're
and I...
telling me you're Dame May Whitty. Why, I've admired you in the movies for years and years and years, because I've always considered you a great honor to my sex.
What sex is that?
The girl sex, of course.
Now, look here, young lady. I'm in charge here, and if you're going to work here, you'll please stop chewing gum.
Funny, you're just like my mother. She always says to me, Miss Duffy, stop chewing. You're not a cow.
Well, all I can say is stop chewing.
Say, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Eddie.
Mr. Archie, the chef is threatening to quit. He said that Dame May would have been embarrassing him something terrible.
Embarrassing?
Yeah, for instance, she come up to him quick and she say, which is the soup and which is the dishwater? And he stopped.
That dame. I think we'd be better off if the bank dispossessed us.
Attention, everyone.
Yes, Dame.
If we're going to improve the tone of this place, we're going to hold classes right here and now for all the employees.
You mean going back to school?
Precisely.
You want me to go back to school? A man who has had 3 years of pre-med and 4 years of post-grad?
Come on, Arch, let's do it. I always wanted to go to a dame school.
All right, go ahead. Start the curriculum.
Well, now, I've noticed that the spelling on your menus is atrocious.
Well, thank you. We try to be careful.
Well, I think we better be a little more careful. Now, how do you spell filet mignon?
F-I-L-L-Y.
Archie. That's a horse.
These days you take what you can get. Now, the next question, please.
Well, how do you spell appetizer?
Let me hit that one out.
Okay, go ahead.
Appetizer. A-P-P-E-T-I-Z-E-R.
Correct.
Finnegan, how did you know?
I took a wild guess.
That was really very good, Mr. Finnegan.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Teacher's pet.
What was that?
I said teacher's pet.
They don't when they're my age. Well, I can see you're going to need plenty of work on spelling, but let's get on to the next subject. Relations with the customer. Restaurant etiquette.
Oh, I'm very good at etiquette.
Duffy, your etiquette's all right with civilians. But if a sailor shows up, Emily gets left at the post. You're good at etiquette.
Now, that'll do, Archie. Now, Miss Duffy, when you're making change for a customer, what do you say to him?
Thank you very much, sir. Why don't you call again sometime?
Miss Duffy, we are making change, not the customer. Now, Eddie, when a customer gives you a tip, what is your response?
So I smile and I bow and I say, new here, ain't you, mister?
Eddie, now this I'm ashamed of. I have told you at least a dozen times that when a customer gives you a tip, you bow and you say, noblesse oblige, garçon. Next question, please.
Well, who greets the customers here?
Who greets the customer? Well, I usually act as mine host. And I am loath to say that I have handled some pretty important celebrities. Take, for instance, tonight, James Taylor come in.
Well, how did you greet him?
How would I greet him? I said, good evening, Mr. Taylor. Would you like a small pizzicato of beer?
Well, don't you think it would be more appropriate if you told him that you admired his commentary on Beethoven's Fifth?
Fifth what?
His fifth wife, you jerk.
You're thinking of Henry VIII.
That's a symphony. Now, what was we talking about?
Well, that's what I was trying to find out.
I just made up a poem.
What is it?
Rickety rocks, teacher is a battle axe.
Finnegan?
Yeah?
I heard that.
Oh.
Step forward. Archie, hand me that broomstick.
Oh.
Hold still, Finnegan.
Go! Go!
Hey, watch out with that broomstick. Hey, Kelly, you stay out of there. Now, wait a minute. Moriarty, put down that chair. Holy crap, she started another Donnybrook. Alex, leave go of the leg. Fella, will you cut out the right hand here? Oh, wait.
Archie, I warned you about fights. Now I've got the dispossess notice right
Clancy,
here.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. I told you there was one troublemaker that's starting all of these fights.
Who?
That dame over there.
That sweet little old lady.
Sweet little old lady. That's the famous English gunmouth, Babyface Whitty. Officer, do your duty.
Come on along, you.
Leave go of my arm. Well, where's that axe? I haven't had so much fun in 65 years.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. You are a passenger aboard a submarine, making its last peaceful voyage across the sea. While unknown to you, the captain has a plan, which, if it succeeds, will mean for you and the entire crew a fate from which there can be no escape. So listen now as Escape brings you Mary Ann Mosner and Francis Rosenwald's exciting story, The Log.
When I was a cub reporter, my boss told me, be there. Don't let your own emotions color your story. Stick to the facts. So, these are the facts. This is the way it happened. I met Captain Jan Zabatos in a Scandinavian port. During the last war, he'd been in command of a submarine, the only sub of a nation that fought the dictator side by side with the Allies. When he was finally forced into this neutral port, the captain preferred internment to surrender. After that, his nation went out of the business of being a nation. He was left behind with his ship, unwanted by the Allies, and a burden to the government that had become his permanent host. To pay for the vessel's berth and maintenance, the authorities turned her into a tourist's exhibit, permitting her skipper to stay aboard as caretaker and tourist guide. We met during one of those guided tours.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the tour of the SS Seagull, a great ship with a peerless war record. It was my honor and privilege to guide her across hostile waters as master of this man of war that gave battle to the last torpedo. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome all, and this way if you please.
You've got a few minutes, Captain? I'm Bill Rawlins, New York Globe. I enjoyed your tour a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlins. Always glad to talk to gentlemen of the press. I presume you would like to write a story on the Seagull?
Well, to be honest about it, sir, I'd rather write about her skipper.
I am honored, but without the Seagull, you won't have much of a story. She and I are comrades in arms.
The war has been over a long time, Captain.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Haven't you ever thought of going home?
Mr. Rawlins, this is my home, and always will be.
As we walked across the deck, the Seagull came to life the way her skipper talked about her exploits at sea. And I saw 1,500 tons of steel that had never faltered, never failed. I was busy taking notes when the man came up the gangplank, stocky, brisk, dressed in a natty gray suit, a briefcase under his arm.
How do, gentlemen? Where do I find the man in charge?
I'm in command of the Seagull, Captain Jan Zabatos. What can I do for you?
The name's Andrews. Here's the card. I represent the Liverpool office of the Marine Salvage and Surplus Corporation. You mind if I look around?
The next tour of the Seagull commences at 16 o'clock.
That's fine. You go right ahead. I know my way around ships. Bought and sold them all my life. This is my first time.
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, sir. The Seagull is not for sale.
Not anymore. My company just bought her. I closed the deal yesterday.
Look, this can't be. Nobody has authority to sell my ship.
The government has, according to international law. This isn't your ship anymore, Captain. Do you realize what it costs this country to keep her docked here?
I suppose I knew that this was going to happen. Excuse me, sir, what does your company plan to do with the Seagull?
Scrap her. What else is she good for?
Yes, of course. What else? You plan to break her up here?
No, we'll have to tow her across to Liverpool.
Mr. Andrews, the Seagull is perfectly capable to sail under her own power.
All the way across the North Sea? No. Must be pretty rusty by now.
My ship is in as good condition as she was 10 years ago when we put in this port.
I know how you feel, Skipper, but if you don't mind, I'd rather play it safe.
No, I don't think I made myself clear, sir. This ship has had the finest maintenance that you find aboard any vessel. I have seen to that myself. Would you care to go below and look about, sir?
Sure, why not?
Then if you will follow me. Rust and corrosion, I understand.
She was a beauty, all right. Her diesels reposing in gleaming silence. Her eye, a Zeiss periscope, set to scan the horizon. Her tubes ready for torpedoes. I felt a strange affinity toward this ship that to Andrews meant just so many tons of metal to be turned into X amount of dollars, while to her captain she was a whole world of tradition. A world now coming to an end.
And still, I suppose you think that the Seagull should be dismantled and scrapped?
Well, I'm afraid that's what we bought her for.
Then may I respectfully make a last request on her behalf?
I'll be happy to oblige if it's anything reasonable.
Don't tow her away like a crippled ship. Let me guide her on this last journey. All we need is 1 week, a skeleton crew. My services are free.
I don't know. All right. I'll tell you what, Skipper. I'll check with my company and get in touch with you.
Well, that sounds like a good idea to me, Andrews. You'd be saving your company quite a bit of money.
My firm's allergic to taking chances.
You don't take chances with the Seagull.
The cold logic of the dollar in the bank, not the captain's last request, persuaded the scrap middleman to take a well-calculated risk on the Seagull and her master. Mr. Andrews was to accompany the ship on her final journey. I requested and was granted permission to go along and cover the voyage for my paper. It was a gray, overcast morning when we boarded the Seagull. She was straining gently at her anchors with the last of the ebb tide.
Well, Skipper hired a decent cook. Nothing like sea air to give a man an appetite.
I'm not looking forward to a picnic, Mr. Andrews. All I want is a story.
You won't find it in this barge, Rawlins. But I can give you plenty of stories. My company isn't averse to publicity.
When we reached the bridge, we found a changed man. Captain Jan Zabados, commander of the submarine Seagull, wearing a freshly creased uniform, windbreaker, and his well-worn battle cap.
Anchor secure, sir.
All engines back aft.
All engines back aft, sir.
Course 005.
005, sir.
Port engine back 2/3. Starboard engine ahead, standard.
Port engine back 2/3. Starboard engine ahead, standard, sir.
Stand by, all hands.
Standing by, sir.
Now, well, gentlemen, we are off.
A little chilly this morning, Skipper.
Perfect weather.
Makes you hungry anyway. What time do we
Breakfast will be served in my quarters in 10 minutes, Mr. Andrews.
Come on down, Rawlins. Let's get some chow.
We had breakfast. It was better than Andrews had expected. And he was in an expansive mood when we returned to the bridge. He'd fortified himself with a thick cigar which stuck out of his mouth like a stubby finger pointed at the captain.
How's it going, Skipper?
Passing the 3-mile zone, sir.
Weather seems to be clearing up. Maybe we can do a little deep sea fishing, huh, Rollins?
I've never fished from a submarine, Mr. Andrews.
Sorry, gentlemen. No fishing. This is not a pleasure cruise.
That's the step, Skipper. Business before pleasure.
And I agree, sir. You will leave the bridge now.
Why, what's wrong?
Nothing, sir. We are getting ready to submerge.
What are you talking about? Submerge? On whose orders?
My orders, Mr. Andrews.
Nothing doing. That's against regulations, and you know it. This trip is to be made on the surface unless there's an emergency.
Clear diving rudders.
Diving rudders clear, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Ready the tanks.
Tank standing by, sir.
That's enough, Zabados. You know what the orders are. I'm not going to allow you...
I must inform you, sir, that I am in sole command of the Seagull. I shall surrender her to no one but her rightful owner, my country.
Your country? You got no country. It's a satellite.
Then I shall sail the seas until I have one again.
You know what you're saying? That's piracy.
Then, Mr. Andrews, I shall be a pirate, shan't I? Clear the deck. Diving stations.
Diving stations.
Drop your line. Passengers below, please. Now that's an order, Mr. Andrews.
Standing by, sir.
Well, I'd found my story. When we slipped beneath the surface of the North Sea, the captain let the men have rum and brandy to celebrate the Seagull's return to what he called active duty.
He's crazy. He's gone stark raving crazy. Look at the crew that madman picked himself. Well, we'll see about this. Hey, bosun! Bosun! Come over here. Know how to handle this ship?
I know my job, sir.
How'd you like a bonus? Say $1,000.
I'd like it fine, sir.
All right. Take over. Never mind the captain. I'll back you up.
I'm sorry, sir. He's my captain.
I'm in charge of this ship. He's under my orders.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm under his orders. That's how it went with the rest of the crew. They were all men without a country, handpicked by the captain, fanatically devoted to their master and the ship that was their world. In the meantime, I noticed some activity on the part of the captain and his radio operator. A constant flow of communications between the ship's wireless and her master's tiny cabin. Andrews and I went there. The captain was sitting on the bunk, poring over a chart-filled table.
Mind if you and I have a little talk? I'm quite busy. 5 minutes, Mr. Andrews. Thank you.
Don't you think this farce has gone far enough? You'll be running out of supplies, you know, and then what?
The sea is abundant with stores of all kinds, Mr. Andrews.
How do you mean?
I shall requisition what I need.
You can't be serious.
Can't I? I have guns, fore and aft, shells to go with them. Give me time, I shall obtain torpedoes as well.
You'll never get away with this.
That remains to be seen. My wireless has picked up the Blenheim Castle, an English freighter. We will sight her by nightfall.
You're going to stop her?
Exactly, Mr. Andrews. There are a few supplies that we need. I am sure her captain will oblige before continuing on his way.
We will return to Escape in just a moment, but first, maybe it rained where you are today. The United States is pretty big, and it's hard for somebody on a coast-to-coast network to keep track of the weather everywhere. But even if they did, remember, it's been a very dry summer. The danger of forest fires is on every hand. Please be careful with those campfires, those cigarettes, those lighted matches. And now, back to Escape.
Approximately 8 hours later, the bosun's pipe shrilled as the Seagull rose stealthily to the ocean's surface. Dead ahead in a choppy sea loomed the massive hull of the freighter Blenheim Castle, her foaming nose eerily phosphorescent, the position lights glimmering across the sea. Our searchlight reached up to her bridge with a long white finger. We clearly made out the tanker's captain standing on his bridge in a splotch of white glare, bellowing through a megaphone.
Hey! Ho, 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 ho! Heave to! Coming alongside! Who are you? Raider! Pass a line! Raider! I won't pass a cold tail! Where's the war? It is starting now! That's a bloody lie! Heave away! Ready above, or you will be sunk! Why, you kettle-bottomed, knock-down half-fighter! I'll bust your cat until you make water! Follow my orders, or I open fire! Why don't you back up and cook off? I give you 3 minutes. I'll give you a kick in the belly!
It was incredible. Here we were at peace, and Captain Zabatos had started his own private war. He had the guns, and the tanker's captain had only his ship. Before the Seagull's gun crew could get a bearing, the tanker lurched forward, picking up speed. Wheel hard over, bent on ramming us. Our guns started to fire, blasting away at the tanker. But it kept coming on. Closer, closer. The sharp bow cutting through the choppy sea.
Dive! Dive! Dive!
We weren't fast enough. There was a grinding lurch, and we knew the Seagull had been damaged in the collision with the freighter, but we couldn't tell how badly. The first realization of disaster came when we saw the captain, his hair damp with perspiration, eyes gleaming feverishly, and a face turned ashen gray.
Nobody leaves this station without my orders. You gentlemen stay out of the way.
I'm not going to take orders from you or anybody else. I represent the owners of this ship.
You do?
You heard me, Zabatos.
Then tell your owner she has been rammed.
I'll hold you responsible.
As her commander, I accept sole responsibility for ship and crew, including you and Mr. Rollins.
That's very noble, mister, but I'm a businessman. What's the extent of the damage?
Conning tower smashed and the scope tube cracked.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, surface, send an SOS.
I never have sent an SOS, and I never will.
That's your business. I'm an American citizen, and so is Mr. Rollins. You can't hold us against our...
You will be put ashore when conditions are favorable.
Let me set you straight about this. If you want to go down in misery, I'm not stopping you. But you can't force me to stick around until this tin can's full of holes. I want to get out of here. I order you for the last time, surface the signal for help.
Andrews, if you wish to leave now, you may take a escape hatch.
You're crazy.
Not at all. The damage is trifling. But since you feel so frightened of your life, I suggest that you leave.
So help me, when we get out of this, I'm going to have you busted, jailed, hung if I can.
Get out of my way if you please. I have no time to discuss the matter with you.
Come on, Andrews.
Whose side are you on, anyway, Rollins?
Nobody's. I just want to live. The hours passed slowly at the ocean bottom. The stillness echoing the attempts of the men working to repair the damage. The air was getting foul, breathing becoming more difficult.
Storage battery's going, sir.
Then dim the lights, bosun.
Oxygen's running low.
Ration it.
I've got 2 men in sick bay already.
All right. All right. Carry on.
Sir.
What is it, bosun?
The men need air. It's very bad aft.
All right. Very well, bosun. We go up. All engines ready.
All engines ready, sir.
Clear pressure tanks.
Clearing tank, sir.
Diving rudder. Standard.
Vessels approaching overhead, sir.
Ease rudder, hold tanks.
Surface vessel falling on out channel, sir.
Don't answer.
British subjects are closing in, sir. Request ship-to-ship communication.
All right. I talked with him. Stand by.
SS Seagull coming in. Go ahead. NS-127.
Are you in trouble, Seagull?
No trouble, sir.
Surface at once.
State your conditions.
None.
Then I regretfully refuse her.
Following orders, Seagull. Come up, or we drop depth charges.
Do so, then.
You can't get away. We've got a sonar fix on you.
No surrender.
We're ready with depth charges, Seagull.
Wait! Get back!
Americans down here! We need help!
Lock communications!
The first depth charge was a warning, followed by another coming closer. And another still closer. The pressure was enormous. The ship rocked from bow to stern and started to take water.
All engines ahead, full!
All engines ahead, full, sir.
Course 02, standard.
Course 02, standard, sir.
Oh, quiet, Captain. This is wrong. It can't help now.
Stand out of my way, Mr. Rollins.
You're a naval officer, not a murderer. Your ship is finished. You have no right to kill your crew. And that's what it's going to mean if you don't stop.
This is my ship. My life. No, you don't understand.
It's still murder.
Standing by for your order, sir.
Well, what are you going to do?
Oh. Surface.
Surface!
Surface! Stand by, surface!
No response, sir. Tanks won't operate.
All engines stop!
All engines stop!
Now what?
I seem to have no choice. Do I? Stand by to abandon ship.
Abandon ship!
That was almost the end of it. The sub couldn't get up to the surface. She could only go down. And the way she was taking water, it wasn't going to be long. The men lined up outside the escape chamber. And one by one, they shook hands with the captain as they moved by. You could see in his eyes what they meant to him. And in their low voices, their feelings for him.
Goodbye, Captain. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Captain. Goodbye, Mr. Captain.
Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye, sir.
Then it was Andrew's turn to go.
The bosun is in the lock. He will give you your instructions as to how to get to the surface.
I lived through this, Apollos. I'm going to see
I know. I am sorry for the discomfort you have been caused. Goodbye, Mr. Andrews.
Coming, Rollins?
Sure. You go ahead. One at a time, you know.
Well, good luck.
And to you.
Now, Mr. Owens, huh? I imagine you will have quite a story to write for your newspaper.
Well, let's forget that. It's not important. What about you? Andrews isn't kidding, you know. Once you get up there...
I wonder, would you do me one last service?
Of course. He got his log out and started to write. I looked over his shoulder as he made his last entry. All men off ship. Strong list to port. Storage batteries 0. Oxygen 20. Ship secure. Signed Captain Jan Zabatos. Commander SS Seagull.
You oblige me by taking this log up with you. It can be fastened to your belt.
Well, why don't you carry it?
There are one or two other things I must take with me.
Now, look,
No, Mr. Owens, go on. I will follow you.
Yes, but...
Please go on.
Okay. Hurry up, though, will you? She won't last long. I got up to the surface. A boat from the sub-chaser picked me up 5 minutes later. Every man of the crew and Andrews was safe. After that, we cruised about for hours, waiting, hoping that Zabatos would appear. But he didn't. I should have known he'd stay with the Seagull. The skipper of the chaser understood what had happened a lot better after he'd read the log. I guess seamen have a feeling about such things. Well, that's the story. That's all there is to it.
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you The Log, a story by Marianne Mosner and Francis Rosenwald, starring Lawrence Dobkin and Byron Kane. Featured in the cast were Alan Reed, Kurt Martell, Frank Gerstle, Eric Snowden, Richard Peel, and Jim Nusser. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are walking the streets of an Indian city, terrifying, sweltering streets, while the man you fear has already made his mark on you, a mark from which there can be no escape.
So listen next week, when Escape will bring you James Henderson's frightening story, The Untouchable. I Confess is the graphic title of tomorrow night's Lux Radio Theater film play adaptation. Cary Grant and Phyllis Thaxter co-star. You'll remember I Confess as one of Alfred Hitchcock's most suspenseful thrillers, and you'll enjoy every minute of it on most of these same stations tomorrow night when CBS Radio presents the Lux Radio Theater. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, you can hear Jack Benny every Sunday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, Incident 259, written by Don Quinn. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Our Love Affair. Haven't you often noticed how important floors are to the appearance of a home? It is a fact that mellow, gleaming, waxed floors bring out the beauty of everything in the room, adding a rich charm that you can acquire in no other way. Throughout America, there are countless floors that are made more beautiful every year with Johnson's Wax. Every application of this famous floor wax gives increased protection and beauty. Johnson's Wax gets down into the pores of the wood, seals out dirt, protects the finish against scuffing feet and sharp heels, and it does away forever with tiresome floor scrubbing. And besides its use on floors, there are more than 100 extra labor-saving uses in your home for genuine Johnson's Wax. Protects and beautifies furniture and woodwork, windowsills, parchment lampshades, leather goods. You can buy Johnson's Wax in the familiar paste or liquid form, or in the new cream wax, especially formulated for easy use on furniture and woodwork. Order some tomorrow. It will probably be news to everybody that Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve keeps a diary. And it'll be bad news to Mr. Gildersleeve that a careless maid has thrown it out on the trash pile. But heaven knows what will happen when he discovers that it was picked up by Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Imagine me, of all people, finding Gildersleeve's diary. We sure got the goods on the old rumble-tumby this time, haven't we, Molly? I'll bet this is going to be rich reading.
Well, how can you read it? It's got a padlock on it.
Oh, padlocks can be picked.
Why, that would be just plain burglary.
Whoever got pinched for opening a book?
My Uncle Dennis did. He opened a book at 14th and Oak Streets, and the cops raided the joint before the first race was over.
Well, be that as it may or may not be, or not, I'm going to open this diary and read it.
Now, look, Magee, I'm pleading with you. I beg of you, don't pry into Mr. Gildersleeve's diary. It's none of our business, and we have no right to. Would you open it with a nut pick?
Hey, that's an idea. Give me a nut pick.
We haven't any nut picks, but I could run over the... Heavenly days. Hide that diary quick. It's Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, my gosh. Here, you take it.
Oh.
No, I'll hide it. No, you better take it. No, I'll sit on it. Oh, darn that padlock.
Calm yourself. Come in.
Oh, there, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Fibber.
Did you... Oh, hi, Gildersleeve.
What's the matter with him, Mrs. Magee? What makes him so twitchy?
Well, I'm sure I don't know Mr. Gildersleeve. Something wrong, dearie?
No. Whatever it is, I'll get over it. In fact, I got a feeling I'm right over it. I'm over it right now. Hey, Gildersleeve, you carry any keys with you?
Why, certainly, Magee. I always carry quite a bunch of keys. See?
You got one, a little tiny one, say, that would open a briefcase?
Yes, indeed. Here you are. I think this little one will do it.
Ah, what a cute little key. What's it for, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, that's the key to my... let me see. What is that the key to? That's odd. I don't seem to remember, Magee.
You don't, eh?
You men always carrying keys and not even knowing what they open.
Wait a minute. What are we laughing at?
I don't know.
Search me.
Silly, isn't it? Well, here's the key, Magee.
Thanks, Gildy. I'll return it to you tomorrow.
No hurry. What's mine is yours, you know.
Yes, he knows.
By the way, Magee, I almost forgot. Here's a fish for you.
A fish? For me?
Yes. My brother came home with a big mess of trout.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hope you enjoy it. Cost about $18.
I thought your brother caught it.
He did, and the game warden caught my brother. Well, good day, folks.
Did you get that, Molly? Get the idea? He's trying to bribe me. That's what he's doing.
Bribe you to what?
Not to open this diary.
He doesn't even know you got his diary.
That makes it worse. Trying to bribe me even before he knows what's happened. That settles it. Now I will read it. Give me that little key.
There. Oh, dear, this is a shameful thing we're doing, Magee. It's like reading somebody else's mail. I'm so ashamed. Well, for goodness sakes, what does it say?
Boy, he's sure been keeping this diary a long time. Look, it says Friday, August 19th, 1911. Stayed in bed all day today. Saturday, August the 20th. Stayed in bed all day again today. Sunday, August the 21st. Stayed in bed all day. Monday, August the 22nd. Pants returned from cleaners. There's a note here that says, in future, don't send pants out on Friday, as it makes for a tedious weekend. Hey, Molly, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
What?
I'm leaving my fingerprints all over this diary.
I thought your conscience would finally catch up with you. Now then, are you going to close up that diary and give it back to Mr. Gildersleeve?
What else can I do?
You could wear gloves.
Huh? I never thought of that. Where are my gloves?
In the hall closet.
In here?
Yes, on the shelf there.
Okay, as soon as I put these on... Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Remind me to straighten out this closet tomorrow. Molly, come here a minute. This is wonderful stuff.
What is?
This diary of Gildersleeve's. Here's an item for Friday, October the 23rd, 1929. Hey, that must have been the day the stock market crashed.
What makes you think so?
Well, all Gildersleeve has got down here for that day is, oh, my goodness. Come in.
Hi, mister. What you doing? What you?
I'm reading, sis.
What you reading?
A diary. A diary. You know what a diary is?
No, what?
Well, a diary is a sort of a personal fairy tale with yourself as the hero. You keep a diary?
No.
Well, why not?
I don't like fairy tales, I bet you. Gee, I quit reading them years ago.
What you read now, sis?
Oh, John Steinbeck and Eugene O'Neill and Ernest Hemingway and all stuff like that there.
Sis, do you mean to stand there with your little cheeks full of roses and your little tongue full of thorns and tell me you don't like Cinderella or Jack the Giant Killer anymore?
I do.
Well, what on earth is...
Now listen. What did the fairy godmother ever give Cinderella that Scarlett O'Hara didn't get the hard way? And you take, for instance, Jack the Giant Killer.
Huh?
Why, he's a cream puff. He'd be a pushover for Superman.
I'll bet there's one fairy tale you still like.
What?
Little Red Riding Hood. All the kiddies like that one.
Not me, mister.
What? You don't like Little Red Riding Hood?
No.
Why, think of that beautiful golden-haired little girl, full of trust and innocence, with a heart full of love and a basket full of groceries. Alone in that secluded cottage with a vicious, cruel, bloodthirsty animal.
Ah, phooey.
You mean you don't feel the slightest twinge of sympathy for Little Red Riding Hood facing that terrible fate?
Emotionally, mister, it leaves me undisturbed. And intellectually, I have only the utmost contempt for any little twerp, golden hair or no golden hair, who can't tell her own grandmother from a wolf. Dad-ratted kid. Book publishers better get busy on some new children's books. Looks like their Mother Goose is cooked. Let me see now. What did I do with Gildersleeve's diary? Oh, yeah.
I have it right here, dearie. Listen to this item. It says, Dear Diary, I took my first airplane flight today.
Uh-oh.
It was a wonderful sensation, and I predict the day will come when people will travel from coast to coast in an airplane in 10 hours.
Say, that was a pretty smart hunch of Gildersleeve's.
Yeah?
How long ago did you write that?
Well, let me see. Last Sunday.
Hey, Molly, let me take that diary. I want to see how many women there was in his life.
Well, I've been all through it, and there's just one. He married his childhood sweetheart. Shucks. Isn't that romantic?
It's romantic, but it's awful dull.
Why, it's no such a thing. Mr. Gildersleeve is just a one-woman man.
Yeah, I know. You'd call it faithfulness, and he'd call it love, but I'd call it just plain unpopularity.
Well, now, just remember the old saying I just made up. If you're on the square, you can't be around her.
Yeah, and a guy who keeps his feet firmly on the ground will never kick a field goal either. Come on, let me take that diary. I'd only got to the part where Gildersleeve...
Well, hello, folksies. What's doing?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
We stumbled across Gildersleeve's diary, Harlow. Imagine that big beanbag keeping a diary.
Well, why not? I keep one.
What?
You do?
Certainly. My diary is simply a record of all the women who have loved me.
Oh, sure.
One of my dearest possessions.
Well, heavenly days, here's a man talk.
Look, tall. Look here now, tall, dark, and mistaken. Don't give me that great lover business. I've known you for a long time, and the only heartburning you've caused women was from taking them to cheap restaurants.
Now, wait a minute, short, sharp, and shapeless. I didn't claim to be a great lover. I was referring to the women who love me because of what I've done for them. Like bringing Johnson's self-polishing glow coat into their lives. Why, I've been instrumental in giving thousands of women more leisure, more health, and more happiness.
You mean every time a woman looks at a dirty, old-fashioned mop, she thinks of you?
Yeah. No, I mean I represent the hours of drudgery saved by using Johnson's glow coat. Why, when I consider that a housewife just has to pour a small amount on the floor, spread it around, let it dry with no rubbing and no buffing to get a beautiful polished kitchen linoleum in 20 minutes or less. Why, it just makes life worth living to me.
Uh-huh.
I go home at night so proud and happy, I pour out my gladness to my diary.
Oh.
It's all so wonderful, so beautiful. Oh, but you wouldn't understand.
I understood him. Well, we just solved the secret of perpetual emotion, Molly. Just talked to Wilcox about Glowcoat.
Yes, he thinks the capital of the world is Racine, Wisconsin. And is there anyone in our little group who thinks otherwise?
Smart bunch of actors. Now, let's see. Where was I in this diary, Molly?
Hello, Fisher. Hello, Cupid.
Why, hello, Mr. DePopulis.
What's on your mind, Nick?
I was just passing you up when I happened to think about the footsie ball game we're going to. How are we going?
Well, we're all going in our car, Mr. DePopulis.
Yeah, we'll all chip in for gasoline. Say about $3 apiece.
$3. Anybody said $3 apiece is being a famous as it is about $24.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, which way are we going? By the Burma Road?
Oh, we'll have a wonderful time, Mr. DePopulis. You and us and Mrs. Uppington and Mr. Boomer and Mr. Wilcox and Mr. Gildersleeve.
And the old-timer.
Well, that Smartenville is a heterogeneous collection of personalities, isn't it? If I do say so myself, and why shouldn't I? I'm one of them.
Why, you're three of them, if the facts were known.
That's pretty good, Cupid, but that ain't the way I hit. Oh, wrong character. Say, what is that little volume of a book you have there, Fisher?
Oh, this happens to be Gildersleeve's personal diary, Nick. Pretty mushy reading, too. That guy drips like a rented bathing suit.
Is that so? Well, I hope for the heavenly sakes of goodness that Mr. Goldensleeve is unaware of the facts that you're reading out of his diary.
Hey, you ain't going to mention this to him, are you, Nick?
Oh, now, Fisher, are you afraid of this man Goldensleeve?
What do you mean, afraid of him? Why, I can take old Gildersleeve like nobody's business. One swing from me and he'll be hearing music from them heavenly zephyrs.
You mean zithers?
I think he means a heifer.
I do not. A heifer is a guy that dances in vaudeville.
That's a hoofer.
Well, then what's a zephyr?
It's a horse with stripes on it.
Nah, that's a zebra.
Well, Dad Reddit, what's all this got to do with Gildersleeve?
Nothing, unless Goldensleeve has got a striped heifer that dances in vaudeville. And if he has, it's too bad because there's no vaudeville. Well, so long. I'll see you later, kid.
The King's Men singing I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair.
As the day
Hey, Molly, listen to this.
Here.
Huh?
Put Mr. Gildersleeve's diary away, Magee. It's Mrs. Uppington.
Not Mrs. Abigail Uppington.
In the flesh. In the powdered, painted, and well-girdled flesh.
Not so loud. The old moose will hear you. Come in, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
And Mr. Magee.
Hi, Uppity. Say, that's a pretty weird pair of riding breeches you got on there.
Please, Mr. Magee. These are job furs.
Oh.
Well, I hope they fit him better than they do you, Abigail. But won't you sit down, dearie?
No, thank you. I've been riding for 3 hours in the park, and no, thank you.
Oh, and how it is, Uppy. I used to own a great little saddle horse myself. Very high-spirited, too. Should have seen him roll his eyes.
No, that wasn't high spirit.
Huh?
He was just trying to see if he was still pulling a streetcar. You have your own personal horse, haven't you, Mrs. Uppington?
Why, yes, my dear. Oh, he's so sweet, really. And so well trained. Yes, he's a high school horse.
Oh. You don't say. I heard a few whinnies at the commencement exercises, but I thought it was the principal.
I simply love to ride.
Yeah.
When I'm cantering through the park, all my cares fade away. I feel as free as a bird.
Yeah, but you can't fool a horse, Uppy. He knows there's more than a handful of feathers in that saddle. Ouch, Dad, Reddit, I sat on that padlock again.
Padlock?
Yes, this padlock is on a book, Mrs. Uppington. Don't say anything, but we come across Mr. Gildersleeve's diary.
Yeah.
It gives his personal history from way back. See, here it is.
What? Mr. Gildersleeve's own diary? Oh, let me see it.
Hey, let go, Mrs. Uppington. Stop it. Magee, help me here.
I just want to see it.
No, you can't. No. Dad, Reddit, Uppy, let go of that book. Ah, that's better. Hey, what's this diary to you, Uppy?
What is it to me? Well, if you come across any entry dated June 21st, 1912, about Throckmorton taking a canoe ride with a certain young brunette...
Yeah, but you're a blonde, Uppy.
Not in 1912. Oh, my, what am I saying?
Magee, I'll bet she runs right over and tells Mr. Gildersleeve we've got his diary.
What, you mean she ain't discreet?
Discreet? That woman whispers like a taffeta petticoat.
I'll tell you what I better do, Molly. I better run around.
Are you in there, Magee?
Oh, dear. Here it comes, dearie. Better roll up your sleeves.
Oh, my gosh.
I said your sleeves, not your trousers.
How can I climb a tree with my pants catching on every little...
How do you do, Miss Magee? Good day, Fibber. It's a lovely day, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Throcky, old pup. Peach of a day. How's everything with you?
Don't you how's everything with me, Magee? Where's my diary?
Diary?
Diary? Well, let me tell you what happened, Gil. You see...
I don't care what happened. All I know is that by hook or crook you took my book.
Why didn't you write poetry like that in your diary, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Never mind my diary.
Yes, never mind his diary, Molly. And I don't mind saying I'm glad to get off the subject. Now, about this Notre Dame football game, Gildersleeve.
Don't you try to change the subject, Magee. I'm going to thrash you within an inch of your life.
Now. You leave him alone, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I ain't scared of him, Molly. Here, take your old diary, Gildersleeve. And you know what?
What?
On page 713, under March 12th, 1919, you spelled hangover with 2 G's.
No! That's enough, Magee. Take off your glasses.
He doesn't wear glasses.
I do, too. Look.
Well, where on earth did you dig those up?
Take them off, Magee. Why, you little book napper, I'm going to hammer you into a meat pie and cover you with your own crust.
You just try it. I'll give you one punch in that paunch, and you won't wake up till the swallows come back from Castropano.
You're a hard hard man, McGee. But I'm going to soften you up right now. Come on, put up your dukes. Here I come.
Okay. But
I'll get you. I've been wanting to do this for...
Boys, stop that noise. Can't you see I'm talking on the telephone?
Oh, excuse me, Molly.
Sorry, Mrs. McGee.
Have a chair, Gildersleeve. She'll be through in a minute.
Very well, McGee.
Have a cigar?
Thanks, I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Hello? Oh, yes, it is. No, the diary belongs to a next-door neighbor, Mr. Gildersleeve. No, a Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. What? Well, just a minute, he's right here. What does the P stand for, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Philharmonic. My father played the oboe in Philadelphia. But who wants to know
Hello? It's Throckmorton Philharmonic Gildersleeve. No, I think the diary's the only thing he's written.
Hey, what's the idea?
What? Yes, we knew it had great literary merit the minute we got a hold of it. Yes, indeed. No. Oh, no, I'm sure he wouldn't sell the rights to it.
Here, wait a minute. By George, I don't know whether I
Pipe
will...
down, Gildersleeve. You don't know what this is all about. Either.
Yes? Well, I'll inquire, but I don't think $10,000 in royalties would interest him at all. No.
$10,000?
All righty. Oh, don't mention it. Goodbye. All right, McGee. Give the big crybaby his diary and let him go home.
Here, Gildersleeve. Take it.
Now, wait a minute, folks. $10,000. Maybe I was a bit hasty. What about this about a publisher wanting my diary?
Oh, what difference does it make? No publisher would touch the thing anyway in its present form, and it would cost $25 to make carbon copies of it.
Oh, I'll gladly pay that. Here's $30. You do what you can to promote it for me, and I'll give you a generous slice of the profits. Is it a deal?
Well, I don't know after the way you act.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mrs. McGee. I really am. I was a bounder. Gildersleeve, you're a cad. I'm going to leave my diary here, folks. Now I'll go and leave you to your work. I don't know how to thank you. Both. Good day.
Hey, Mom.
What? Quick, McGee.
Huh?
Give me that $30 and get your hat.
What for? Where are we going?
Down to the telephone company and pay our bill. Our phone's been shut off for 2 days.
What? It has? Oh, sure.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, let me suggest that right now is a good time to protect your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Bad weather days are ahead, and you know how hard it is to keep the children and delivery boys from tracking across the kitchen floors with wet, soggy feet. But if these floors are protected with Johnson's glow coat, you won't have to worry because a damp cloth will quickly make them clean and sparkling again. Glow coat brings out the beauty of linoleum, keeps its colors fresh and clear. Many users tell us that glow coat actually makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than if it were unprotected. And, of course, one of glow coat's principal advantages is that it's such a wonderful labor saver. It requires absolutely no rubbing or buffing, you know. You simply apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes you have a floor to be proud of. If you don't already have Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on hand, buy some from your dealer.
Folks, next week we're taking the whole gang to the Notre Dame West Point football game in our car.
Oh, McGee, wait a minute.
Huh?
What are you going to do about those 2 flat tires?
Uppington and Gildersleeve? Oh, just throw them in the rumble seat and ignore them.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
When you buy any one of the Johnson Wax products, you get your full money's worth in satisfaction. Be sure to ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for your linoleum, Johnson's Wax for your floors, furniture, and woodwork, and Johnson's Car New for your car. All these superior products are manufactured by S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, Racine, Wisconsin. We hope you'll be with us again next Tuesday night, same time, same station. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you all good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the adventures of Flash Gordon and Jungle Jim. Last week, after Queen Azura had declared Flash Gordon to be king of Blue Magic Land, she and Flash, Dale, and Zarkos started for her palace to make the formal proclamation. In the meantime, news was brought to Tall that Queen Azura was alive, having been saved by Flash Gordon. Tall swore he would kill her. As he started to meet Azura, pistol in hand, he was killed by the Black Lancer who brought the news. After Flash was proclaimed king, he and Dale and Zarkos built a spaceship and started to survey the kingdom. Suddenly, the ship began to fall. Zarkos calculated they were heading straight for the Earth, but he didn't have any idea just where they would land. These thrilling adventures of Flash Gordon and Jungle Jim are pictured each Sunday in the Big Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. The spaceship containing Dr. Zarkos, Flash, and Dale is falling away from the planet Mongo towards the Earth. But let's leave them for a moment. Come now with us to an island in the South Seas, down among the jungles of Malaysia. Two figures standing among the waving palms. One is a tall young white man dressed in khaki with a tropical sun helmet and a cartridge belt, an automatic .45 slung from his waist. He is Jungle Jim, beloved friend of all good men, no matter what their race or color may be. He stands wiping his perspiring brow as he talks to a powerful-looking native who is dressed only in a loincloth and a red turban.
Well, Cole, we're free again.
Yes, Master Jim. Bad white man almost killed us off for sure. We lucky be alive.
I'll say we are. I've been in some tough spots since I came down here in these jungles. But that encounter with that black snake Romney beats them all.
No good thing to be buried in ground to neck for ants to eat.
You said it, Kolu. Burying us up to our necks and pouring molasses over our heads to attract the ants was one dirty trick. It's a darn good thing that native boy saved us and gave us these guns.
Yes, Master Jim. Bad white man no hurt us anymore.
No, Kolu.
What we do now, Master Jim?
We'd better be getting back to our own camp.
No have boat, Master Jim.
Well, let's look around. Romney must have a canoe someplace around here. Search that brushwood, Kolu. I'll look in these palms.
Yes, Master. Kolu, look, see.
Of course, if we can't find the canoe, we'll have to hike it. Find anything, Kolu?
No sea boat here.
Try over that way more, Kolu, near the river.
Yes, Master. Kolu, look, see.
I'm sure he must have hidden one around here. No sign of it, Kolu?
No sea, Master Jim.
I can't find any trace of it here either. I guess it must be... Kolu!
Huh?
I found it. Come quick. Here's Romney's canoe.
Coming, Master.
And he even left paddles in it.
Good you find boat, Master. Better for us leave this place right now.
You're right, Kolu. Here, grab hold of one end. And that's it. Now heave. We'll carry it to the river. All right, Kolu. Let go. Get in the bow. That's right. I'll shove us off. You help with the paddle.
Yeah.
Now we're off. And goodbye to this place.
All quiet here. No Tuan around here.
No. It doesn't look like there's anybody around here, Kolu.
No Tuan bother us now, Master Jim.
That's right. Nobody will bother us for a while. Paddle a little harder, Kolu. I'm going around the bend. What's that?
Wildcat, Master.
Kolu, look. A white man near the shore. The wildcat has put him off from his camp.
White Tuan see us, Master.
Help! Help! We're coming! Don't move! Whatever you do, don't move! Paddle! Paddle, Kolu, paddle! Now, hold it steady, Kolu. I'll get a beat on the paddle.
Good shot. I say, how can I ever thank you?
Pull in the shore, Kolu. Don't try. Glad I happened along.
Let me give you a hand.
Oh, thanks. You're in a tight spot, sir.
Yeah. Bless my soul, I should say I was. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chalmers, the Reverend Manley Chalmers.
Pleased to meet you, Reverend Chalmers. I'm called Jungle Jim in these parts, and this is Kolu.
Delighted to know you both, I'm sure. Come and meet my wife. We pitched camp up there for the night. We're on our way to our new mission.
Mission? You work for one big fella master on top in the sky?
Yes, my friend. I am engaged in the work of God. But where did you learn of him? From Mr. Jim here?
Yes, Tuan. Also from other mission Tuan. Hear all about when die. Go on top along. Good fella master.
Kolu is a good boy, Reverend.
I'm sure he is. By the way, have you had your dinner?
Well, no.
Then you must come and have some with us. I've just come down to the river for some water when that wildcat sprang out from the bush and cornered me. I'll get the water now.
Manley? Manley! What happened?
Quite all right, my dear. No cause for alarm. This young man just shot a cat.
Oh, I was so frightened when I heard the shots. I was afraid you'd run into bandits.
Mary, my dear, allow me to present Uncle Jim.
Oh, how do you do?
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
And this is Kolu.
Kolu?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank goodness it wasn't anything more serious than the shooting of a cat.
Yes, my dear. I've invited Jungle Jim to have dinner with us.
Why, of course. It'll come right on up to camp.
Oh, thanks, ma'am. Kolu.
Yes, master.
Pull the canoe well up on shore.
Yes, Master Jim.
Lonely bit of a place to have darkness overtake you, isn't it?
Yes, Reverend. But Kolu and I know our way around here pretty much. You're a stranger hereabout.
Yes.
That makes a difference.
All the difference between being safe and being attacked by heaven knows what.
I've my motorboat moored in that little cove around there. Mrs. Chalmers feels better sleeping on the land, so whenever night is coming on, we stop and pitch camp.
Are you a trader, young man?
No, not exactly, ma'am. I came down here originally to capture wild animals and train them for circuses.
Oh?
And then the first thing I knew, I was getting into one adventure after another.
I see your point. You're an adventurer.
Well, in a manner of speaking, but not the way you mean, sir. I try to right wrongs, not make them.
Yes, of course. There are adventurers and adventurers, my dear chap.
Well, for instance, there was a man named Dirk Romney who called himself Hawk Bruder.
Was? Is he dead?
Yes, ma'am, he's dead. He died very suddenly. Well, as I was saying, this Hawk Bruder was chief of a band of river pirates. He was the black sheep of a good English family.
Oh.
You may have heard of his brother, Craig Romney, Reverend.
Craig Romney? Yes, indeed. Well-known explorer. Died someplace down here, I believe.
Yes, I buried him.
Indeed.
He was murdered by his brother Dirk.
Oh.
And his wife and baby were kidnapped by the pirates.
How terrible.
They held me up as I was starting out in my canoe. I was unable to rescue the woman because they threatened to throw her and the baby overboard unless I surrendered.
What?
At that time, I had no idea who she was.
How did you find out?
As the big war canoe came near me, I saw the young woman put the baby's nursing bottle into the water. After they left, I got it and found a note inside telling me her name.
I say, but how did you find her husband?
I figured it out. The woman's clothes were crisp and fresh-looking, so her camp couldn't have been far away.
Very clever.
I noticed the direction from which the war canoe came, went that way, and soon found the Romney camp.
And the young woman's husband was dead?
Yes, ma'am. And so were his two assistants.
Oh, my.
Well, I buried them and raised 2 wooden crosses over the graves to mark the spot. I'll show you where they are, Reverend. Your people back in England may be interested.
Indeed they will. Thank you. I'll see that the bodies are taken back home.
But how did you know the brother had committed the crimes, young man?
Well, ma'am, I found Craig Romney's diary in which he said there was only one man in the world he feared, his brother.
By Jove, why, this is like a mystery story, isn't it, Mary?
Yes, indeed.
How did you locate the missing brother?
By accident. That night, as I slept by my campfire, the diary was stolen from my kit bag. In the morning, I saw imprints of bare feet in the sand. I followed and came upon a sprawled body.
Of the other Romney?
No, it was a native. With his dying hand, he managed to scrawl in the sand the statement that he had stolen the book from Hawk Bruder. And Bruder, when he got it, shot him down.
Oh.
Ghastly.
Well, I figured that book was only of vital interest to one man.
To Craig Romney's brother?
Exactly. I trailed this Hawk Bruder, but got captured by him.
But how did you escape?
The brother of a native Bruder killed in cold blood saved us and brought us revolvers. When he took us to where Bruder was, Bruder made a move to shoot me, but my hand was quicker than his.
Yes, we understand.
Oh, thanks, Reverend. Well, Kolu and I were starting back...
What's that? Master Jim. What is it, Kolu? Master, come quick. Something fall out from sky. Big silver bird without wings.
What does he mean?
I don't know, ma'am. What are you talking about, Kolu?
Come quick, Master Jim. Kolu show you where big silver bird land with big noise. Kolu must have seen what caused that crash a moment ago. Show us, Kolu. Quickly now.
It sounds like an airplane, but I didn't hear its engine.
Look, Look over there, in bushes.
Why, what can it be?
Bless my soul, I never saw such an odd machine.
It's some kind of airplane. There must be somebody in it. Come along, Reverend.
Certainly, I'm right with you. But, where could it have come from?
Well, that's what we'll find out in a minute. If anyone's left alive to tell us. Hurry, Cole.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, Reverend.
I say, it is some kind of an airship.
And there are 3 people in it. Let's get them out. Stand back, sir. I'll break the window with my revolver butt.
Whatever sort of costumes are they wearing? I never saw anything like them.
Oh, never mind that. Let's get them out. The girl first. Right. She's still breathing. Now, easy now. Easy. Come on now. Lay her down here while we pull the other 2 out. Come on, Polo. Give me a hand.
Oh, a girl. A girl, is she hurt?
Yes, attend to her, Mary. There are 2 others that we must look after.
Easy, Polo. Easy now. That's it. That's it now. Look, this one's coming too. It'll be all right in a minute. Get the other fellow, Colo.
Yes,
Dale. Flash. Where are you?
They speak English. Well, who can they be?
this fellow, Master. He opening eyes.
Dale. Are you all right? Take it easy, old man. Everybody's all right. But you've had a nasty crack-up. Who are you?
I'm Flash Gordon. Where's my fiancée, Dale Arden?
My wife is attending to her. She'll be all right soon.
Who are you? Where are we?
I'm Jungle Jim, and this is the Reverend and Mrs. Chalmers. Yes, sir. My boy Colo saw you crash and brought us here. You're in the Malay jungle. Where are you from?
Mongo.
Mongo?
The girl is asking for someone by the name of Flash.
Dale, darling, I'm here. Are you all right?
Yes. Are you all right? Where are we?
We're back on the earth, dear. Somewhere in the jungle.
Flash. Dale.
Yes, Zarkov. We're safe among friends.
Thank God.
Amen.
Where is this place called Mongo?
Don't ask me. Ask Dr. Zarkov there.
It is a newly discovered planet. We landed there in a rocket ship and were marooned. Zarkov? Are you the famous Dr. Zarkov who was lost about 2 years ago? Yes. Somebody still remembers me. Remembers you, of course. What a sensation when the news gets out. Imagine you're returning.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what this is all about.
Well, it's a most fascinating mystery which will no doubt now be cleared up.
Yes, that's right. It's a long story, but right now we'd like some food and some sleep.
And some decent clothes.
And you shall have all 3. My camp is right over there.
Thank you. Are you able to walk, Dale?
Yes. My head aches, but I'll be all right soon.
We are lucky to escape without serious injuries. Or worse. You are indeed.
Where were you going, Gordon?
Well, that doesn't matter now. But since we're here, we're going to get back to the good old USA as soon as we can.
Well, after you've recovered from your crash, we'll see about getting you to the mainland somehow. You can get a boat from there.
Thanks. You see, Dale and I want to be married as soon as possible. That's why we're in such a hurry to get back to civilization.
I see. Well, of course, that's sort of out of my department, but maybe the Reverend here can fix you up, Gordon.
Oh, will you, Reverend?
Yes. Will you, sir?
Well, that is something that can't be decided in a hurry, my young friends. Suppose you come back to my camp and we'll talk it over.
Be sure to be with us next week at the same time for the next episode of Flash and Jungle Jim. It looks very much like a wedding is to brighten the age-old silence and mystery of the jungle, and of course you don't want to miss that. By the way, how about your poster stamps? Are you cutting them out of the Comic Weekly every Sunday? Well, be sure to get your Comic Weekly next Sunday with your Hearst Sunday newspaper, where you will find another half page of these colored poster stamps drawn by real artists, specially for you. And then next week at the same time, be our guest at a real jungle wedding, which will feature the next chapter in the adventures of Flash and Jungle Jim.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
It isn't a smiling Irishman, and I didn't drive months mad. Thanks for the gag, Rochester.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Leo DeRocha, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And in case you're doing your Christmas shopping early, my name is Kenny Delmar. Last Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, an Army Air Force crew completed a record-breaking non-stop flight from Guam to Washington, D.C. in a B-29. Tonight we bring you a man who will never again B-29, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I had the misfortune to overhear that joke there. A man who will never again be 29. You are sharp tonight, Kenny.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
You are as sharp as either end of a butterball on a warm day. But I read about that flight from Guam to Washington. Those AAF boys broke the non-stop, non-fueling record.
Yeah, well, who held the old record?
The old record was held by Superman, Kenny.
Superman?
Yes, when Superman flew, he was handicapped by adverse weather conditions. He got caught in a storm, as I remember, over Alaska. Ice formed on the hem of his cape. Headwinds ripped off his jersey. His credentials were blown away.
Well, if Superman, if he landed without that big letter on the front of his jersey, how did people know who he was?
Well, Superman is a contortionist, Kenny. He made a mess of himself. For holding that record.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, just in time. Say, tell me, did you enjoy your Thanksgiving dinner? And no turkey jokes, please. I heard so many turkey jokes this past week, feathers started growing out of my radio. It's molting around the antenna.
Well, Mama and I went to a hotel Thanksgiving.
Oh, for your dinner?
Yes. The chief cooked a wonderful meal.
The chief? You mean the chef, don't you?
The cook at the hotel is an Indian.
Oh, the Algonquin. I think about it. Say, you and your mother must be stepping out.
Oh, Mama has to. She's in the social swim.
Really? If your mother is in the social swim, she's going down for the third time. Your mother thinks society is something they have for the prevention of cruelty to animals.
Mama's...
Audubons. They have a society for the prevention of cruelty to Audubons, too.
Mama's going to the opera tomorrow night.
Oh, really? The riffraff getting in this season? That's right. The Met is opening this week. All the big opera stars will be back here in town. Lawrence Melchior, Lily Pons, Singing Sam, Andy Russell. Is your mother going formal? Is she wearing her mink knickers?
Mama's wearing her new backless evening gown.
Oh, backless?
Uh-huh. She wants to show off her new tattoo.
Tattoo?
On Mama's back, it says, "Buy Victory Bond."
Oh, boy. Some slogan.
Oh, it works out swell.
Well, how do you mean?
Between her shoulder blades, Mama has a little mole.
And?
In the word victory,
Yeah?
the mole dots the I.
The mole, and imagine the mole knowing that much about grammar. Well, with your mother... If it ever gets low someday, it'll be a comma. But with your mother's shoulder blades, the whole thing must be in parenthesis. And speaking of parenthesis, your mother is a parent, and this is a good time to start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question for tonight?
Well, Portland, this past week, President Truman recommended a 5-point national health program to provide free medical care for the nation's sick. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to the president's health plan?
Shall we go?
As one glutton said to the other glutton, let's cram. Well, here we are, regardless of the traffic. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I'll see if Senator Claghorn is in.
Somebody knock. Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
I know you.
I'm from Dixie.
Now, look,
Thanksgiving, that is. I only ate the part of the turkey that's facing south.
Senator, I know you're from the South.
Well, no man living can make me wear a union suit. What's on your mind, son? Speak up.
Well, if you give me half...
This is America, son. You got free speech.
I'm trying to exercise...
Well, go ahead and talk, son. Don't wait to be prodded. Prodded, that is.
Look, I know what prodded is. Now, just inhale for a second there, Senator, and answer this question. How does Washington feel about the president's health program?
Now listen to this, son.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste any more here. We had a big debate in Congress. Somebody was running down Senator Hill. Running downhill, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke.
When you hear something funny, laugh, son.
Well,
I know I wasted another one on you. Well, now admit it, son. You ain't much of a wit.
Look, Senator, what do you think will happen if the government provides money for our medical care?
Things will boom, son.
Well, how do you mean things will boom, Senator?
If people can get paid for being sick, they'll all lay down.
I see.
With 130 million Americans flat on their backs,
yes,
things will be looking up. Up, that is. I just thought of something. Remember Stonewall Jackson?
I'll keep him in mind. Well, that takes care. I like to stake Stonewall apart and throw a rock at a time at the senator. Well, now let's see what's on Titus Moody's mind tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, frankly, you look a little tousled tonight.
I just got up.
You were in bed all day?
No, I fell down. I just got up.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, what do you think of the president's new health program?
I could have used it 40 years ago.
Oh, you mean as a baby you were sickly?
Yeah, doctor said I was anemic.
Oh, you had no blood?
If a mosquito lit on me, he was wasting his time.
Gosh.
If I cut my finger...
The cut wouldn't bleed?
It could just hiss a little and pucker.
How did they cure you?
Every day the doctor give me a shot in the arm.
And all these shots?
When I was 5-year-old, I was all shot to health.
Good. And you haven't seen a doctor since?
You know the old saying, Bob, a duck a day.
Oh, no, you mean an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
I eat a duck a day.
A duck?
My doctor's a quack. So long, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody looks as though he's been eating decoys. Well, let's try this next house.
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Catherine Slapburn.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you happy about the president's plan for free medical care?
Coming a little closer, I'm having a secret.
Oh, a secret, huh? Another atom bomb?
Another Nussbaum.
You mean...
All that teensy-weensy garments I am crotcheting.
Oh, yeah. You're crotcheting the garments.
And little boots bootsies I'm buying.
Little bootsies.
Didies I'm cutting. Lullabies I'm lining. Rockabye.
Now, look, just let me interrupt your hit parade for a second there. Is your husband, Pierre, making plans, too?
Then the stork is flying in for a landing.
Yes?
Pierre is standing by to shout, Roger!
Roger. Well, you have no doctor's bills to pay.
This is giving Pierre an idea to naming the baby.
Oh, you're naming the baby in honor of the president's plan?
The government is paying.
Yeah?
Pierre is calling the baby Shingle.
Shingle, why?
This one is on the house.
Oh. Well, that brings us to the last shack in Allen's Alley. Let's see what a knock here will do.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Why, it's the 5 DeMarco sisters. What are you kids doing here in Magee and Magee's house?
We're rehearsing our song in the middle of May. May, that is.
Well, let's see. Claghorn's children, huh? Well, let's see how the middle of May sounds now at the end of November, all right?
In the middle of May, he met a gal named June. Took her out do-lie-do, neath an August moon. And all through September, he kept admiring her charm. And all through October, they were locked in each other's arms. From November to January, the runaround began. February and March, he was a worried man. It was until April that she said, okay, and they were married in the middle of May. From November to January, it's on, the runaround began. February and March, he was a worried man. It was until April, she said, here comes the bride, and they were married in the middle of May.
Thank you, Maestro Al Goodman and the DeMarcos. And that brings us to Kenny, who has his topic well in hand. Kenny?
One topic that never loses its fascination is good food and how to enjoy it. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy. Yes, it pays to get Bluebonnet margarine. For Bluebonnet gives you not just one, not just two, but three important things. First of all, flavor. Delicious flavor. Fresh, delicate, country sweet. Flavor that makes folks smack their lips and say, I couldn't ask for a finer table spread. And remember, you get nutrition in Bluebonnet. Proved nutrition. Every fresh, sweet pound is rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. And it's economy to use Bluebonnet. It saves you real money. It costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. Delicious Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. The reputation of this fine old firm stands back of every pound. Get Bluebonnet at your grocer's tomorrow. The wonderful new margarine that gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All three.
Al Goodman and his synopsis symphonists have tried to play No Can Do, and it came out No Can Do as well. Yes, Portland, you wanted something?
I brought you an aspirin. You look all in.
Oh, I am partly in. It's that Christmas shopping.
Have you finished yours?
Yes, I bought my relatives a case of Bluebonnet margarine.
One case of margarine for 20 relatives?
They can spread it among them. It spreads, you know.
Did you buy anything for me, I hope?
Well, that's what started all my trouble, Portland. I went into Tiffany's. You know, it's always so quiet at Tiffany's. The atmosphere is so refined. Well, I was standing at the lavalier counter browsing. 6 Pinkerton men were holding my arms. At the next counter, suddenly I heard an argument. The salesman was saying...
I'm sorry, sir. I can't take. Listen, you meathead. If you lay a hand on me...
I'll pull your nose down your face so fast you'll think it's a zipper.
Leo DeRocha. Leo, what's the trouble?
I came in here to buy some cufflinks.
And I refuse to take his money. It's no good.
You're nuts. I've been spending this money for the last 2 months. Look at these bills, Fred.
Leo, this is Japanese occupation money.
I know. I'm loaded with it. I'm yen happy.
Say, that's right. I read that you and Danny Kaye spent 2 months entertaining our boys in Japan. How was your trip?
Wonderful, Fred. We flew over 32,000 miles to Manila, Guam, Kwajalein, Okinawa, Yokohama, Tokyo, and Korea.
Say, did you see that city where the first atomic bomb was dropped?
Yes, Fred. We flew over Hiroshima for about half an hour.
It was a shambles, huh?
A shambles? It looked like Ebbets Field after a doubleheader with the Giants.
Well, what about that city where the second bomb landed, Nagasaki?
Well, you know that old song, Back in Nagasaki, where the fellows chew tobacco?
You mean in Nagasaki?
They haven't even got a cuspidor left.
Tell me, did you see General MacArthur over there?
Yes, Danny and I saw General MacArthur in Tokyo.
What did the general say?
He just said hello and went back to adding up his points.
Did you meet any of your Dodger players on the trip?
Yes, I did. I saw Kirby Higbee, one of my pitchers in Manila, and Rube Melton hitchhiked 150 miles to visit me in Tokyo.
No kidding. I guess you ran into a lot of Dodger fans with the GIs, too.
You'll find Dodger fans all over the world, Fred. I met them everywhere. They're great guys.
Well, now that you're back, Leo, I suppose you're going to take it easy?
No, Fred. I'm going to start worrying about the team for next season.
Leo, every season you worry. For what? Why don't you give up baseball?
Give up baseball? What will I do? I'm too old for radar.
Why, you've just finished entertaining hundreds of thousands of GIs. You can go into the theater.
Who wants to be a stagehand?
What stagehand? You can be a star. Why, I'll put you in my show.
Your show?
Leo, I have written a new opera. It's based on pinafore.
I've seen a lot of pinafores on Broadway. The Hot Pinafore, Hollywood Pinafore, Memphis Bound was pinafore.
I know, Leo, but my show is different.
What is it called?
The Brooklyn Pinafore. And you will be the star, Leo.
But, Fred...
Look, the Brooklyn Pinafore starring Leo DeRocha. The first scene in my opera is the bleachers at Ebbets Field. It's the big game between the Giants and the Dodgers. Brooklyn rooters are sitting around in their underwear. Ushers are running up and down the aisles with rocks looking for Giant fans. Peddlers are going through the stands selling raw meat sandwiches for the kiddies. And as the curtain rises, we have the opening chorus. The bleachers sing...
We're the loyal Brooklyn fans. For the Dodgers we are choiping. We throw bottles from the stands. And from soda pop we're poiping. When the Dodgers are flops, we start blowing our tops. To the Giants we'll never yield. When the bums finally score, we cut loose with a roar. To the rafters of Abbott Field. Ahoy, ahoy, them bums, we're loyal to our Dodgers, ahoy!
And then, Leo, the Dodger team runs out on the field. The stands break into a cheer. Flatbush, Greenford, Thorough, Hall. Who's the team with something on the ball? Dodgers! Dodgers! D-O-J-E-R-S! Dodgers! And then, Leo, you run out of the dugout.
I come on?
Yes, Leo. You stand right near home plate. The rest of the team kneels around you in a semicircle. The infielders have lavender bats. The outfielders have mandolins with mother-of-pearl picks. The crowd quiets down as you step up to the microphone and sing.
I am the captain of the Dodger team.
And a right good captain he.
I am quiet and subdued, and they say a little crude, but I frighten rather easily.
He is quiet but he frightens rather easily.
Bad language and abuse I never use. No one do I intentionally hurt, though heavens I may occasionally say, I never call an umpire jerk.
What, never?
No, never.
What, never?
Well, hardly ever.
He's never called an umpire jerk. So give a cheer and give a shout for the Dodger captain with a big loud mouth. So give a cheer and give a shout for the Dodger captain with a big loud mouth.
That was great. Great, Leo. If Rudy Valley is listening in, he'll never know another good night's sleep.
What happens next, Fred?
Well, now, Leo, comes your big love scene. The game starts, and as you're standing in front of the dugout, something hits you on the ear.
A pop bottle?
No, Leo. It's a rose. Someone has thrown a rose.
At Ebbets Field?
Well, this is a fantasy, Leo. You look up, and there she stands, the beautiful mystery girl. She speaks.
It was me that trun the rose, Leo.
Mystery girl, you're back.
Yeah, I come to wish you luck against the Giants, Leo.
You bring a message, fair one?
Yeah, Leo. Go out and light them slugs!
Mystery girl, I cannot conceal my love for you any longer.
Please, Leo.
You don't love me?
Love you, Lippy. I'm carrying a torch for you that could light up 2 night games.
Then why won't you marry me?
You gotta get me old man's okay, and that's gonna be tough.
Well, who is your father? Mystery girl, who are you?
You wanna know who I am? Okay, I'll tell you. I'm called Little Bobby Socks. Sweet little Bobby Socks. My heart for you, Lippy, could voice. Before you make me your mate, let's get this one fact straight. Frankie Sinatra comes first. I'm sweet little Bobby Socks. Dear little Bobby Socks, but I'm not getting younger, you see. Too long I have tarried, but since Frankie's married, it's Lippy DeRosa for me.
Leo, that love scene will make people forget Mr. Anthony and Cleopatra. Wallace Beery and Marjorie Maine couldn't have done it any better.
Well, what's the next scene, Fred?
Now it's the big climax, Leo. Get this picture. It's the last half of the 9th inning. 2 men out. The crowd is going crazy. You step up to the plate. I'm the umpire behind the plate. We hear Red Barber over the loudspeaker saying,
"What a game, folks. Leo DeRosa's at bat. Leo is the Dodgers' only hope. 1 run can tie the game. The crowd is tense. Cockeye Allen, the umpire, yells, "Play ball!" There's the pitch. DeRosa swings. It looks like a home run, ladies and gentlemen. Leo is rounding first base. He's around second, around third. He's heading for home. The ball is coming in. Leo's going to slide.
You're out! Out! Why, you lardhead, I was safe a mile.
Quiet, you. I'll knock you flatter than your singing voice.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll slap your head up into a point, and then I'll round it off.
Says who?
Says me.
I'll pull that big tongue of yours out so far you'll think you're wearing a red muffler.
Yeah, you fat as mustache.
Your sister's sideburn.
Your grandmother's goatee.
Your aunt's Van Dyke. I said you're out. The game is over. The Dodgers lose.
Oh, yeah? I'll beat your brains out. Give me that bat.
Halt! Cease!
Little Bobby Sock. You.
Put down the bat, Lippy.
But it's only Cockeye Allen, the umpire.
He is also your future father-in-law.
Mystery girl, you mean that...
Cockeye Allen's my old man.
What's the meaning of this, Bobby Sox?
Leo wants to marry me, Cockeye, don't you, Leo?
Me marry an umpire's daughter? They'll throw me out of who's who.
You'll forgive Cockeye, won't you, Lippy?
Well, if you say so, Bobby Sox. Shake hands, Cockeye.
At last, an umpire hears a kind word in Brooklyn. I may be an umpire, Leo, but I ain't really a bad guy.
I know, Cockeye, but with those thick glasses, how did you ever become an umpire?
I'll tell you the whole sad story, Leo. When I was a lad, I could not see a hand held up in front of me. In spite of how I'd squint and peer, I couldn't tell my father from my mother, dear. My eyes were oh so very, very weak, that now I am an umpire in the National League.
His eyes were oh so very, very weak, that now he is an umpire in the National League.
As the years went by, I grew up a schnook. My eyes were so bad I couldn't read a book. The army took me, but they sent me back. I tried to kiss the general because I thought he was a whack. I'm still half blind with no physique. That's why I'm an umpire in the National League.
He's still half blind with no physique. That's why he is an umpire in the National League.
As an umpire, I gained great fame. I called a player out who wasn't in the game. Another decision which you may have heard, I'm the guy who made Greenberg stay on third. My life is a failure, I'm up the creek. That's why I'm an umpire in the National League.
His life is a failure, he's up the creek. That's why he is an umpire in the National League.
And then there's a happy ending, Leo. I give you permission to marry my daughter, Bobby Sox, and the entire ensemble joins in the big finale.
All of Brooklyn's feeling blue, 'cause the roaches getting wet. To an umpire's daughter who he needs like a hole in the head.
With me as Lippy's wife for the rest of our life, we can fill and cool.
But before you take her hand, you must first understand, I'll get no more lip from you. Swear never, no never, what never? Well, hardly ever. My lip I will button up when you say batter up, even though games you will rob. I'll be ever discreet, so tender, so sweet, and soon I'll be out of a job.
So give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the Dodger captain who won't talk no more. So give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for this concludes the Brooklyn Pin of War.
Attention, please, while Kenny tells us about a lady we all know well.
She is famous everywhere for her beauty, her good taste, her dress, and her home. That's the American woman. She is graceful, witty, wise, and above all, practical. That's the real reason that Mrs. America prefers Tenderleaf Tea-Balls over all other kinds, because they are so practical. The advantages of Tenderleaf Tea-Balls make them first choice of the nation. They're better in every way. Made with famous for flavor Tenderleaf brand tea, assures you cup-quality, delicious flavor. And put up in those individual packets makes it easier, more convenient, more gracious to serve. It adds to your enjoyment of finer tea. The packets are tasteless filter paper, a modern improvement. Your tea is filtered, clear as it's being made. And each Tenderleaf ball means a world of quick comfort when you need it most. Just drop one in a cup, add boiling water, and your tea is made. So for every good reason, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea balls.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Leo DeRocha, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Wallace Beery. Good night, and thank you very much.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You know, Mr. Dillon, on evenings like this, I feel kindly towards everybody.
Is that so, Chester?
Yes, sir. It's so peaceful. There's no cowboys hoorahing up and down Front Street, no shooting, no fights, almost no nothing.
Well, that doesn't upset you, does it?
Oh, my, no, Mr. Dillon. I like it this way. Puts me some in mind of Texas.
Texas?
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, I don't mean there isn't some dust raising done down there from time to time. Why, sometimes Waco don't cool off from sunset to sunup.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to walk down to the Texas Trail, Chester, and have a beer with Kitty.
Well, sir, I'll just sit here and think some.
All right.
But I'll come get you if anything happens.
Yeah, you do that, Chester.
Hello, Matt.
Ah, Kitty.
I was kind of looking for you.
Oh, you got time for a beer?
Sure. You want to go over to a table?
Oh, the bar's cooler. Sam, set up some beer for me and Miss Kitty, will you?
Why, sure, Marshal.
There you are. It's kind of quiet in here tonight.
The whole town's quiet, Matt. Too hot for trouble, maybe.
Sometimes heat brings trouble, Kitty. Makes people ouchy.
Kitty, bring your beer and come over to the table. I need more luck.
Sorry, Webb. I can't right now.
Of course you can. Come on.
I said I'm sorry, Webb.
Your friend will wait for you.
Webb, this is Marshal Dillon. Webb Johnson.
How are you?
Marshal, you won't mind if I take Kitty away for a while, will you?
I think Miss Kitty gave you her answer.
I heard what she said. But maybe she feels kind of obligated to stay, seeing as you're a marshal.
I don't figure my being a peace officer has anything to do with what Miss Kitty decides.
Maybe not. But most girls know which side of their bread the butter's on.
You better get back to your poker game.
Okay. But come over to the table, Kitty, when you're free.
How long's he been around here?
A couple of days, maybe more.
You know anything about him?
Not much. Plays poker mostly. He doesn't drink too much.
Gambler?
Well, I don't know if that's his profession, but he likes cards, and he's lucky. Figures he has quite a way with women, too.
Oh? With you?
He tries. We were talking last night. He offered me a job.
Job?
He says he's bought out the Longhorn Saloon. Wants me to come over and be his hostess there. Figures maybe some trade would follow me over.
So he bought out the Longhorn, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He must have some money with him.
He's not short.
Yeah, he's talky enough to cause trouble sooner or later.
Don't mind him, Matt.
Yeah. Well, I better get back to the office.
Will I see you later, Matt?
No, I don't think so, Kitty. I gotta work. Good night.
You sure you don't want to eat, Chester?
No, sir, thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon, but I already ate.
Oh.
I think I'll just walk on down to Depot, maybe.
The depot?
Yes, sir.
Chester, what in the world do you do down there?
Oh, Mr. Hightower and me just sort of sit around and socialize. Then besides, there's a train due in. Sometimes there's all sorts of things.
All right, Chester, I'll see you later.
Yes, sir.
Now, Jimmy, cook me up some potatoes, will you? 3 or 4 eggs and some of that side meat.
Yes, sir, Marshal.
It's the Marshal, ain't it?
Well, good morning, Mr. Webb.
Unless you're expecting company, you could ask me to sit with you.
Well, I don't mind.
Well, thank you.
How'd you make out last night?
In the poker game or with Kitty?
At cards.
Seems like everything I say sets you on edge, Marshal.
Maybe.
Well, I'll tell you, Kitty and I didn't quite hit it off, but I done fine at stud. Those boys, Ashton and Trasker, they play cards like boys. Afraid to push their luck.
Sometimes that's good.
Not at poker, it ain't. Leastwise, I walked home last night with their money in my pocket. Over 500.
That's good winnings.
It wasn't hard.
Miss Kitty tells me that you bought the Longhorn.
News traveled, don't it?
You a gambling man?
I don't make my living playing cards, if that's what you mean.
You going to keep on the same boys that are at the Longhorn now?
No, Marshal, I'm not. I've got my own way of doing things. Those boys might not understand. So I've got 2 dealers coming in this morning from St. Louis. We worked together before.
Here's your breakfast, Marshal. Fried up some onions for good measure. They kind of bring out the flavor of the eggs some.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
You want beer, coffee?
Coffee, I think.
Bring the pot over. I'll have some, too.
Yes, sir.
You don't like me much, do you, Marshal?
No.
Why not? Why don't you like me?
Well, for one thing, you talk too much.
That may be.
Let me give you some advice, Mr. Webb. This is an easy town to get killed in.
So I've heard.
So see to it that the Longhorn runs smooth and easy, huh?
Speaking of gambling.
Gambling or girls.
Well, now, Marshal, there's a lot of money in Dodge these days, what with the trail herds and the buffalo and all. I'd feel kind of bad if I didn't get my share of it.
The money that changes hands in the Longhorn is your business as long as it's honest. You just tell your St. Louis dealers to remember that.
You're mighty preachy for Marshal, ain't you?
I'm not interested in the morals of the citizens individually. But when it affects the peace of the whole town, it is my business.
Well, now, from the way you talk, I don't imagine you'd be interested in the percentage deal. Or would you?
Get out of here. And remember what I said.
Why, sure. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Marshal. That star on your chest don't scare me one bit. Well, good morning, Miss Russell, and how are you this morning?
I swear, I don't understand that Webb Johnson.
Sit down, Kitty. Have some coffee.
That's why I came by. I figured you'd be eating when there was no one at the office.
Chester's down at the depot waiting for the train.
Anything important, Matt?
No, just the train. He likes trains.
Matt, I had a long talk with Webb last night.
No?
Yeah, after the game broke up, he bought me some drinks.
He say where he was from, Kitty?
Missouri.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, you should have seen it, Mr. Dillon. My gracious alive. The train no sooner come to a stop. Hello, Miss Kitty. The train no sooner come to a stop and they begun getting off. Must be 15 or 20 of them.
15 or 20 what?
Girls, Mr. Dillon, girls. In no time at all, the depot platform was just plain crawling with them.
Well, they're going to work at the Longhorn.
The Longhorn?
That's right, Chester. Webb Johnson's bought it. Those are new hostesses.
Yeah, they're from St. Louis, Chester.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, it fair gives a man the shakes to see so many women all at one time.
Well, they'll keep, I think. You can go on back to the depot if you want. I'll see you later.
Well, don't you want to come look, Mr. Dillon?
Like he says, Chester. They'll keep.
And it was just 2 nights later that the Longhorn opened, with drinks on the house. First come, first served. It was about the biggest night Dodge had seen since the Opera House was built. Webb Johnson stood with his back to a bar that was loaded with hard-boiled eggs, fried onions, dried beef, pickles, while 6 bartenders tried to keep the thirst of Dodge in check. Chester and I sat back where I could watch the dice table and the new dealers. But it wasn't a night for trouble.
Well, Marshal Dillon. See you come to pay us a visit on opening night.
Hello, Webb.
Not drinking, Marshal. It's on the house, you know.
Not tonight, thank you.
Too bad. I've always made it a practice never to turn down anything free. Well, how about your friend here?
Well, yes, sir. I could use a little whiskey with some sugar in it.
I'll send one over to you. Oh, Marshal. Just by the way, you won't have to worry too much about my cheating the good citizens of Dodge out of their money. From what I've seen of them, it won't be too hard to take. I'll get one of the boys to bring you back that way.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Dillon, I know you don't like him, but in some ways he's not too bad, is he?
Chester, don't ever judge a man by the drinks that he buys you. I'll see you in the morning.
Return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, $10 seems like a small amount of money when weighed in the balance of a child's life. Yet a $10 care package, food or clothing, to the war orphans of Korea could easily save a child's life. These children have no parents, homes, or source of food. They are begging for just enough to eat. A contribution in any amount will help. Send it to your local care office, or to Care New York, or Care Los Angeles. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
More than 2 weeks passed in Dodge, and there wasn't any trouble to amount to anything. A couple of buffalo skinners got knifed in a fight the other side of the river, and that was all. I saw Webb Johnson a couple of times walking along Front Street, each time with one of his new entertainers, but I avoided going into the Longhorn unless I had to. I didn't want any part of him or his saloon. Chester. Chester.
Hey! Oh! Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Dillon.
Good evening, Chester.
I wasn't really sleeping, Mr. Dillon. I was just resting my eyes some.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, you see, I come back to the office after supper and kind of straightened out your papers some, and I just sat down at your desk to read a few reports, and I guess maybe my eyes got a mite strained.
Oh, I see. Chester, the way you've been working lately, are you after my job?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I wouldn't never be able to do that.
Well, I've been a little worried about it. You've been patrolling the town an awful lot at night lately.
Oh, that. Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Dillon, I've been keeping company, you might say.
Oh?
Yes, sir. One of them little... I think she cottons to me some. Olive Hasty, her name is.
Olive Hasty, huh? She one of the girls from St. Louis?
Yes, sir, but she isn't like the others. Oh, she's just as nice and polite. Why, she told me the other night that all she wants to do is find some nice place and settle down.
Oh.
She purely hates being in this sordid business. She's one of the finest...
Marshal Gillum?
Yes, that's right.
My name's Cook. Side Cook.
Mr. Cook?
I was thinking maybe you could help me.
Well, perhaps I can.
I'm looking for a man. I heard he took a train for Dodge about 2 weeks back.
Oh? Well, what's his name?
He called himself Sam Williams last time I saw him. Don't know what name he uses now.
Oh, there are 2 or 3 Williamses in Dodge, Mr. Cook.
Oh?
What did this man you're looking for have to mark him out?
Oh, nothing special. He's a young man, Marshal, maybe 35, 6. Big, too, with dark hair and black eyes.
Well, that wouldn't fit any of the Williams men I know.
His name wouldn't have to be Williams.
Yeah. Just why are you looking for this man?
I'm going to kill him.
That's a funny thing to tell a U.S. Marshal, isn't it, Mr. Cook?
I guess it is, Marshal, but I got my reasons.
Well, do you mind telling me?
No. I've seen a lot of gunfights in my time, and most always there's someone gets killed that had nothing to do with the argument. I figure it's best to stay away from people if there's got to be shots fired.
So
when I came into Dodge, I figured I'd find out from you if this man was here, and you could tell him to get out of town. I could kill him then out on the prairie somewhere.
I see. Well, are you sure you'll kill him? It could work both ways, you know.
Oh, I know that, but I'm an old man, so I don't have as much to lose.
Why is it you want this Williams so bad? What did he do?
It's not too long a story, Marshal. He was a Missouri raider after the war. He and some other fella come down to my farm one night. He took most everything we had, my wife and I. He was all pretty drunk, I guess. My daughter, she was about 17 then. Well, it's not a new story, Marshal. No.
Yeah.
I didn't have too much reason for staying on there in Missouri, and I've been following this man ever since. Not too fast sometimes, because it takes money to eat and travel. But I've been following.
You think he came to Dodge?
That's right, Marshal.
I see. Are you staying here, Mr. Cook?
I got me a room for tonight at the Dodge house. Maybe I'll be there for a day or so while I look around.
Yeah. Well, I'll remember what you've told me, Mr. Cook.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I sure hope I don't make you any trouble over this.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I know, Chester. I think it's Webb Johnson, too.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'll try to get Webb to leave town for a few days until I can get Cook there headed out somewhere else on a false trail.
But if that Webb Johnson really did that, shouldn't he go to jail or at least go to trial?
We don't know what happened at the Cook farm other than what he just told us. My guess is he won't ever tell us any more. He figures it's his business to take care of in his own way.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to go down to the Longhorn. Have a talk with Webb. Webb, I want to talk to you.
Well, sure, Marshal. What's on your mind?
Now, let's step down to the end of the bar, huh?
Now you sound like a peace officer talking.
Move.
Sure. You look mighty serious, Marshal. What's troubling you?
A few minutes back, a man came into my office. He's looking for you.
That so?
He knows you by the name of Sam Williams.
Most folks know me by the name of Webb Johnson. Your man must be thinking of someone else.
I don't think so. You could have changed your name.
Lots of men have.
And you fit the description he gave.
Suppose I am the one this man is looking for. What then? What's he want with me?
He plans to kill you.
I see. What are you going to do with him?
Nothing. He doesn't even know you're in town. He came to ask me if you were.
He's got a strange way of doing things.
Well, he may have his reasons.
Now, why are you telling me this, Marshal? Because you'd probably be just as happy if I got shot in the back.
Look, Webb, I want you to get out of town. Give me a chance to steer Cook out into the territory someplace. Get him clear of Dodge.
What for?
That way we can avoid more killing.
You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Look, Webb, I'm telling you, get out of town for a while.
So I ain't got no plans for leaving?
Sam Williams.
Hello, Si.
I've come a long way, Sam. Moving away from him, Marshal.
Now listen to me, Si. Now you turn around and go back out that door. I don't want any gunplay. And you turn around slow.
No use, Marshal. I found Sam Williams. And I'm going to kill him.
Now, Si, listen to me. I don't want you...
Move away from him. Go on!
Si.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, he was bound to get himself hurt sooner or later. He was crazy as a hooty owl.
Who did this, Webb?
Well, why do you ask me that, Marshal?
Because Cook told me why he held a grudge against you. Why he was looking for you.
You mean that story about the farm and his daughter-in-law? Well, now, what about it, Marshal? You couldn't prove nothing now, even if it was true.
All right. All right, a couple of you men drag this outside and dump it in the street. And you three, you'll carry Cook up to Doc's place.
You talk with Webb Johnson, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, Cy Cook was shot just 5 minutes ago.
He hurt bad?
He's dead.
Oh, my goodness. Webb Johnson?
No, I was standing beside Johnson. It was somebody outside.
Well, can't we go after him?
There's no use at night. He could take 20 directions out of town. Tomorrow's time enough.
Marshal Dillon.
Why, Miss Olive, what in the world?
Come here. You'll come after me. I've got to talk to you.
Well, what is it, miss?
I climbed out a back window and came right over. I know who Webb paid to kill that man.
What's that?
I was in Webb's room with him when he got the kid drunk and paid him the money.
What kid?
They called him Slim, that's all I know. It was maybe 16. I thought it was just a joke. I didn't know Webb really was going to have a man killed.
When was this?
Early this evening. One of the dealers came and told Webb he'd seen Cook in town. That's when it started.
You remember what Webb said to the kid?
Yes. Is it worth a horse and $100 to you to shoot a man? The kid was drunk and he laughed and said, what color was the horse?
You'd swear to this in a court.
Marshal, I'm scared. If I thought about it, I wouldn't have come. Maybe Webb will have someone shoot me.
All right, take it easy now, miss. Now, look, you'll be safe here.
You're not going to leave me here.
Chester, get me that shotgun.
Yes, sir.
And take one for yourself.
Am I going with you?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, Marshal Dunn, please.
You stay here now. All right, Chester, climb up on the bar. And shoot the first man that makes a move.
Yes, sir.
You two men, you're dealers. Get over against the wall. Now go on, belly up. I'll cut you in half. You make a move. All right, now where's Johnson? I said, where's Johnson? Where is he?
He's upstairs, Marshal, in the office.
All right, Sorrows, you're deputized. Stand by the door there. No one goes in or out.
Yes.
Chester, I'm going upstairs.
I've been expecting you, Marshal. Be no need to come upstairs. I'll meet you halfway.
I'm gonna die. Marshal, I'm gonna die.
You had your choice, Webb, like any other man.
I'm young, Marshal. I haven't had time enough.
I didn't want to kill you.
Marshal, I'm scared. Now I'm scared. Marshal.
All right. Gentlemen, cut loose and ride for home. Until further notice, the Longhorn Saloon's closed.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, Howard McNear, and Charlotte Lawrence. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Plasma is saving many lives that would otherwise be lost at the fighting front in Korea, but the reserve of plasma is almost exhausted. To make sure that an adequate supply is on hand at all times, the Defense Department is asking all of us to contribute blood to the armed forces. You can do so by making an appointment for this life-saving contribution at your local Red Cross or Blood Donor Center. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Alabama Barbecue from the 27th edition of the Cotton Club Parade. November, month of football games and hunger and appetites to match. This is the time when you want your meals to end on a note of joyful satisfaction. So this is the time to serve Jell-O. You can't fail to appreciate it from the first moment you spy Jell-O's warm, glowing beauty to the very last delicious spoonful. No other gelatin dessert can equal Jell-O's extra-rich fruit taste. Jell-O is first in favor because it's first in flavor. And Jell-O flavors come from fresh, ripe fruit. So always be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jell-O. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that leftover ghost from Halloween, Jack Benny.
Ooh. Hello again. Are you scared, folks? Well, Don, you look all in today. I'll bet you had the time of your life last night running around scaring people. I don't know, I imagine you're a little rascal on Halloween. Huh?
Well, Jack, I did ring some doorbells, rapped on a few windows, and, gee, a couple of times I had to run like the dickens.
Yeah? I knew you were up to no good. But tell me, Don, did you push over things?
Why, no, Jack, not in years.
That's right. Times have changed, haven't they, Don? But that's what I like about you, Don. You're still a kid at heart.
Yes, sir. Well, what did you do for excitement last night?
Oh, I had a lot of fun. I took my violin, and every time I came to an open window, I played Love and Bloom.
You did?
Yeah, gee, a couple of times I had to run like the dickens. Then after that, I went to a masquerade party at Phil Harris's house. You know, one of those parties where everybody comes in different disguises, you know.
Well, how did you dress, Jack?
Oh, I didn't bother much. I just stuck 40 candles on my head and went as a birthday cake. Funny, I didn't see you there, Don.
Why, I was there, Jack.
You were?
Sure, I sat on a plate all evening with a lot of sliced bananas around me.
Oh, you were that dish of Jell-O. Oh, certainly. Well.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Say, didn't you recognize me at the party?
No, Mary, I didn't know you were there. How are you disguised?
Well, I had on a big red hat with a long yellow feather, tan-button shoes. Then I had a brown fur piece around my neck, a parasol in one hand, and a bookcase in the other.
Well, Mary, what were you supposed to be?
A rummage sale.
Oh.
Say, Jack, you certainly looked funny with those candles on your head last night.
Oh, were you there too, Kenny? I didn't see you.
Sure, I was there. I got the first prize.
Oh, no kidding. You did? What was it?
And they let him wash the dishes.
Oh. Well, congratulations, Kenny.
Say, Jack, not changing the subject, but, well, come here a minute, will you?
What is it?
Have you ever voted?
Voted? Oh, sure, Kenny. Why?
Well, look, I'm going to vote next Tuesday for the first time, and there's only one thing that kind of bothers me.
Well, what is it, Kenny? I'll be glad to help you out, you know.
Well, I know where I'm supposed to go and everything, but... Well...
But what? What's bothering you?
Well, when you get in that booth and you pull a curtain around you, do you have to take a shower?
Oh, Kenneth.
Slightly formal, huh?
Gee, that guy doesn't know enough to come in out of the rain.
He does, too.
Don't be too short.
I won't. Say, Mary, who are you going to vote for, incidentally?
Oh, I don't know. I like Gary Cooper.
Gary Cooper. Well, he isn't running for president.
I don't care. I like him anyway.
Oh.
Well, Jack, by the way, what have you decided to do tonight? Is it going to be the minstrel show or Romeo and Juliet?
Why, the minstrel show, of course. I told you all about it last week. And it's kind of long, too, Don. I think we ought to get things started.
Okay. Right.
Look, Mary, straighten things out and put the chairs in a semicircle, you know, like
I don't know how.
Well, put them in a circle and then take half away. Okay? And you, Don, get all those jokes out of the mothballs and pass out the burned cork.
Okay.
Kenny, you know, you're going to be an end man. Are you ready for the minstrel show?
Am I? I haven't washed my face all week.
Oh.
He didn't wash his neck either.
Quiet, huh? Phil, play something until we get set, will you?
Righto.
Now, look, Mary, pass out the tambourines and let's get into the spirit of this. And, Don, be sure and put your wig on straight and then A Gentleman Down South, introduced by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present for your entertainment Doc Benny's world-renowned minstrels. The scene opens on the main street of that thriving metropolis, Sponge Cake, Missouri. Time, July 1st, 1906. Take it away, boys.
You folks will have to clear the street. The parade's a-coming. Mrs. Thistlepuss, keep your little boy on the sidewalk.
Come here, Elmer. Stay right close to your mother.
I want to see the parade.
Howdy, folks, howdy. This is Doc Benny's Minstrels back in your hometown. Glad to see so many bright and smiling faces here to greet us.
Howdy, Doc.
Howdy, Constable. Well, the old town looks mighty good. I notice you got some new salesmen sitting on the porch of the mansion house.
They ain't new. We just dusted them all.
Hey, Doc, is Kenny Baker with you this year?
Yes, ma'am, and singing sweeter than ever.
How about Don Wilson?
He's with us and jelloer than ever. I mean, jollier than ever.
Where's Mary Livingston?
None of your business.
Hey, Doc, Johnny Green with you?
No, sir. Johnny's with the Fred Astaire Minstrels this year and doing right well. Got a new end man this season, none other than Phil Shuffle-Along Harris.
Hooray!
So follow the parade, folks, to Simpson's Opry House. Remember, the show starts promptly at 2:30.
We now take you to Simpson's Opry House, where Doc Benny's minstrels are about to begin.
Let me see your tickets, please. B2 and 4. First two on the aisle. Thank you.
Candy, popcorn, and Cracker Jack. A prize in every package.
Jello, folks, get your Jello here. None genuine without the big red letters on the box. Right this way.
Tickets, please. Seats 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. Right this way, Mrs. Dion. Pardon me, sir. You can't bring your horse in here.
Well, I got a ticket for him.
All right, seat 1 and stall 2.
Candy, popcorn, Cracker Jack. Hay, oats, and water.
Tickets, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please for a few moments before the show begins. Now, I have here a selection of the latest song hits of the day, tunes they're all a-whistling. In the shade of the old apple tree, they made sweet cider on a bicycle built for two. Only a bird in a gilded cage down by the old mill stream, and I's a-muggin'. Thank you. Here you are, sir. All the latest songs, folks, takes me out to the ball game, Wait Till the Sun Shines Nellie, and their hangin' father at sunrise. That's the new swing tune. Get 'em while they're hot, folks. Have you got Sweet Sue? Had her, but she got away. Any other song, folks? Last chance before the curtain goes up.
Overture, overture. The Doc Benny Minstrels.
Bang, 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 you'll hear the tambours ring. The old-time gang will show you how they sing. And with a wang, 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 and a zing, a zing, a zing, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight. Gentlemen, be seated. Well, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir, Mr. Interlocutor.
How are you feeling this evening?
Well, sir, in the words of the poet, I scintillate.
Well, that's good. And you, Mr. Baker?
I'm feeling fine, Mr. Benny. Most insignificant. Yowza.
That's something. And how are you feeling, Miss Livingston?
Yahoo!
I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, Mr. Betty.
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Why don't you ask me how Mama feeling?
Be patient, Brother Wilson. I was coming to you.
Well, when you get here, I wish to convey that I'm feeling mentally and physically superfluous.
Well, what makes you so happy, Mr. Wilson?
I got a right to be. I got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they's both working.
Mr. Benny, you mind if I ask you a riddle?
No, go right ahead, Miss Livingston.
Well, what's the difference between you and a jackass?
See, we don't need an answer to that one, I think. I don't know. What is the difference?
A jackass wears a collar.
Well, so do I wear a collar.
Well, then I guess there's no difference.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Can you tell me the difference between a pretty girl and a jackass?
No, Mr. Baker, I can't.
Man, you sure must make some funny dates.
Now, don't get personal, Mr. Baker. Don't get personal.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, as long as everybody's asking riddles, I got one that will mangle you.
All right, Mr. Harris, let's hear it.
Why does I call my gal special delivery stamp?
I don't know. Why do you call your girl special delivery stamp?
'Cause she am stuck on something important.
Well.
I guess he's talking about me.
Why, Miss Livingston, I didn't know that you and Mr. Harris were strolling in the garden of romance.
Man, we not only strolls there, we hesitate.
Why, you don't tell me.
Yes, sir. And you know what Mr. Harris told me last night?
Button your lips, gal. I'm blushing.
Last night, he told me I was the 8th wonder of the world.
And what did you tell him?
I told him I better not catch him without a 7.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our silver-voiced tenor, Kenneth Sweet Stuff Baker, will favor us with a song and dance, his rendition of that ever-popular ballad, Can't You Hear Me Callin' Caroline?
I miss you in the morning when old Bob White gives his call. Caroline, Caroline, I miss at the sunset when the evening shadows fall. Caroline, Caroline, I miss you when the moonbeams out on the river shine. Oh, can't you hear me calling for you, Caroline? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline? It's my heart a-calling, darling. Lordy, how I miss you, gal o' mine. Wish that I could kiss you, Caroline. Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips a-saying? Can't you hear my soul a-praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
La 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 la.
He's dancing now, folks.
Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips a-saying? Can't you hear my soul a-praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
That was very good, Mr. Baker. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. That was rendered with feeling, sweetness, and tenderness.
I didn't like it.
Why, Mr. Harris, I noticed that you and Mr. Baker have been quarreling quite a bit of late. What have you got against him?
Nothing except he's dishonest, disloyal, and uncouth. That's all.
Oh, come now.
There's a fine way to talk after I invite you over to my house for dinner.
Who cares?
Don't you remember that nice fat chicken I served you?
Remember it, man. I recognize it.
Why, Mr. Harris, that's a bold allegation. You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me that Mr. Baker has been stealing your chickens?
Not only that, he's been taking them home and executing them.
Well, I am surprised. Why, Mr. Baker, don't you know the good book says thou shalt not steal?
Yes.
And don't the good book say thou shalt not kill?
Yes.
And don't the good book say thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's chicken?
Says we?
It says thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's chicken.
I didn't cover them. I just took them out the way it was.
He admits it, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir, and the next time I catch him round my hen house, I'm going to settle one question that folks has been discussing for a long time.
What's that?
Can the dead speak?
Control yourself, Mr. Harris.
I'm going to fill him so full of buckshot that the next time he takes a bath, he'll sink right to the bottom.
Who's going to take a bath?
If I ever catch you leaning over a river, you is.
Boys!
I'm going to run you so fast your vest pocket going to dip sand.
Anytime you do, I'm going to knock that bump right off your head.
I ain't got no bump on my head.
Well, I'm going to put one there and then knock it off.
Gentlemen.
Listen here, Mr. Baker. You lay a hand on my boyfriend, and 12 months from today, you'll be dead just 1 year.
Why, Miss Livingston.
Don't you worry none, honey. I'll knock that tenor singer so low he'll sing bass.
Listen at him.
Watch out, boy, 'cause 1, 2, 3, I'll be on top of you.
4, 5, 6, and you'll be right off again.
Boys, please.
You keep this up, and I'm going to walk over there and punch you right smack in the mouth.
Who is?
Me is.
How you gonna get back?
Mr. Baker, please. Remember what the good book says. Love thy neighbor.
I don't live next door to that mush mouth.
Is that what the good book says, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Well, you know what the cookbook says?
What?
Next to pork chops, Jell-O am the most delicious dessert in the world, and it comes in 6 scrumptious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Am I right, brethren? Hallelujah!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, Doc Benny, will render that touching little ballad entitled Asleep in the Deep, assisted by the Mississippi Four. Music, Professor. Loudly the bell
Clink, clink, clink.
in the old
Clink, clink, clink.
tower ring,
Plunk, 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 plunk.
bidding us listen
Clink, clink.
to the warning it brings.
Punk, 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 punk.
Punk! Sailor beware, sailor beware, danger is near thee. Beware, beware, many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. So beware, And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, every minstrel show has an afterpiece, and ours will be no exception. Tonight we are going to offer... Mary, come here a minute. Remember last Sunday our sponsor told us we couldn't do Romeo and Juliet?
Yes.
Well, I know a way we can do it tonight and disguise it so he'll never suspect.
How?
Leave it to me. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present our version of the greatest love story of all time, entitled Boy Meets Girl on a Balcony. We now take you to the balcony of the home of Juliet Johnson in Chattanooga, Italy. Curtain, music. Romeo and Julie were sweethearts, and oh, how that Romeo could love. Catch on, folks. Yum-ba-bum-ba. Hey, Julie. Julie.
Who's that calling me?
Oh, Julie.
That you, Romeo?
It ain't Hamlet.
I can't see you down there. Romeo, Romeo. Wherefore is you, Romeo?
Here I is, gal, right below yon balcony.
Well, get thee on that ladder, son, and come right up here.
Forsooth, honey, I'll be there forsooth. Here I come. I'll be right there, sugar.
Just a minute there, Rummy. Get thee down from that ladder.
Hush up, son. I'm a-sending to my lady friend, Juliet.
Move over, local. This is the express coming through.
Now, wait a minute, son. If you want to get up there, you build your own ladder.
I ain't no carpenter. I'm a lover.
Who is you, anyway?
Did you ever hear of Anthony and Cleopatra?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you subtract Cleopatra, what you got left is me.
Man, you in the wrong place. Get off that ladder.
Don't mess around with me, Romeo. Remember, flowers don't care who they lay on.
I understand, past friend. Gazoots.
Hey, Romeo. Romeo, is you coming up here or is you ain't?
Be patient, woman. Keep thy cloak on.
Here I
come. Slow but sure, that's me.
Hey, you get off that ladder. That's my gal.
Your gal?
Yes, sir. You just tell Julie that Mac is here, huh?
Mac who?
Macbeth.
Well, I'm Romeo. I'm going up that ladder.
To climb or not to climb, that is the question.
You see this here razor?
Yeah, sir.
Well, that am the answer. I better hide thee away, knave. I'm going to take my razor and shave you double close.
You do, and you gonna play Love and Bloom on a harp.
You mean that?
Yes, sir.
Well, pass, friend. Egad.
Romeo, what is detaining thou?
I'm caught in traffic, honey. This ain't no ladder. This is my highway. Well, here comes Julie. Here comes. I'll be right up there with you, honey.
Pardon me, brother, but you're standing directly in my path.
Who's you?
Othello.
Othello who?
Othello Jello.
Oh, then you is the merchant of Venice.
Yeah, that. Now, step aside, man.
Now, wait a minute, son. This is going far enough. This parade is going to come to a halt.
Brother, I'm warning you. I'm just going to ask you once more to let me pass. And if you say no, the next man you talk to is going to be St. Peter.
Does you know St. Peter personally?
No, but I sends him a lot of business.
Well, if that's the case, pass, friend. Doggone it. What is this, anyway? Hey, Julie.
What wishes thou, Romeo?
Can it be that you is unfaithful to me?
I ain't unfaithful, honey. I'm just popular.
Well, I only knows one thing. I'm the man who started at the bottom of the ladder and stayed there. I know what I'll do. I'll smash this ladder so nobody else can go up there. I'd like to see somebody else get up on that balcony.
Out of my way, half-pint. Hey, Julie.
Hello, big boy. Come on up here.
How's he going to get up? I done broke the ladder.
I don't need no ladder. I'm going to climb right up that wall.
You is? Man, who is you?
Tarzan.
Tarzan? Pass, friend, unhindered. Rap the dice, Phil. Rap, so die.
Everyone likes the excitement of thrilling new things, and that's one reason for liking Jell-O chocolate pudding. It's brand new, but it's also much more than that. It's the grandest chocolate pudding you've ever tasted since the days when you begged for it at home. You remember that mellow homemade flavor? Smoother, creamier, more chocolatey? Well, that's just what Jell-O chocolate pudding brings you. It's all yours to enjoy. Just listen to how easily you can make Jell-O chocolate pudding. Mix the contents of one package with some milk in the top of your double boiler, letting it cook until it's smooth and thick. Then when the mixture's cooled, pour it into sherbet glasses, and you're ready to serve chocolate pudding that's a real triumph of luscious goodness. Each package gives you 6 servings and sells for the same low price as Jell-O. Ask your grocer for Jell-O chocolate pudding in the morning. If he hasn't put it in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you. Remember the name, Jell-O chocolate pudding.
This is the last number of the 5th program in the new Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when we are going to present our version of 20th Century Fox's popular picture, Girls' Dormitory. We tackle anything, huh? Remember, folks, next Sunday night.
Oh, Jack, can I do the part Simone played?
Simone who?
Funny, I never can think of her last name.
Good night, folks.
Jell-O. The tune, The Night is Young and You Are So Beautiful, is from Billy Rose's Casa Manana. This program has come to you over the Red Network from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. 5 seconds before 9. Attention, one-day sale tomorrow at Leroy's. $47.50.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern in Beloved Enemy. Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap appreciate the loyalty that you have shown for this fine beauty care. Loyalty which enables them to bring you the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. This evening, you will hear Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp. As guests, Ted Lesser, head of Paramount's talent department, and Walter Hoffman, creator of special battle effects you see in films. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, across the vast dominion of Canada, countless families are enjoying the Lux Radio Theater for the first time. For tonight, 26 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation have joined our great network. We're indeed happy to welcome these new stations and their listeners. We sincerely trust that every one of our new friends will enjoy these Monday evenings in the Lux Radio Theater. A great many years ago in England, the wife of a Birmingham architect, agreeing with friends that it would be very nice for their city to have an amateur theatrical group, became the chief organizer of the Birmingham Repertoire Company. The good woman's enterprise later launched two of her fellow townsmen toward the pinnacles of international stardom. One was her son, Brian. The other was Madeline Carroll. When Madeline was attending the University of Birmingham, where her father was a professor, she was offered a contract by the Repertoire Company. To please her father, the offer was forgotten, and Madeline became a schoolteacher. But it was that unsigned contract that later inspired her with the determination to become an actress. You heard Brian Ahern here only a few weeks ago, but when Samuel Goldwyn gave us permission to bring Beloved Enemy to the air, we persuaded Brian to interrupt his work and be with us again tonight. We were equally fortunate to secure Madeline, for she returned to Hollywood only recently from abroad. Madeline's presence here is something of an anniversary. Those of you who were listening in at this time last December will recall her brilliant performance for us in Cavalcade, presented exactly 1 year ago. Tonight, she becomes Helen Athley, and Mr. Ahern is Dennis Reardon. Two great character actors will be heard in leading roles, C. Aubrey Smith as Lord Athley and Donald Crisp as Burke. Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. And Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. Mr. Crisp is next seen in Jezebel. And now, the Lux Radio Theater salutes the new year with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. In the year 1921, the fog-filled streets of Dublin echo to the martial sound of British troops, arriving under cover of night to stem the tide of Irish rebellion. On the side of Ireland, a young man fights blindly for his country's independence. A leader of the cause, he's unknown to the British, but known and loved by the Irish.
If the British ever catch him, the British will know he'll stick with Dennis Reardon. Aye, Dennis Starman. Dennis Reardon.
In the cold gray light of morning, after a night of terror, Dennis Reardon stands in a doorway, his hand raised to knock. He hesitates for a moment. Behind that door is a young wife, now a widow. He knocks quietly and the door is opened.
Dennis, come in. What is it, Dennis? What's wrong?
Kathleen.
Where is Sean? Where is my husband?
He's gone, Kathleen. Along with Donegal and Murphy. They did it themselves at headquarters.
They did it?
Aye, they blew up the place.
Oh.
They had to, Kathleen. It was a raid. They were raided by the British. If the records were found, it would have meant more lives than 3. And perhaps the end of the cause.
Where is he? Can I see him?
No, Kathleen.
They were crazy.
No, they were brave men.
And you're crazy too, Dennis Reardon. Oh, can't you understand? He was my husband. I loved him.
Quiet, girl.
Oh, what do you know about love? You've never let it come near you. You're ready to a cause. What good is that cause to me when he's dead? He's dead. Mother? Mother?
Take hold of yourself, Kathleen O'Brien.
That was a great noise, Mother. It's over now, boy. Go back to sleep. It's all over now. Is me father home, Mother? No, Father. Then can I sleep in a big bed till he comes? Yes. Yes, Father.
I'll have to be going now. There's a meeting of the committee. We'll not be forgetting him, Kathleen.
Nor will I.
Bombs. That's what it takes, gentlemen. Bombs talk loud and long. Tomorrow night, Lord Athley will be here from London. I vote we make a demonstration that will blow his lordship from the face of the earth and rock the very foundations of Ireland. It would, that, Mr. Burke, and that's why we'll not do it.
And who's to pay for the loss of O'Brien and his boys?
For 400 years, Ireland has been paying for the mistakes our forefathers made. The kind of mistake we must not make tomorrow. We are not a handful of conspirators meeting in a dark room, but the government of a free people. Remember that. It is not for us to make war on the diplomatic representative of another government. Lord Athley comes with clean hands, and we'll receive him with clean hands.
I agree with Dennis. We'd be buying trouble and shame if we blew up an innocent man.
And who's to say he's innocent? The decision's been made, Burke.
And who made it?
As Chief of Staff, I made it, and it stands. Lord Athley and his daughter will arrive tomorrow in peace, and I'll be there to see to it.
You'll be there? With £10,000 on your head? Are you mad, Dennis?
I'm not so mad as to think there's any good will come of wanton murder. On Lord Athley's boat, however, there is also a shipment of munitions.
Munitions, is it? Then we'll blow
No, Burke, control yourself. Jerry, what plans have you made for them?
Our little reception at the north wall. Now, I figured this. A cat backs out of the alley and runs across. I'd feel a lot better, Lord Athley, if you and Helen were in the armored car back there.
Nonsense, Colonel, nonsense.
But riding up here, sir, with the munitions, it's not safe.
I've never ridden in an armored car in my life. I'm not going to start now. How do you feel about it, Helen?
They always looked a bit stuffy to me, Father. There doesn't seem to be much cause for alarm. Where are all the people in Ireland? I don't believe I've seen one yet.
We've cleared the streets, Lady Helen. Precautionary measures.
That sounds like open warfare, Colonel Loder.
It amounts to that. Martial law, you know.
And I regret it. Can't deal with people until they have their civil rights. I'm here to see they get them.
Ireland and England. One nation and one people. Divided by a strip of water and the hatreds that men build.
Nonsense. It's all one empire.
Driver, yes, sir. Watch out for that cart. In the alley there. Watch out! Derek, street there. Sergeant, put a guard around Lord Athley.
Yes, sir. There's nothing wrong. It's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance. There's nothing wrong.
What's that?
I say it's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance.
What makes you so sure? Sergeant, arrest this man.
Yes, sir.
Bring him to headquarters. I want to see him there at once. And there you have it, Lord Athley. May have been an accident. Then again, you never know. Armored cars may be stuffy, but they're safe.
My apologies, Colonel Loder.
Our apologies, Colonel Loder.
Here's the prisoner, sir. Bring him in. Go on. Stand over there. What's your name?
Dennis Reardon.
What? You're taking a dangerous name, young man.
The best is none too good for me.
Did you find anything on him, Sergeant?
Just these letters.
No arms, sir. Thomas Casey, medical student. Well, Mr. Casey, what were you doing back there?
Well, I was riding the pusher. And,
pusher? A bicycle, my lord. Go on.
Well, I was riding the pusher, peaceful as you please, when all of a sudden I heard a crash. Brakes screaming and cars stopping. So I stopped. And then, would you believe it, I was hoisted into a lorry, pusher and all, brought up here and asked what I was doing back there.
You see, Lord Athley, you can't get a thing out of them. I'll let him go.
All right, outside. Go on. Go on home.
Oh, wait. Don't you think you ought to give him back his pusher?
Oh, thank you, miss.
All right, give it back to him, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, miss. That's very kind of you.
Go on now. Go on, you kids. Get away from this car. Get away.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
These kids, Lady Ellen, they're riding with chalk on the car. I've been chasing them all the time you was shopping.
Get off that car. Get off you.
No! Sergeant, that little one fell. Pick him up. Let me alone. Let me alone.
It's all right. We ain't gonna hurt you.
I'll take care of him.
Go on now. Up it. Go away, the rest of you.
Did you hurt yourself badly? Let me see. It's your knee, isn't it?
Don't you touch me.
I was a Red Cross nurse once, and even the other side didn't mind when we helped. Let me see. Yes, it's just a wrench. I'll take you home. Where do you live? Well, would you tell me your name?
My name is Father O'Brien. I hate you.
You hate me? Why? I suppose you have a reason.
My father's dead because of you.
Because of me?
Well, because of your people anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're quite a soldier for all your size. Are you sure you don't want to cry? Grown-up men do sometimes. It helps. Go on. Go ahead, Father. Is this the house, Father?
It is.
Carry him in, Sergeant.
Yes, milady.
Who's there?
Are you Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes, I am. What's it? Father is hurt.
Don't be alarmed. He fell and wrenched his knee. Put him down, Sergeant, and wait outside in the car.
Thank you for bringing him home.
Would you like to have a doctor see him?
Thank you. We can manage ourselves. She's nice, Mother. She has a nice smell.
You should be very proud of him, Mrs. O'Brien.
He's like his father.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. O'Brien. Could I be of any assistance? Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
They told me that Father was hurt. Have you called a doctor, Kathleen?
I should think a medical student like you could do well enough with a bruised knee.
No one can understand English jokes but the English. Now, let me see it. Oh, Father, I feel that you will live. Madam, I'm afraid this is the wrong section of Dublin for you.
We both seem to have a habit of popping up in the wrong sections of Dublin. Mr. Dennis Reardon, isn't it?
What?
You have a frightening memory for names, milady.
I wasn't apt to forget that one, Mr. Casey. Is there anything I can do?
Aye, you can keep your benevolence to yourself. You shouldn't have come here at all.
I brought Father home because he was hurt. Of course you think it was all a trick to get into this house so that I could spy on Father's family for my father. We especially hate little children whose fathers have just been killed. You will try to understand
I do understand you. You hate nothing and you love nothing. You live in your stuffy heads where no feeling ever enters. You people think you can kill us and still be our friends. It's an amazing kind of people you are, with ice in your hearts. Now go.
If you mean I'm not an unreasoning maniac like yourself, I'm glad I'm not. I came here because I wanted to help these people. But you wouldn't understand that because you're blind.
Oh, calm yourself, Lady Helen.
Fighting until you're all dead.
You needn't be so hot about it. Well, I imagine that's the first time in history that the Irish had to ask the English to calm down.
What is it, Sergeant?
Beg pardon, my lady, but there's a crowd collecting around the car outside. I'll have to hurry to a garage or I won't get there at all.
Oh. May I wait here, Mrs. O'Brien?
You may.
Thank you, my lady.
A crowd, is it? Kathleen, will you let Lady Helen take your bicycle?
Yes. It's in the alley.
Can you ride a bicycle, Lady Helen?
Yes. Must I?
Well, we don't like crowds in front of our houses. I'll show you your road. Will you come this way? Well, if I were you, I'd concentrate on riding and not on the bell.
Let me alone. I like it.
Are you tired?
No, not very.
But you don't mind if we stop while I fill my pipe, eh?
Oh, no, not a bit. You said you were just going to show me the road.
Well, that's what I've been doing.
You showed me a good deal of it. I imagine I can find the way now.
Oh, I don't think so. You'd never get back to Dublin.
Back to Dublin? Then this isn't Phoenix Park.
All Ireland is a park.
I don't understand why I have to cycle all over Ireland to get to my home.
I shall explain. From Kathleen O'Brien's house, there were two roads. The first were a men cycling through city streets. And with your kind of cycling, you'd have been killed for certain by an Irish lamppost. And this is by far the most pleasant road.
I see.
And it's only 10 miles longer. Well, you're not angry with me, are you?
No, of course not.
Ah, that's right, too. Are you hungry?
No, thank you.
Well, I am, and there's not a place for tea for a mile. You wouldn't care for a hatful of berries, would you?
No, Well, all right.
Good. There's a place by a stream, not far, where they grow so... Will you have some more berries?
Thanks, I've had enough, I think. What do you do besides going to medical school and riding around the country on a bicycle?
Would you really want to know?
No. On second thought, I don't believe I would.
Suppose I tell you instead what I'd like to do.
As if I could stop you.
It's a farm in County Galway I'd like. with some fine pigs and horses belonging to it, and a fine spirited woman in the house, making a great clamour all the day, and the children driving me crazy with their goings-on. In County Galway, where they've never heard of the troubles. What are you thinking?
I'm trying to picture your farm, and you on it. You belong there somehow, away from all this hate and bitterness, where men sing about dying for a cause, forgetting that it means they must kill for it. You're not like that. Not deep inside. When a man wants peace as much as you do, there's no room in his heart for hate.
I'm Irish. There's room for all.
Is there? I wish you had that farm. I hope you'll have it soon.
Do you now? Then tomorrow, maybe, you'll meet me at the Dublin market. I'll be buying the first pig. Will you help me pick him out?
No.
Why?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't.
Oh.
I have to go now. Is it straight down the road?
Yes, I'm sorry I can't go all the way with you. Business takes me elsewhere.
Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, how will I return the bicycle to Kathleen O'Brien?
Well, why not ride it back tomorrow?
All right, I will. Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, if I ride the bicycle in tomorrow, how will I get back again?
Ride it back.
But how will...
I have it. You take mine and I'll ride it back.
But how will I get yours back?
Meet me at the market tomorrow.
Never mind. I'll take it back now. Goodbye.
At 4 o'clock by the pig stalls. I'll be waiting.
Hello? Father, are you up and around already? How's your leg?
Oh, 'tis fine.
Look, I brought you something.
A present. Oh, thank you. But, I don't know if I should take it from an Englishwoman.
Oh, that's all right. We're all friends now. Look, Father, tell your mother I brought back her bicycle. I had a lovely ride with
With who?
Well, I don't know what you call him. I call him Dennis Reardon.
Oh, but Mother says we're never to call him that anymore.
What?
Never. She says we're not to call him by his right name.
Then we won't. We won't, Father.
You have just heard Act One of Beloved Enemy. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our play, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we're waiting for Act Two, we want you to listen in on Betty, who just got home from her job as a salesgirl in a popular Hollywood department store.
Child, you look all in. Was it a bad day?
Oh, you know, Mom, what the first week after Christmas is. Nobody ever guesses right about anybody else's size. And everybody comes back to the store to exchange what they got for what fits. Oh, my feet.
Why don't you take a short nap, dear? I'll have dinner ready in half an hour.
Oh, I'm too tired to even do that. Oh, there's the phone. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Bob. The Trocadero? I'd love it. In an hour. Goodbye.
Oh, Betty, you're not going dancing when you're so tired.
Now, Mother, don't worry about me. I'll just pop in a Lux toilet soap bath and I'll be out a new woman.
Well, I suppose if you must, you must.
Now, don't worry, Mother. When I relax in a nice warm tub full of Lux toilet soap lather, I can just feel all the aches and pains fading away. I'll be fresh as a daisy in no time, and dainty, too.
And later at the Trocadero...
Look, Bob, there's Joan Blondell. Isn't she gorgeous?
You're gorgeous enough for me. Oh, gee, Betty, you're swell to dance with. You're always so fresh and lovely. And your skin is so sweet.
Yes, and smart girls all over the country follow Betty's example. But now, let's return to our producer, our stars, and play. Mr. DeMille?
We continue with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll, with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. It's later the same evening. Helen has arrived at home, tired and dispirited, knowing that the young Irishman who asked for her friendship is Dennis Reardon. She's met at the door by a servant, who tells her that Lord Athley has been taken ill. She runs to his room and throws open the door.
Father?
Come in, dear.
Are you all right, Father?
All right, dear, yes. A little tired, that's all. And discouraged.
Discouraged? You?
Yes. This is the most hopeless position I've ever been in. I can't conceive a more dreadful situation.
War's a filthy job, Father. You know that.
War? It's Dennis Reardon. He's our war. Dennis Reardon, who strikes in the night and disappears like smoke in the fog.
Father, you mustn't excite yourself.
We've got to find him. If anything is to be done, we've got to bring that man to justice.
Father, how can you hate so much? He's one man, one out of millions. And he believes he's right, just as you believe it.
You've a rather compelling way of presenting the Irish side of it, Helen.
I can't hate them. I can't hate Dennis Reardon.
But you can love England.
And I do, but does that mean we have to hound one man? Does it mean we have to sneak upon him in some alley, bring him to his knees with a bullet in his heart?
Yes, Helen, yes. Because the lives of thousands depend upon it. Because men are dying all over Ireland. Because of him.
Then you mean if Dennis Reardon were captured, there'd be an end to all this trouble?
I firmly believe it. Men would go back to their homes, back to their wives and children.
Love of England, love for people, it demands things of you, doesn't it?
Helen.
Father, I think I know where Dennis Reardon will be tomorrow.
They almost had him that time. Dennis, he slipped right through their hand like an eel in the water. Got away, he did. Right through their fingers.
And that's the program, gentlemen. Any other business? Meeting adjourned. Good night, Burke.
Dennis, how can you find time to be ambling about Gregory Street Market? You have a great responsibility, Dennis. You should be more careful. Good night to you.
Well, Jerry?
Now, about that marketplace, Dennis.
What about it?
I wonder if you were wondering what I'm wondering.
What is it, Jerry?
That was no ordinary roundup, as I looked at it.
Well, Jerry?
Well, I was wondering if anybody besides you and myself knew you were going to be there. I was thinking there must have been somebody.
There was somebody. But I'd pledged my life she had nothing to do with it.
She's English.
You're right, Jerry. Everything tells me that she didn't. But I've got to know. And there's only one person who can tell me.
Herself?
Herself.
Well?
Oh, is Mr. Casey here?
Come in, miss. Lady here to see you, Mr. Casey.
All right, Jerry. Wait downstairs.
All right.
I didn't think you'd come.
I shouldn't have come, but I had to. I got your note.
Oh, I'm glad to see you here, Lady Helen.
Are you?
Well, you don't seem very glad about being here.
No, I can't pretend to be. If you hadn't written that note, I should never have seen you again.
Why not?
I know you're Dennis Reardon.
Ah.
Father told me without knowing it. That's how they knew you'd be at the market. Through me. I can't apologize. That wouldn't mean anything. Because I'm not your friend. I'm your enemy.
Did you tell them you were meeting me here today?
No.
Did you look to see if anybody followed you?
There was no one. I hadn't betrayed you. Today.
Why did you come here at all?
I thought it would be honorable to come and explain why I did it. But now that I am here, I don't feel very honorable about it. I can't explain it at all. Except that what made me do it was stronger than I was.
Inform on a man, and then tell him about it. You're a strange woman.
Please, try not to hate me.
Oh, it's not you I hate. It's everything outside this room. All the things that have done this. No, don't go.
I must. Because even if you don't hate me, what I did proves that we could never be friends. That we must never see each other again. You know that now, don't you?
Yes, I know it now. But all the years after you've gone from me, I'll be thinking of what might have been. And maybe it would be good to know if we both thought of it the same way.
maybe it would.
Every evening for a month, I'd have asked you to meet me at the hilltop. What would you have said when I asked you?
I'd have said thank you.
And all through the summer evenings, we'd have walked in the hills, side by side, not talking much. Wouldn't we have?
Yes.
And then one evening, I'd have put my arm around you, and us walking alone in the moonlight. What would you have said then?
I don't think I'd have said anything.
And then we'd have walked slower and slower and stopped. And I'd have said, it's an honest and a beautiful woman you are.
Please, you must.
Oh, but I must. And I'd have said, I love you. I love you. And after we were married, we'd be on the farm in County Galway, riding fine horses together, and us laughing crazy all the day.
Please don't.
And at evening, us sitting down in our own cool house, with the country tablecloth on the table, and the white bread, and the strong red tea in our cups.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, darling, God help us both.
Helen. Oh, Helen. My darling.
Don't stand near the window, Dennis.
It's not a street in Dublin anymore. It doesn't look like any street in the world.
Come here. There isn't any Ireland or England. There isn't any world outside this room.
Aye. That's what I was feeling, too. Only my imagination's not working very good. It's a bit staggered, maybe. It's because I never dared dream of you all my life. Ireland was the only woman I ever knew. Ireland was my mother, and my sister, and my wife.
Oh, Dennis.
In your slow English way. Are you ready to say it now?
Yes.
Say it then.
I love you. I love you. And Dennis, whatever happens, I'll want to be with you always. When peace comes...
When peace comes, aye. I'll begrudge every minute, every hour, and every clock in the world until it comes.
But when it does, and we're together again, we'll throw time out into the street and shut our windows on it. Forever.
Well, Jerry, have a look at the street.
What is it? Dennis?
Why, it's almost empty. There's 2 men in the doorway across the street, 2 on the corner. I don't like it. Jerry, go down and take a look at the back.
They're in the back, too.
Dennis!
You brought them with you. You betrayed him this time just as you did.
No! Down the blinds, Jerry.
I tell you it was...
Will you do as you're told?
He's done it properly this time.
Dennis, I'm frightened. I'm frightened, Dennis.
It's a raid. They may not be coming here.
They couldn't have followed me.
All right, darling. It may be nothing at all.
There's more of them now. Soldiers. They're setting up a gun on the corner.
Dennis.
And we talked of peace.
Ellie, they're plugged up. There's soldiers coming down Donegal Street. We've got to move.
Window, Jerry. We'll take to the roofs and hope we can reach the corner. Open it.
Go ahead.
Dennis, wait. Hold me. Once more, darling. Hold me close to you. Just once. Just once.
Oh, this can't be the last time, darling. It can't be. Go on, Jerry.
Keep down, coming out.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. It's a funny place to be saying goodbye, isn't it?
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, darling.
Keep down, Dennis.
They're all over the street.
They'll be waiting for us at every corner. Look out! We'll never make it. We'll run into them at every turn.
No, we won't. Do you see that chimney? The big one over there?
Yes.
Well, when I give the word, make a break for it. We can climb down it and hang on the inside. Can you do it?
I can.
You ready then? Now!
It's all right to climb out now.
Aye.
Oh, I'm that stiff in my joints. If I die before you, Dennis, will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that I'm not buried hanging up? Faith, that was a near thing, Dennis. 'Twas a wonder we weren't killed entirely.
The chimneys was quick thinking, and I'm grateful to you. But on the other hand, come to think of it, neither you nor I should have been in this neighborhood at all in the first place. You know I'd die for you, Dennis, if I was dying for the cause, too. Have you forgotten the cause, Dennis? Have you forgotten O'Brien? He died for you, Dennis. And Donegal and Murphy and the 18 lads at Duneen and the ones before them. Have you forgotten them all? Have you, Dennis?
Jerry, on my honor, I'll never see her again.
Ah, your word is good enough for me.
And you have it. I'll never see her again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern returned to us shortly in the third act of Beloved Enemy. But now, during intermission time, let's take a glimpse behind the scenes of Hollywood and learn something about a little-known phase of picture making. Standing watching the crow's nest of every studio, like the lookout man on a whaling ship, is the talent department, scanning a sea of new faces, hopefully waiting to capture another prize with a well-aimed contract. The head harpoon man at Paramount was once a New York attorney whose name is Ted Lesser. He says a newspaper, 100 years old, brought him to Hollywood. How'd that happen, Ted?
About a year and a half ago, C.B., I had occasion to go to Philadelphia. There I found that old newspaper with a record of an amazing trial. It gave me an idea for a story. Very shortly thereafter, I met William LeBaron, head of production for Paramount. He agreed it would make a great picture and suggested that I write it. I called it Souls at Sea.
Writers have turned from stories to executive positions in every branch of the industry. In fact, many years ago, Bill LeBaron, whom you just mentioned, used to write vaudeville acts with me for Jesse Lasky. So I suppose you went from writer to head of the talent department. Huh?
Correct. And when I told Mr. Zucker that among my legal clients had been Jack Benny, Burns and Allen, the Easy Aces, George Jessel, Fred Allen, and a number of other radio favorites, he suggested that I find some more favorites for Paramount. But this is the first time I've ever been asked to talk about it on the air.
You picked the right program.
You bet. It didn't take me long to discover that Lux and Talent have been keeping company in Hollywood for a long time. Talent knows the importance of a fine complexion, and Lux toilet soap knows how to protect it.
Now, apart from appearance, Ted, just what do you look for in a newcomer?
Well, a certain amount of individuality, always coupled with determination. As soon as they come to Paramount, we start them in our school, where they learn dramatics, voice, and dancing. If we're right, it doesn't take long before our young cubs show particular talent in one of these departments. The case in point is Olympe Bradner. Olympe came to us as a dancer, but her ability as a dramatic actress so far outshone her dancing that we cast her opposite George Raft in Souls at Sea.
Well, two things are certain every Friday at Paramount. Fish on the menu and your weekly auditions.
Yes, they're both institutions. The purpose of the auditions being to acquaint producers and directors with the merits of new talent. We present the boys and girls we've selected from all sorts of sources. Radio, vaudeville, stock companies, little theaters, and some plain home folk who are brought to our attention. Our producers have been most generous about giving these young players opportunities. And you, CB, your willingness to give a newcomer a chance is proverbial in Hollywood. For example, 3 weeks ago, you gave a little girl named Jane Dewey a chance to appear in our auditions, with the result that she'll have a role in a forthcoming picture.
Proving that all producers and directors are on the alert for new personalities. And by the way, that was a very interesting couple we heard last Friday.
Quite a combination, weren't they? Particularly when you know their history. The girl, Terry Ray, was discovered serving sandwiches at one of our local drive-in restaurants. The young man who played the love scene with her is, on the lot, Michael Brooke. At home in England, he is the Earl of Warwick, who got his first acting chance in The Buccaneer. A democratic place, Hollywood, where a little waitress plays a scene with a British peer, each hoping to get a part in a picture. Thank you, C.B.
Thank you, Ted. Madeline Carroll, Brian Ahern, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp in Beloved Enemy.
despairing of peace in Ireland, Lord Astley's returning to England with a recommendation for drastic military action. The boat plows heavily through Dublin Bay. At the rail, Helen sadly watches the lights of the city disappearing in the fog. Her father comes from his cabin and stands beside her. There's a long silence. Then he takes her hand in his.
Helen, dear, you mustn't take it like this. I want you to know that my decision to return home had nothing to do with you, with your friendship for Dennis Riordan. Although I can't pretend that the whole incident hasn't been a shocking nightmare to me. It's quite beyond my understanding.
There's no need for you to understand it now.
You mean by that it won't happen again?
Yes.
Good. Best of us go off the track now and then. The main thing is to get back.
Father, don't talk to me as if I were a child. I've done nothing I regret. Nothing compared to what you've done.
Helen.
Maybe I did go off the track, but at worst it was only a matter of wrecking myself. With you, it's wrecking 4 million people.
Helen, what are you talking about?
You came to Ireland to make peace. And now you're going back with a recommendation of war. Drastic military measures, you said. Bullets in their bodies and grenades in their faces. Is that a way to stop bloodshed? You've tried it for years and failed. Why can't you try something else?
Helen, control yourself. You're not talking sense.
Is it sense to think you can mow down the young men of 2 countries, theirs and ours too, and not leave a hatred that will last 1,000 years? It's you who have gone mad, not I. Why can't you treat them as human beings? War. Can't you see what it will mean? Can't you see?
Helen. Helen.
Good evening, Lady Helen. Won't you come in?
Is my father still in the council room, Preston?
Yes, they've been in there all day.
He telephoned me to meet him here. Father.
Good evening, my dear.
Is there any news?
Very good so far. The commission has agreed to talk it over with the Irish delegates.
You've done it. That's wonderful.
Now, don't be too optimistic, my dear. It'll only be a temporary truce. Nothing may come of it. We've merely guaranteed them a safe conduct if they'll come here for conferences.
But they must.
If they do come, we'll have a reception for them at the house.
Our house?
Yes. He'll be with them, Helen. Dennis Riordan. I shall hold you to your promise.
The Duke and Duchess of Newcastle. The Portuguese ambassador, Madame Zamora. Lord and Lady Belmont.
Well, Lord Astley, any word of our friends, the Irish?
None, except that they arrived this morning.
Rather late. Awkward if they don't come. You know, I never thought...
But tell me, is this Riordan really coming, Dennis Riordan?
I suppose so. Nobody's seen him yet.
Harry, look. There they are at the door. All 6 of them.
Yes, the tall one, Riordan. They've come. Well, that's something anyway.
Are we all together, gentlemen? Well, let's go through with it. And call it history we are making.
Names, please. What names shall I announce? Liam Durek, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarrel, Thomas Braga, Michael Cahallan, Donna Rehead. I beg your pardon, sir? Liam Durek, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarrel.
Never mind. Just announce the delegates of the Irish Republic.
That's the fine spirit.
The delegates of the Irish Republic.
Republic. Delegates of a republic. What infernal cheek. Republic, indeed.
Helen, dear.
Don't look at me. Pretend you're watching the crowd. Welcome to England, Dennis.
Ah, you're so beautiful. Oh, darling. If I could just touch your hand.
Darling, if only you could.
We can't see each other alone. I gave my oath.
I had to do something like that, too.
Do you want me to leave?
No, please.
Oh, it's torture, seeing you like this.
It's better than not seeing you at all.
Darling, what things in your life happened in this room?
Over there's where I played the harp when I was 14, in a pink dress.
And in that room?
My mother's sitting room. I used to say my prayers in there before she died. Then... for 10 years, I never went into it once. Till now.
And do you pray there now? For peace?
And for you. I pray there for you. Oh, Dennis.
Reardon,
Aye?
we've made our appearance here and they've all had a chance to stare at us. I'm thinking if we're having a meeting tomorrow, it's time to go home.
Very well.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Burke.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Reardon.
And in our efforts to find a satisfactory arrangement, I claim the Irish delegates are reaching for the moon.
The moon, is it? We ask for a republic and you tell us it's the moon.
You've granted us minor concessions, yes. But you've continually avoided consideration of what we came for. You knew what was in our minds when we came. We hoped it was in yours.
In the face of this deadlock, I urge the leniency of our friends and beg the continuation of this conference tomorrow.
I can hold out little hope that anything further can be accomplished. But before we all take an irrevocable step, we consent to one more meeting.
Sit down, Dennis. There's nothing to be gained by pulling a long face. They sent their best against us and we didn't flinch.
What I want to know is, are we going to compromise with them?
We're not. There's half of us wants it and there's half of us doesn't. Dennis Reardon has the deciding vote, and we know his feelings. Am I right? Dennis, here, where are you going?
I'm going for a walk.
At this hour of the night?
I've been cooped up in rooms with people for 4 days. I want to get out by myself.
A word with you, Dennis. Come here. Maybe I don't know your mind. Maybe you're willing to sign that treaty. But remember this, you took an oath. And if you break that oath, you'll be a dead man the minute you set foot in Ireland.
Get out of my way.
Dennis?
What are you doing here?
I've been looking for you. The clerk of the hotel said you'd gone out, across the bridge.
You shouldn't have come, Helen.
I had to speak to you. I was afraid to call.
But I've sworn not to see you.
And I've sworn too. But why shouldn't we? We're two small people in a very large world. They can't begrudge us this. Dennis, what's going to happen tomorrow? Are you going to accept England's terms? It's war if you don't.
I know. It's my vote that will decide it.
Yours? Then vote for peace, Dennis. Vote to sign the treaty.
And lose half of what we've asked for?
Don't think of the loss. Think of the half you've gained.
I can't forget the lads who've died.
Remember those who want to live. One of us must be big enough to compromise. Don't you see that? Dennis, sign the treaty.
You don't know what you're asking, Helen. I've sworn to support my people.
I'm only saying what your people would say if they could.
It's a hopeless argument. You're talking in a teacup.
I'm talking like a human being. Remember what you said. That you begrudge every minute of every hour on every clock in the world until peace comes. Well, it's here. Peace is here, Dennis, if you'll just say the word.
Don't let me alone, Helen.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. Oh, forgive me.
All of this means so little. We're nothing, you and I. It's the right of a whole people to live and to be happy. Help them, Dennis. Help them. Good night, Dennis. Good night, my darling.
In the paper, Irish agree to sign treaty. Dennis Reardon signs treaty today. England will sign first. The pen, Lord Astley.
Thank you. I really don't know what my party will say to this. It's political suicide for me, Mr. Reardon. Perhaps for both of us.
Did you say political, Lord Astley? The pen.
Then he stood up in the meeting. It's peace that Ireland wants, he said. We'll take the treaty home with us tonight.
And then he signed?
I've come to respect that man, Helen. The bravest man I've ever known. Heaven help him.
Father, what's wrong?
When he signed the treaty, he admitted he was signing his own death warrant.
Death warrant?
He's going home to great danger.
No.
The fanatics of his own party, Burke perhaps, they'll turn against him as a traitor.
They can't do that. He's not a traitor. He only wanted peace. Father, you've got to help him.
How can I, Helen? What can I do?
Then I'll help him. I'll tell them why he did it. I'll see the leaders of his party myself.
Helen.
Let me alone. I'm going to Ireland. I'm going to Dennis.
It was inside the tree, and a good thing, too. There's peace in Ireland. Yes, some don't think so. He's speaking tonight. A meeting in the square. Speaking to the crowd. Aye, if a bullet don't stop him. A bullet? Aye, a bullet.
Free state and a free people. The glory that is Ireland's now, we owe to those no longer here. The glory that will be Ireland's rests with you. We look to the future, to the youth of Ireland. For our land and our ideals are their inheritance.
Get it, he's shot. Take it to the hospital. To the hospital. Come on, to the hospital.
Dennis.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Now shut your eyes and be very quiet.
It's such a little time to see you. It's always such a little time. Our love's been like Solomon Grundy's life. Born on Monday, married on Wednesday, and on Sunday. It's been a funny kind of love.
A funny kind of love.
We knew in the beginning. We never had a chance.
We're going to have our chance now. Oh, Dennis, we're going to live with each other the way other young people live. Oh, my darling, when you're well, we'll never talk about anything important again.
Your hair is such a fine color. I never had the time to tell you.
You will.
And that's a pretty dress you're wearing. I like your dresses.
Just wait and see the dresses I'll wear for you.
And I like the way you walk. Not looking where you're going. Someday you'll fall down and break your lovely neck.
Oh, darling, does it hurt?
No. It's funny. We said goodbye to each other every time we've met.
It's not goodbye. We'll always be with each other. Always.
That's right. We'll never say goodbye. Because we'll always meet again somewhere. Won't we, darling?
Yes. We'll never say goodbye. We'll always be together. Somewhere.
And so, Beloved Enemy joins the long procession of Lux Radio Theater productions. Later, we'll hear again from Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. The next time you see a film with war scenes, such as Beloved Enemy, bear in mind that you're witnessing the most dangerous and realistic phase of motion pictures, a phase in which our next guest is unsurpassed. The explosions that occur in the midst of actors that apparently blow them to pieces are not trick explosions. They're caused by those deadly instruments of destruction, dynamite, flash powder, and black powder. And the fact that no one's actually harmed is to the everlasting credit of men like our guest, Walter J. Hoffman. In his grimy, powder-stained hands have rested literally the lives of 100,000 actors. For 27 years, he's devoted himself to death and disaster. He's started battle after battle, wiped out countless armies, discharged enough ammunition for a dozen wars, and has actually destroyed millions of dollars in property. Yet he has the amazing record of never injuring a soul, never causing an accident. He created the battle scenes in The Birth of a Nation and helped me in one of the first pictures I ever made, The Warrens of Virginia. And so I've gone to him ever since. In the old days, we called him Slim Hoffman, and he bore the title of Powder Monkey.
But today they call me Mr. Hoffman and tell me I'm a special effects man.
So apart from the safety of our actors, which is always the first consideration in our minds, we've also learned to depend on you, Slim, to do a technically perfect job the first time. Retakes in your line could easily cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, once the building of the battlefield is blown up, it usually stays blown up. There's not much you can do about it.
To show how great an expense is involved, suppose you tell our audience what a good battle scene will cost.
Well, here's an idea of the amount of money I blew up in All Quiet on the Western Front. 61 tons of dynamite at $340 a ton, 20 tons of gunpowder at $800 a ton, and 16 tons of smoke powder at $2,000 a ton. And that doesn't begin to show the value of what those explosives blew up.
When you get orders to prepare a battlefield for battle, how do you go about the big blowout or blow-up?
I do exactly what I did for you in the Buccaneer. You told me how many long shots you wanted and how many close-ups. And then I planted the charges of explosives accordingly.
Well, the fact that several times you see Frederick March actually shaken by the concussions of explosions near him is evidence of how effectively you planted them. Also, the fact that we blew a boat containing 8 men several feet out of water without scratching a man. I suppose we can thank the accuracy of the instrument on which you play your symphonies of destruction, the switchboard that sets off the explosions.
The switchboard resembles the keyboard of a piano, and each charge buried in the ground is connected by a wire to the switchboard and set off by electricity. Each individual switch must be thrown exactly the right second. If I throw it too late or too soon, some actor who is charging in that direction will be blown to pieces by the concussion.
Yet if they carry out instructions, actors can stand within a few feet of a terrific charge of explosive and not harm so much as the crease of their uniforms. How's that possible, Slim?
It's all in the way the explosion is planted or buried. If I want to charge a burst to the right of an actor, I'll plant the powder in a wedge-shaped hole. The side of the hole nearest the actor will go straight in the ground. The other side will slope into the ground at an angle. The angle is what aims the direction of the explosion. As long as the actor stays where he belongs, he's absolutely safe. We can't mark the location of an explosive because the mark will show up in the film. This means that sometimes I have to memorize the exact location of as many as 20 different explosions, knowing that a mistake in timing or location will mean death. I guess that's why I take my work pretty seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Slim, for a bang-up performance. And now, Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll.
Last time I was here, Mr. DeMille, I played an Englishman to an Irish girl, but tonight I'm quite on the other side of the fence. I feel especially glad to have had the opportunity of playing my old part in Beloved Enemy this Christmas, because in a world which lies in the shadow of wars and threats of wars, it's a story which reaffirms the Christmas message of the necessity for peace and goodwill among men. I would like to wish you, Mr. DeMille, and everybody in the Lux Radio Theater tonight, and all those who may be listening in, a very happy New Year.
Thank you, Brian. And now, after 4 months abroad, Miss Carroll, you should have a lot to tell us.
Before I do that, I want to say that while it's been just 1 year since I was here last, I haven't forgotten this program or the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. I'm sincerely glad of the opportunity of telling you how much I enjoy using it. And as for the trip abroad, I was greatly impressed by one thing. Wherever I went, I was always asked the same question. What do the American people think of us? I realized then as never before what a responsibility we of the films have. In our small way, we can be ambassadors of goodwill, not only for Hollywood, but for America. And I did my best to tell them how eager this nation is for friendship and harmony. Yes, this year of 1937 has had its grim aspects. But let us fervently hope that as the old year fades, it will carry away with it doubts and distrust, that the new year will bring the world a new outlook of peace and understanding. Good night.
Good night, Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll appeared for courtesy of Walter Ranger Productions. Mr. Ahern is now making Merrily We Live at Hal Roach Studios. C. Aubrey Smith is from Selznick International Studios and Donald Crisp from Warner Brothers. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios and was in charge of music for their new picture, Love and Hisses. Back again to Mr. DeMille.
The Lux Radio Theater starts its new year with a flourish next Monday night when we bring you Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, and Walter Connolly. The drama in which you'll hear them was originally written as a novel by that master Booth Tarkington and later became a hit film. A simple, tender romance of universal appeal. The story of a small-town girl who tried so hard to be worthy of the man she loved. Its title, Alice Adams. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in Alice Adams with Walter Connolly. They join me also in saying thanks to you for your support of their product, which enabled them to bring you this program throughout 1937. With your help, they'll make 1938 the greatest year in the history of the Lux Radio Theater, a program dedicated to your entertainment. It's the sincere hope of all of us who work continually here in the Lux Radio Theater with this weekly presentation that the new year will bring all of you the things you most desire, the things closest to your heart. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The musical selection, A Pretty Girl With Like a Melody, is from the Ziegfeld College of 1919. Your announcer's been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Say, do you know what a ham is? No, I'm not talking about something that goes with eggs. I'm referring to an amateur radio operator. Henry, for example, is a ham. He likes to use both the single key and the mic. Gets a lot of pleasure out of it, too. Well, right now, Henry is working his ham station. It's located in the spare room next to Henry's bedroom. Oh, yes, the name of this story is Dead on Arrival. Where's that station you're listening to now, Henry?
Well, that's Des Moines, Bill. We talk back and forth a lot.
Uh-huh. Hey, what's the matter? The other fella get tired?
Yeah. He's finished transmitting for the night. Says he's got homework to do before he goes to bed.
Uh-huh.
I think I'll sign off, too, because I've got some of the same torture to go through.
Yeah, don't be long-winded now. It's going on to 9 o'clock.
Don't worry, I won't. This is going to be short.
Oh, sure. That's what they all say.
See? I told you that's all there was to it.
Remarkable. Never saw such a short-winded young fellow in all my life.
Yeah. Now for some trig and then into the hay pile. Had a rough day today. What are you going to do, Bill?
Oh, I'm going to read some correspondence, do my Sunday school lesson, and turn in.
Okay. I'll see you in the morning.
Mm-hmm, sure thing. Good night, Henry.
Night.
When we went to bed that night in our cozy home at Knotty Pine, we didn't know what was about to happen in a rough little shack in Cougar Canyon. It's where two trappers live, a father and a son, about 35 miles from Knotty Pine.
Giuseppe, how do you feel now, eh, son? You take this cup of tea. It make you feel warm inside.
Papa, I cannot drink that. I'm too sick.
Let me feel your head. Oh, you got a fever. You should never go out in the storm like you did. You should do what your papa tells you. Don't you know?
I know. Oh, Papa feeling worse. I'm gonna...
Now, you stay there, Giuseppe. I'm gonna see if I can get a doctor.
Don't leave me, Papa. I don't want to die.
I'm not to leave you, son. You think I let you stay by yourself? No, I'm a call on the radio. That's what I got it for. And now I call somebody. Must be somebody listening somewhere.
Pop, something. She's up.
What's the matter?
Pop, I feel awful. I'm got to get up.
Stay in bed, Giuseppe. I'm a come. Lie down, Giuseppe.
No, I got
Lie down, Giuseppe. Lie down. Oh, Giuseppe. My son.
Henry, wake up. Come on, pal. Wake up. Hey, Chief Snorting Bull, wake up, will you? Come on, Sackhound. Get out of the blankets.
Go away. All right, leave me alone, will you? There's somebody else, will you?
Listen, fella, I'm counting to 3, and you'd better be out of the hay by then, or you know what happens. All right, 1, 2...
Oh, okay. I'm up. What wicked thing makes you wake me up at this hour, Bill?
Your noise box, Henry. Did you turn your radio off?
Huh? Oh, say, you're right. I must have left the receiver on and turned off only the transmitter. Or I'll go shut it off. Well, say, why couldn't you turn it off? You know where the switch is.
Because I wanted you to listen to that signal. If I'm not mistaken, it's a call for help.
Jumping horn-toads, Bill. That's a call for help.
Not so loud. You'll wake up Mom. Now, see if you can read that signal. Weak as it is.
Okay. It's too weak to get much sense out of it. I get the words needs doctor and the word sick.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I get only blurbs. Whoever sending that call is pretty rusty on the key.
Well, then we agree. I've been listening to that for half an hour before I got you up. See if you can contact that transmitter.
I'll try.
Hey, take it slower, pal. That party can't send very well. They probably can't read very well either.
You're right, Bill. I'll try it slower.
Okay. Good boy. Now let's see if he answers.
I guess he didn't read me. I'll try again, though.
Yeah, let's keep on trying. We've got to get through.
I'm afraid it's no use, Bill. I've tried now for half an hour, and he still doesn't read me. This is a powerful transmitter. He still doesn't answer my call.
Perhaps he doesn't have a receiver. Or if he does, he isn't pausing. Hey, listen.
Now what do we do? That sounds like it's far away.
Yeah. We've got to find out how far away. You can't ignore any distress call, pal.
Yeah, that's right. But how are we going to find out where it's coming from? Why, it's too weak to hardly get the direction.
I'll call the ranger station at Forest Creek and see if they pick this up.
Okay. I'll stay here and listen for a clearer message.
Forest Creek Ranger Station. Tom speaking.
Tom, this is Bill.
Well, voices in the night. What's on your mind, old boy?
Noises in the night, Tom.
What do you mean, ghosts?
No, Tom. I
Wanted to see if you can pick up a weak signal for help on your receiver. Frequency 7150.
No joking? One being sent?
Yeah. We pick it up on Henry's set.
Must be one, then. That boy's got a powerful station. Hold the phone a while. I'll take a listen.
Okay, I'll wait.
Does he hear it, Bill?
I don't know yet, Henry. He's trying to pick it up.
He doesn't have a very selective receiver. I don't know, though. Being up in the mountains may let him pull it in, though.
Yeah, that's possible.
Hello, Bill?
Yes, Tom. Can you find it?
No, nary a sound. Must be coming from China. I can't pick up a thing.
Okay, Tom. Thanks anyway. Sorry to wake you up.
Oh, don't mention it. I can use a little excitement. Gets mighty lonesome up here. Let me know what you find.
I sure will. So long.
No soap, Bill?
No, pal. No soap. I'm going to try the state police headquarters at Folsom City. They got a better receiver.
Well, if they don't pick it up, then what do you say we go to bed and forget about it, huh? I've got a trig exam tomorrow.
We're trying to pick up that distress signal, but we can't seem to locate it.
Well, keep trying for a bit, will you, Sergeant?
No, we sure will, Ranger, but if we can't find it, then it must be pretty well localized. We've got a powerful outfit here.
I know. The only other thing I can think of is the signal might be coming in freakishly on a short skip.
Well, could be. Hold on a minute. Hey, Pete, can we find it?
Can you pick it up, Bill?
I doubt it, Henry. We'll know in a minute.
Hello, Bill?
Yes?
I'm sorry, but we can't seem to find it anywhere. We'll call you if we catch it.
Thanks, Sarge. Goodbye. No, they don't read it at all, Henry. This is strange, all right. Very strange.
Yeah, but let's go to bed and forget about it, huh? It's probably just a freak pickup from a long way off. Nothing we can do about it, I guess.
I don't know, pal. I sure wish I could get a fix on the position of that transmitter. Perhaps you're right, though. If it is coming from a long distance, pick it up because of some atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to... Hey, listen. The distress signal stopped.
You're right, Henry. Well, that settles it. Let's go to bed. If we can pick it up in the morning, maybe we'll try to find out where it's coming from. Can't possibly be anywhere around here if the other boys can't pick it up.
Well, night, Bill.
Yeah, good night, pal.
Bill? Bill, you awake?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm awake, all right. You can't sleep either, huh?
No, not when I think somebody needs help.
Yeah, me too. You able to pick up the signal again?
Nope, and I've got the receiver wide open.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there it is again. Let's try to send another message.
You mean there it was, Bill? Stopped again.
The atmosphere must be playing tricks again.
Hey, maybe that's Mike or the police radio station.
I'll get it.
Hey, maybe they found it.
Hello, Ranger Bill speaking. Yes? Oh, that's very good, Sergeant. Just a minute. Henry, pencil and paper, please.
Yeah, right here.
Thanks. Okay, Sergeant, go ahead and give me the position. Yes? Mountain Goat's Bluff. Yes, I've got it. Thanks for calling. Yes, I'll let you know what we find.
Mountain Goat's Bluff? Why, what's out there?
Nothing. There's a trapper's cabin at Cougar Canyon about 10 miles north of there, and it could be that's where the signal's coming from.
Well, how are we going to know?
We can't. We can only guess. Trying to calculate the position of the transmitter from the varying strength of the signals. The only thing is, it's awfully rugged country to be running around on a guess.
Hey, maybe that's Tom. He's probably picked up the signal now. Soon find out.
Hello, Bill speaking. Oh, yes, Tom. Yeah, you did? Oh, that's good. Just a minute. Henry, go downstairs and call Grey Wolf and Stumpy on the other phone, will you? Tell them to meet us at headquarters in half an hour.
Boy, Stumpy sure isn't going to like to be getting out of bed in the middle of the night.
Well, don't worry about that. Just get going. I'll figure the position of this signal. Be right down as soon as I finish talking with Tom.
Okay, Bill.
Now, Tom, let me have that data again, will you?
A chance, I will. This is Henry.
I should have known it. Couldn't be anybody else but a ranger that do this to a friend of his.
Now, cool off, old boy, and listen. There's a distress signal coming in on my receiver. Bill wants you to meet us at headquarters in half an hour.
Huh? Distress, huh? Is that right? Well, why didn't you say so? I'm on my way right now.
Well, Mr. Jenkins, if you had... What a man. Well... Now I've got to call Grey Wolf and then get my cold weather gear on.
Where do you think this call for help come from, Bill? Here, hand me that pile of pans there, Henry.
Right, here you are.
Well, as near as I can tell, it's probably coming from right around the Cougar Canyon area. Trapper's cabin there, and if I remember correctly, they have some kind of a makeshift radio there, so they can keep in touch with the world.
Well, that's a tough place to get to now.
I hope to tell you, Sonny, it is. That ought to do it. Why, there's 8 feet of snow up in those parts now.
8 feet of snow?
Yes, sirree. If we sink into that, we won't get out till spring.
That's no joke, either. What are we going to do, Bill?
We'll pick up a dog team at Caleb Moore's place and carry in medical gear, food, skis, and snowshoes. Also packs and blankets. You all set, fellas?
Yeah, I'll set it up. Say, why don't we take the snowmobile?
Well, that would be fine if we could get close to Cougar Canyon. But the closest we could bring the snowmobile is 10 miles away, and that wouldn't be much help. Maybe somebody's dying.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, let's go get the dog team and load them on the truck. Come on, big boy. Get into this harness. Don't give me any of your lip.
What's that other husky, Henry? He's trying to start a scrap with his partner.
Hey, tough guy. Put your teeth back in your faces. Come on. Save energy for the truck ahead.
Okay, fellas. All the gear's off the truck and on the sled. Now, if the going gets too tough for the dogs, we'll have to pack some of the gear ourselves. Maybe in deep snow we'll have to. You all set with the dogs?
Yep, all ready.
Henry, you drive the team. Ride the sled when you can, because we're going to push right on through to Cougar Canyon. And I want to save your strength. All right, let's go, boy.
Yard out of you brutes. Come on, mush. Come on, Skeeter. Get this sled moving. Help.
That's the 8-foot snow ahead of us. So I'll break the trail for the dogs. I'll break trail with you, Bill. There's a lot of soft snow on top of the crust. Good idea, Stumpy. Let's go, boys.
Get in there, Skeeter. Mush. Mush, you hear me? Mush.
Okay, Henry.
Hold up here, wild bruisers. I think we ought to take some of the load off this sled.
Yeah.
Even with you two breaking trail, that soft snow's working these pups pretty hard.
See, they sink many inches down, make hard work.
All right. Let's take our packs off the sled and see if that won't help. Then push on. Once we get through this valley, we'll make better time.
dogs do better since we take packs off sleds.
Yeah. We should be out of this in about an hour.
Bill, look ahead on Ridge. Men stand there and watch us.
Huh? Hey, you're right. That is a man there. I'll fire my pistol. Let him know we see him.
Hey, you heard that, Bill. Now he's waving his arms hard.
All right, let's step on it, fellas. This may be the one who's calling for help.
Hello, Rangers.
Are you the one who's been calling for help on the radio?
Yes. My name's Tony Cadizzo. My son is very sick, but I'm afraid help she's come too late.
What do you mean, Mr. Codizzo?
I think my son, he's dead.
Dead?
Not bad.
Oh, I see. Well, let's find out for sure. He may only be unconscious.
See, I hope you are right, Mr.
Jefferson. Bill Jefferson. My friends here, Henry Scott.
Hello.
Stumpy Jenkins, Grey Wolf.
Howdy.
Just call us by our first names.
Hello, you call me Tony. We go now?
Yeah, right now. How far is it to your camping, Tony?
1 mile.
Henry, you find a place to stake the dogs. We'll go on ahead. See if you can get a pulse, will you, Grey Wolf?
I try, Bill.
What you think, Bill, huh? My son, he's dead, no?
Well, I'm not a doctor, Tony, but let me finish my examination. I might be able to tell you.
I'm not able to get pulse at all, Bill.
Mm-hmm. I can't either, Grey Wolf. Well, now, let's listen for a heartbeat. I don't hear anything. My ear against his chest.
She's a look bad?
Tony, I'm sorry to have to say it, but I don't catch any signs of life.
That's what I'm afraid of all the time. My son, he's dead.
Here, I cover young fellow with blanket for now.
Tony, when did your son take sick?
Oh, 2 days ago. He was on the bed, and all of a sudden he's a fall on the floor. I put him back in bunk and tried to get help on radio.
Well, didn't you hear us trying to call you from our station in answer to your distress signal?
No, the receiver, she's broke. It needs to be fixed a long time.
I see. Well, Tony, I don't like to make you talk about your son because I know you'd rather not, but would you answer just a few more questions? Then I won't bother you anymore.
What do you like to know, huh?
You say your son jumped around just before he became unconscious. How do you mean, jump around?
You know, like
convulsion, Tony?
That's what I mean, yes. He's a jump around and his eyes roll and he fall on the floor. Then pretty soon he don't move at all.
Uh-huh. I see. How old is your boy, Tony?
He'll be 23 next month. But he's gone, so what's it matter, huh? Let's not talk about it anymore.
I'm sorry, Tony. Just one more question. How long do you think he's been dead?
Maybe day and a half. What's the difference it make, huh?
Thanks. Grey Wolf, I'm going outside and talk to Henry and Stumpy for just a minute. You stay here.
Is he dead, Bill?
By all outward signs, yes, Henry.
What do you mean by that? Either he's dead or he isn't.
Well, we don't get any pulse or heartbeat.
Well, then he's dead.
Yeah, that's right, Henry. When your old ticker stops ticking, you're mighty dead. Yes, sirree. Henry, you and Stumpy harness up the team again. We're rushing Tony's son to the hospital.
What? Rushing a dead man to the hospital?
That's what he said, young feller, but I think his brains got froze on the way up here.
Why, we just got here, Bill. Why, the dogs are tired, and we're all tired. I don't get it.
I'm sorry I can't explain now, Henry. If I did, you'd know I'd gone off the deep end. Let's get the dogs harnessed as quickly as possible.
Oh, see here, Sonny. Hasn't this gone far enough? I think you're being unreasonable. Who ever heard of rushing a dead man to the hospital?
And 35 miles away, too.
Henry Scott, you hitch those dogs to the sled immediately and put Tony's son on it. This isn't a request, it's an order. Yes, you hear me right, Tony. We're rushing your son to the hospital.
But I can no understand why you do this for my son when he's dead. If he was alive, yes, but now, no.
Please trust me, Tony. That's all I have to say.
You try to make believe maybe my son is dead, no?
Tony, I'm not a doctor, and maybe I'm crazy. But please let me take your son to the hospital.
All right. Then I go with you. What hospital you take him, huh?
Hospital at Knotty Pine. Now, Grey Wolf, give me a hand here, and we'll put him on the sled. Be sure the blankets are wrapped tightly around him. We got to keep out every bit of cold.
I understand, Bill.
Oh, this is very strange. Maybe my son, he's not dead. But if he got no heartbeat, he must be. Huh?
Well, Doc, what's the verdict?
Tell you in just a minute, Bill. Tony.
Yes, Doc, I'm here on you left. My son, he's dead?
No, Tony. Your son is alive. Very much alive.
Alive?
That's right.
Well, Dr. Grant, how can this be? We tried to find his pulse and listen for the heartbeat, and there wasn't a thing.
Please, Doctor, this is very serious.
Tony, I was never more serious in my life. Your son has a very rare form of epilepsy. And during an acute attack, the victim appears to be quite dead. With the proper care and medication, however, he should convalesce rapidly.
You mean my son is going to be all right?
Yes, Tony, in plain English, that's what I mean. He's going to be all right. This hypo should trigger some sign of life shortly.
Boy, it's like bringing the dead back to life.
Look, Giuseppe. He's opening his eyes.
Yes, and that means we'd best all leave. All except you. Tony, you stay with your son and tell him where he is and what happened. Also tell him he's in good hands. There's not a thing to worry about.
Thank you, Doctor. Oh, Giuseppe. My son.
Well, fellas, this is one for the book. Tell me, Bill, how in the world did you know that boy was a victim of epilepsy?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know, too.
Well, the first thing I noticed was that the young fellow's body was still close to normal in body temperature. However, Tony said he'd been dead for 2 days. I figured rigor mortis would have set in by then, and the body would have been cold. Now, understand, I was guessing at this. I'm certainly not a doctor.
Yeah, but that young feller could have been in a coma and died just before we got there. Then the body would still have been almost living temperature.
You're perfectly right, Stumpy. I thought of that. And it almost discouraged me from trying what I did, for fear I was making a fool of myself. But when Tony remarked about the convulsions his son had and what kind they were, I just put 2 and 2 together.
And got 4, as usual.
Well, of course, there was another angle. I just couldn't let Tony get his hopes up too high.
Boy, who'd ever think that such a wild goose chase would have turned out this way? Just goes to show you, I guess. When you have a distress call, don't argue about it. Just do something.
Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
By transcription.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Mary Lee Robb, Ann Whitfield, Georgiane Price, Gail Gordon, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
Well, every now and then, Gracie gets the morning paper before George does. And then George is treated to an interpretation of current events that shouldn't happen to Drew Pearson. As we join the Burnses now, Gracie is reading and commenting on the news.
Gee, look at this headline, George. It says that in West Virginia, 4 men held up a train. Oh, they must have been strong.
Gracie.
Those trains are very heavy.
Yes, they're hard to lift.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, listen to this. Alaska is going to become a state. And it says it'll be the biggest state in the Union.
That's right. Alaska's even bigger than Texas.
Wow.
Yeah. When she comes in, we'll have 49 states.
No, Judge, we'll still have 48.
How come?
If Alaska is bigger, Texas will quit.
You could be right, you know.
Oh, now here's something I don't believe. It says the Girl Scouts are celebrating their 37th birthday this week.
You can believe that, Gracie. That's true.
Really?
Sure.
Well, they certainly must teach those girls to take care of themselves. You know, I have yet to see a Girl Scout who looks 37.
Gracie.
I think I'll join and learn how they do it.
Look, the organization is 37 years old, not the girls. In fact, it's too late for you to join. They only take girls from 7 to 18.
Oh, darn, it's missed it by a year.
Yes, by a full year, yeah.
See, maybe they'd let me join if I... Oh, no. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't do what?
Lie about my age.
Oh, no. How old do you claim to be?
19.
19, yes. And how many years have we been married?
15.
15. Now, do you think people are going to believe that I married you when you were 4?
Oh, yeah, I see
Yes,
your
you gotta
point.
think.
Well, I'll have to stop claiming I'm 19.
Certainly. How old are you?
20.
20.
Say, wait a minute. Maybe I could join the Girl Scouts as a leader. This article says that they need women to lead and train the girls.
You don't know anything about that.
I know all about it. I used to be one.
A scout?
No, a girl.
Oh, girl, yes. Well, look, Gracie, personally, I think associating with the Girl Scouts would do you a world of good. But you're no leader.
I'm a natural-born leader. Why, in school, I never sat with other children. The teacher always put me up front of the class.
Did you have a pointed hat that you had to wear?
You heard about me, huh?
Yes. Your fame spread.
Yes. You know, I've been a leader ever since I was just a little white-haired schoolgirl.
Your hair was white when you went to school?
Uh-huh. The teacher used to clean the blackboard erasers by beating them on my head.
That accounts for a few things. Now, forget about Girl Scouts. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I have an appointment to buy some life insurance.
Another life insurance policy? Well, they haven't paid off your old one yet.
Look, you can't collect insurance until I'm dead. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, give me a kiss before you go.
Okay.
I think I can collect that insurance.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, I'll call Girl Scout headquarters and tell them I'm ready to be a leader. Come in.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
We 3 girls have been sent here by Scout headquarters to accept your application to become a leader. I'm Bernice Carolyn Gallagher.
I'm Peggy Martin. I'm Lil. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. How old are you?
Well, I'll be 16 on my next birthday, which comes in October.
I was 12 last month. I'm 8. Well, come in, girls. I'll bet being scouts is lots of fun.
Yes, and it teaches us how to become good and useful citizens.
Yes, we're only girls today, but we'll be wives and mothers tomorrow. Oh, I'd wait longer than that. What's this book you have?
It's the Girl Scout Handbook, which contains the information you'll need in order to pass your test and become a Girl Scout leader.
There's all kinds of things in this official handbook. It's the nuts. Well, let me see it. My, it does have a lot of things. Homemaking, health and safety, nature study, signaling. What kind of signaling?
Well, did you ever see a wigwag?
Oh, sure, every time Jack Benny shakes his head.
You say some funny things, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, later, Bernice. Right now, I want to look through the book. I hope I can pass the test and become a Girl Scout leader.
Oh, we'll be glad to help you in any way we can, Mrs. Burns. You're so much fun that we'd love to have you for a leader.
Yes, you're one of the nicest ladies we've ever met. You're solid. Well, thank you. I've been exercising. Well, I'd love to have you help me. How about starting with first aid?
All right. It'd be a lot easier if we had somebody to practice on.
Somebody who'd let us bandage them. A sucker.
Oh, say, a car just drove up in front. Maybe... Oh, gracious, look at that poor man who got out. He needs first aid.
He must have been in an accident. He's a mess. That's my husband. Well, he always looks like that.
Oh, he's a very interesting-looking man, Mrs. Burns. You can see he has a lot of charm and character.
Yes, he looks like he has a wonderful personality. I still say he's a mess. Well, now, look, maybe you girls are looking at the man who's driving the car. That's Bill Goodwin. He's not as attractive as my husband.
Oh, well, Mr. Goodwin seems to be a fine-looking gentleman.
Yes, he looks very nice. Are you sure she's only 8?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Well, now, girls, when my husband comes in, we'll practice our first aid on him. I'll go get the bandages and things ready. Should we put him on a stretcher? No, let's just bandage him. It's too late to make him taller.
Well, I'll see you later, Bill. Thanks for driving me home.
Well, that's okay, George. How about some golf this afternoon?
Can't make it today. I've applied for some new insurance, and the doctor's going to drop over and take a look at me.
You got that backwards, George. He'll take a look at you and then drop over.
Always a comedian, huh, Willie?
Well, I'm practicing for summer replacement.
Summer replacement, eh?
Yeah. Say, George, what kind of insurance you taking out?
Well, I've got a great little thing, Bill. If I don't work, it pays me every week.
I know about Gracie. What kind of insurance you taking out?
The summer is a long way off, you know. Maybe it'll do better on your own show, Bill. It's a combination life and accident policy. The way Gracie keeps house, I'm liable to trip over something and hurt myself.
Yeah, well, I guess she is a little careless about home safety.
Well, the slogan of the National Safety Council is "Don't be a Gracie."
But, George, suppose you did fall and bump your head or cut your face. A A few bandages wouldn't keep you from working on the radio.
But, Bill, there's television. How would I look on television with bandages hiding my face?
You want to withdraw that question, George? That belongs to the summer routine,
Yes.
no doubt.
Yes, I'll withdraw it. I'll also withdraw into the house. See you later, Willie.
So long, George.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Say, who are the kids?
Well, these are some lovely Girl Scouts who want me to be their leader. Girls, this is my husband.
Hi, Mr. Burns.
Hello, girls. Do you still think that you can become a Girl Scout leader?
Well, yes, and you're just in time to help. They're going to teach me first aid, and we'll practice on you.
Wait a minute, just a
Oh,
minute.
now, you can't refuse the Girl Scouts a favor, George. Think of the times they helped you across the street.
Well, I guess it would be a good idea for you to learn first aid, Gracie. Okay.
Good. Now lie down, Mr. Burns, and pretend that you're unconscious. He's been hit by a truck, Mrs. Burns, and he's covered with cuts and bruises.
He's also got a few sprains and fractures. Like I said before, he's a mess. Oh, all right. Now, what do I do first?
Well, see that he's lying in the proper position. Make sure that his head is level.
Oh, it's very level. Almost flat.
I think you're pretty, too.
No. Quiet, George. You're unconscious.
All right, forgot.
Now, let's say Mr. Burns has a broken arm. You take this large piece of cloth and fold it so that it has 3 corners, like this. Now, do you know what to do with it?
Yes, but isn't George a little old for that?
It's a sling.
George, how can you talk when you're unconscious?
You should know you've been doing it for years. Now get on with the bandaging.
There, now I've used up all the tape in the gauze. Well, girls, how does my patient look?
Like a mummy. Yes, Mrs. Burns, I'm afraid you've overdone it a little. He can't move.
I don't think he can even breathe.
Yeah, you gotta take the finger off. I can't move.
Why did you put the bandage across his mouth?
Well, it says right in your handbook that an injured man should be kept quiet. That's the only way I could do it.
Yeah, well, I can't move. What? You gotta cut it off.
Gee, I hope I'll pass my first aid test. Oh, hey, excuse me, girls. There's someone at the front door.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Redler. The Fidelity Insurance Company asked me to drop by and see Mr. Burns.
Oh, my goodness, Doctor. You must be having a hard time if you have to sell insurance on the side.
I'm not selling any insurance.
Oh. Can't make a go of that either, huh?
Mrs. Burns, I am here for one purpose only.
No, but look, I'll make a bargain with you, Doctor. If you pass on my first aid test, I'll talk my husband into buying your insurance.
If you'll only let me explain why I
No,
came here.
come on, Doctor. Come in and examine my husband.
We're there. I don't know how we got there, but we're there. I would love to examine your husband.
Oh, good. Now step right this way. George, dear, this is Dr. Redler from the Fidelity Insurance Company. He's going to examine you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait, stop! What happened to her?
Well, we imagined he was hit by a truck, so I bandaged him up.
Well, trying to take out accident insurance after the accident, eh, Burns?
Oh, he really hasn't been in an accident, Doctor.
No, those bandages are only make-believe. They're phonies.
So that's it. He's trying to collect on a fake claim. Well, thanks to these Girl Scouts, your fraud was detected. Burns, after I report this, no insurance company in America will issue you a policy. A good day.
Well, George, I guess I passed the first aid test. My bandages fooled the doctor. Oh, look, girls, he's happy for me. Happy? Yes, he can't applaud or whistle, so he's pounding his head on the floor.
Janine, I dream of lilac time. A welcome musical promise of spring. Yes, and a number that's just as popular today as when it was written over 20 years ago. Why such lasting popularity? Because, like all great music, this delightful song combines not one, but many fine musical parts. Show you what we mean. Here's another ever-popular song in a seasonal mood. But see if you can recognize it from just this mellow harmony. Now we'll add the rich counter melody. We still need that vigorous rhythm. And to round out this great song, let's add the melody. You see how it takes not just one, but many musical parts, all skillfully blended together to bring you this rich, ever-popular orchestration of Button Up Your Overcoat. And friends, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the rich, heartwarming flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, superb Maxwell House coffee. Yes, there's a good reason why, on these blustery March mornings, you find so much extra enjoyment in that delicious, good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House. You see, to create this famous flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choicest varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Now, first they select fine Manizales coffees for mellowness. For extra richness, they add Medellins. Other choice coffees give the Maxwell House blend vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas coffees contribute their fine, full body. All perfectly blended into one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum packed, not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So, friends, why settle for anything but the best? Enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, delicious Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
And that's the honest-to-goodness truth, Dr. Redler. I bandaged George up like that to practice Girl Scout first aid.
I see.
And the minute I got him unwrapped, he sent me right over here to your office to explain things. Now, can he have the insurance?
Well, I'll still have to examine him before I decide that.
Oh, well, don't bother, Doctor. He's very healthy. A mass of muscle. Of course, he does have a few teeth marks on him.
Teeth marks?
Well, the neighbor's dog jumped on him and knocked him down.
Vicious dog.
The meanest chihuahua I ever saw.
Perhaps the dog had hydrophobia.
Well, he didn't get it from George. He's very healthy. How about it, Doctor? Will you give him the insurance?
Mrs. Burns, there are certain things I must check. For example, his weight.
Oh, well, I can tell you that. He weighs 150 strips. Of course, that's just hearsay. I'm very bashful. Will you let him have the insurance?
Well, there are other things. I must make examinations of his heart, his kidneys, his lungs, and his liver, and send them to the insurance company.
Well, won't that leave George awfully vacant?
I send the examinations, not the organs themselves.
Oh!
Then I'll have to make a blood count. Do you know what type of blood he has?
Yes, it's sort of reddish.
I meant type A or type B. Has he ever given any transfusion?
Oh, sure. He's made a dozen trips to the blood bank to give a pint of blood.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
One more trip and they'll have the pint.
I think I'd better examine your husband. I'll try to drop by your house this evening on my way home.
You're wasting time, Doctor. He's in the pink, healthy as a bull.
Well, I'll decide that, Mrs. Burns. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an operation to perform at the Cedars.
The Cedars? Oh, you're a tree surgeon, too. Well, goodbye and happy pruning. Well, I fixed everything up, George. You'll get the insurance all right.
Oh, good, good.
And now I must get back to my Girl Scout work.
Gracie, leave the Girl Scouts alone. They've been doing fine for 37 years.
Why should I leave them alone?
They'd like to try for 38.
But, George, they need leaders. I must heed the call of duty, just as women have always done in time of need.
You see.
Did Joan of Arc hesitate? No, she got busy and built it.
Built what?
The Ark.
Gracie, a man built the Ark.
Oh, go on. The person who built the Ark was a woman.
Noah?
How could I know her? She's been dead for years.
Be nice on Bill Summer Show.
And just look through the pages of history. Whenever the world has needed something, it's always been a woman who stepped forward. It was even a woman who invented liquor.
What woman?
Mary, Queen of Scotch.
I suppose some other woman invented beer.
No, but if it weren't for a woman, you'd have nothing to drink it out of.
Don't tell me Gertrude Stein. Yeah. That's coming.
So you see, George, I'm heeding the call of duty.
Yes.
The Girl Scouts need me. And as soon as Bernice and Peggy and Lil come back, I'm going to take them for a hike in the woods.
Wait a minute. You can't take those children on a hike.
Why not?
You get lost when you go to the market.
Well, don't worry. I won't take them to the market.
Gracie, you don't know anything about the woods. I'll bet that you couldn't tell rabbit's tracks from bear tracks.
Oh, George, don't be silly. Animals don't run on tracks.
Look, I can't let you get lost with those girls. I better go along and help you.
We're old enough to get lost by ourselves.
Yes, that's... come in.
Here we are, Mrs. Burns, all ready to begin our expedition into the forest.
Yes, we're anxious to get started. Let's hit the road.
Look, girls, I can't let you go into the woods alone.
My husband thinks he'd better go along, girls.
I insist on it. And if I don't go, Gracie doesn't go.
Let's have a conference, girls.
Don't tell me.
We've decided that it would be a great pleasure to have you accompany us, Mr. Burns.
Yes, we'd love to have you. We're hooked.
Very well, I'll go get my book. Come in.
Well, hi, Burnses. Say, why the Girl Scouts?
Well, I'm training to be their leader, Bill. This is Bernice, Peggy, and Lil. Girls, you remember Bill Goodwin?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Burns pointed you out to us. How do you do?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Hubba, hubba.
Well, hello, girl. Gracie's taking them for a hike in the woods, Bill, and I'm going along for protection.
Good idea, George. If they leave you here, something might happen to you.
Some more summer stuff, I guess. Bill.
Yes.
I'm going to protect them.
You?
Yeah, he can do it, Bill. He's a regular Daniel Goon.
Daniel Boone.
No, I like it her way better.
Oh.
When George was a boy, he practically lived in the woods.
Gracie, when George was a boy, everybody lived in the woods.
Listen, Bill, without me, they'd get lost. They wouldn't know which direction to go.
Well, they would if they took along Maxwell House coffee.
Huh?
There are directions on every can.
Oh, no.
Yes, it tells you how to make perfect coffee. Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee. The most popular coffee in America.
Gee, when Mr. Goodwin talks about Maxwell House coffee with that beautiful romantic voice of his, it's thrilling.
Maxwell House is a combination of choice Latin American coffee.
What a speaker.
Expertly blended and radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
What a personality.
Always good to the last drop.
What a ham.
Bill, we love Maxwell House coffee, but it won't keep us from getting lost in the woods.
Well, maybe not, but it'll make you stay there. Awfully pleasant.
I say.
Well, I'm not afraid of getting lost. The only thing that'd scare me is if we met a wolf.
Yes, wolves are terrible. I hate wolves.
Well, I guess I know when I'm not wanted. Goodbye.
Well, let's get started on the hike, girls.
How far do you think we've gone, Mr. Burns?
About 8 miles, Bernice.
8 miles. And look at George. He's as fresh as when we left home.
Sure.
Well, this is far enough. Let's get out of the car and start hiking.
I'll park here. Boy, it's kind of hot here in the woods. Now watch, kids. I'll teach you an old woodsman's trick. You just grab a handful of these green leaves and rub them over your face. It cools you off.
Mr. Burns, you shouldn't do that. It's a mistake. It won't cool you off.
It's poison ivy.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, well, not much further to go, girls. Let's jump across this little creek. I'll go first. There. Now you, Bernice. That's fine. Peggy. Atta girl. Come on, Lil. Good. Now you, George. Don't sit in the water, dear. You'll frighten the fish.
Thank goodness we're almost back to the car. I'm completely exhausted.
I'm awfully tired myself. I'm pooped.
Come on, girls. Come on. It's only a little further. What are you dragging for?
Well, George, it's not easy for us to carry you.
Keep moving.
Oh, now stop groaning, George. You're safe at home.
Yeah, well, I can't talk.
Well, I had to put the bandage across your face for the poison ivy. Girls, are you almost through?
Yes, Mrs. Burns. I put both of his arms in slings to relieve his sprained wrist.
I taped up the Charlie horse in his leg. I bandaged his chest. Well, you're the smallest, so you get the smallest job.
Gee, he looks like a mummy again.
Come in.
Well, here I am, Mrs. Burns, ready to examine that healthy husband of yours.
I've got the whole trouble.
Still practicing first aid on him, eh? Well, I'll just take this bandage off his face so that I can see how... Good heavens! He looks like he's got smallpox.
Well, you see what happened?
Burns, you conniving scoundrel! Not only will I refuse you insurance, but I'll have this house quarantined. Good day!
Gracie.
Quick, girls, put the bandage over his mouth again. Oh, what he's about to say, no Girl Scout should hear.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be that glamorous lady of the movies, Marlene Dietrich.
Marlene Dietrich. She's the woman with the beautiful legs.
That's the woman, yeah.
Well, then I better save this bandage I had for your mouth.
Why?
Well, next week I'll put it over your eyes. And now, if I may be serious for a moment, there are thousands of girls all over the country who are waiting to join the Girl Scouts, but they can't because there aren't enough leaders. Call your local council and wish the Girl Scouts happy birthday by becoming a Girl Scout volunteer.
Nice going, Gracie. Good night, everybody.
Good things.
Easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when Marlena Dietrich will be our guest, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The preceding program was transcribed. Now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Here's where we help jail a gangster. Anything can happen in a big city. Anything. For example, stood on a street corner looking at the traffic. Looking at it, but not seeing it. It was a busy corner, right in front of the Daily Sentinel. The man's hair was mussed, his collar open. He needed a shave.
I saw. There was a meadow and a tree. The moon's out. The moon.
Yes, Mr. Reed. I just had lunch. I didn't see you.
It wasn't your fault, Miss Case. He bumped into you. Oh, don't just stand there, mister. Move along.
You see it? It's up there. That's the moon.
What?
The moon. That's the meadow tree. There were shadows under the moon. There's the moon.
Well, mister, it's broad daylight.
It's dark. Just the moon. There's the meadow. There's the tree.
Never drink so early in the day. It's very bad.
Gosh, is he feeling it?
The tree. The meadow. The moon. Just shadows in the moon.
Come on, Miss Case. We've got to get back to work. If you're crossing that street, you better do it now, mister. The light's green.
The moon on the meadow.
Poor guy. That sounds almost like double talk. Moon on the meadow.
Doesn't seem to know where he's going.
Are we...
Now, wait a moment. I want to see that he gets...
Mr. Reed.
Great Scott, it's heading straight for him. Look out!
Mr. Reed, are you all right?
Snap out of it, fella. You almost got killed.
The moon on the meadow.
The car went right through the light. Oh, I wish I'd gotten that number.
We'll get that car, lady. Come on now, break it up, boys. Come on, there's no point in standing right in the center of the street.
Are you sure you're not hurt?
No, he's perfectly okay.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. Good grief, when you ran right in front of that car.
Why, you sound as if I were important.
Well, you are. You're... Well, I mean, after all, you're my boss, and I like my job. What else could a girl mean?
Remind me to take that up with you later.
I will.
But right now, this sleepwalker needs attention. That car missed you.
Yes, and of all the careless drivers going right through a light.
Shadows under the tree. The moon. There's the moon.
He's just had too much to drink, Mr. Reed. Let him wander. He'll get home.
Yeah, I suppose we might as well. After all, what happens to him... Miss Case.
What is it?
This man hasn't been drinking. He's in a daze.
I thought they went together.
No, I'm not kidding. Look at my hand.
It's stained. I thought that car didn't hit you.
It didn't. It missed us both.
Well, then how did you
Look
get
at the back of this man's head. He was slugged. There's a small cut there.
I never noticed.
Neither did I. I must have touched it when I pulled him away from the path of that car. Are you all right?
The meadow. The tree.
Your name? What's your name?
The moon. shadows behind the tree.
You hear that? He doesn't even know his name.
Yeah.
Call an ambulance, Miss Case. This man's going to the hospital.
Suffering from traumatic amnesia was brought in this afternoon. In cooperation with the hospital authorities, we broadcast a description of this man. If anyone recognizes his
Turn it off, Cato.
please communicate with...
That is man you and Miss Case take to hospital, Mr. Blitt?
Yes, early this afternoon. Apparently, he still has amnesia.
Traumatic amnesia. Please, what is that?
That's loss of memory due to a blow on the head. The man was robbed, too. His wallet was gone. No marks of identification.
I see. Hold the victim, yes?
Forget about it, Cato. It isn't important.
There's no way to tell, Mr. Blitt. In my native Philippine, we have saying, it is easier to drown in little wave than big one.
Meaning what?
Meaning, please, one must not dismiss something as not important for that same thing.
That same thing may hit you when you're not looking. Is that it?
If you please, Mr. Blitt. Nothing too small.
Okay. Only I hope that poor chap gets back his memory.
Yes, sir.
Must have some relatives that...
Hey, Harry! Cato, open up!
Mr. Axford, yes?
He sounds excited.
Open up, Oh, Reed, I'm glad you're home.
You excited to remember your key, Axford?
Reed, I ain't got time for nothing. Come on along. I got the car downstairs.
I'm not going out.
Oh, golly, yes, you are. It's a newspaper business. It's a scoop for the Sentinel.
Oh, Axford,
Mr. Axford, please, you go away. Mr. Britt...
Cato, keep your nose out of this. Moran's downstairs, Sergeant Moran. He's waiting to take us to the scene of the crime. It was Hazelton.
Hazelton? You mean that's the name of the man in the hospital?
Super snakes, Reed, are you batty? Who cares about that guy? Hazelton, the head of the state police department.
Captain Hazelton. Did he catch someone?
The other way around, Reed. Someone caught him with a bullet in the back. He's been murdered.
There ain't a thing been touched, Mr. Reed. It's just the way it was when we found it, including the body.
Poor Hazelton.
Most likely he never knew who shot him. There's a moon, but he got it from the back.
What about these footprints, Sergeant?
We made plaster casts of them, Mr. Reed.
A lot of good that's going to do. How do you know it is the same fellow who done the murder?
Who else could it be? It ain't Hazelton.
That's the wagon, Moran?
Yeah, from the morgue, Mr. Reed.
I told you the Sentinel would get the story exclusive. Suffering snakes, there ain't no reporters but us.
Was Captain Hazelton working on any special case that you know of, Sergeant?
Well, we talked to the state police. They said they didn't know nothing, but they'd check his private belongings to make sure.
Well, no sense in standing here. Come on, Axford. We've got a story to turn in.
Yeah, Reed.
Yeah, I'll come along with you. I don't like staying out here.
Oh, fine cop you are.
Well, I can't do nothing from now, can I?
Save it. Here comes the wagon.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Holy crow, who's that?
Sergeant, that woman. She's standing beside Hazelton's body.
Hey, you stop!
She's running.
Stop her!
She's gone into the bushes.
You can't shoot now, Moran. You can't see. Hey, lady!
There's a cloud over the moon.
Oh, did anyone get a good look at her?
She disappeared too fast.
She's got to be around someplace.
Save your strength, Sergeant. You're wasting time.
Yeah, it sure looks that way, Mr. Reed. Oh, I can see this murder is going to be plenty tough.
I wish we could hang around, Sergeant, but you know how it is.
Yeah.
We got a story for the Sentinel, and it's got to get there in time.
If I get anything new, I'll call the newspaper.
Well, thanks. Besides the story, I'm getting up early tomorrow, so good night, Moran, and pleasant dreams. And be sure to let us know if you solve the case.
Publisher's office? No, Mr. Reed isn't in yet, but it shouldn't be long. Yes, call back, please.
Hello, Casey. Is Reed in yet this morning?
Not yet, Axford.
Oh.
You haven't got anything new, have you?
You mean about Captain Hazelton's murder, Casey?
Well, no. I was thinking of that poor fellow in the hospital.
Oh, him. Golly, I can't be bothered with small stuff like that, Casey. I'm handling a murder assignment.
Okay, big shot. So you turned in a scoop.
Holy crow, I sure did. There wasn't another paper carried the murder yarn in the first edition like the Sentinel. Naturally, I ain't interested in some
amnesia.
Amnesia. Yeah, in some amnesia victim.
All right, I'll ask you. Is there anything new on the Hazelton murder?
Yep, there sure is. Moran phoned and gave it to me for the afternoon edition. I was just telling Dunnigan about it.
Well, you make it sound important.
It is.
That woman who screamed wasn't located?
No, but it's better than that. Casey, the police got a letter.
No. I got one myself this morning.
It was a note from the Green Hornet.
I'm not interested in notes about... Who Who did you say?
Suffering snakes, do I got to repeat myself?
The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Yeah. What's he got to do with that murder?
Casey, that's what the police are asking themselves right this minute. The note told the cops they'd never learn who done it. But why should the Hornet send a note unless he done it himself? If you ask me, he's trying to lull their suspicions.
Are you crazy? By sending a letter?
Sure, by claiming they'd never learn. To a smart fella like me, all that means is that the Hornet is getting worried they'll find him.
Why, a child wouldn't be that dumb.
Oh, is that so?
It'd make the police try all the harder to find the murderer.
You mean the Hornet wants him to?
Why, of course, otherwise he'd keep his mouth shut instead. Oh, I give up. You're just plain dumb.
No, listen, you typewriter Tootsie, I ain't going to...
Hello, Axford.
Morning, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Reed, did you hear about the Green Hornet note?
Oh, yes, Axford. I just spoke to Gunnigan. That's all the news, isn't it?
Golly, ain't it enough?
I hope the police get busy. Apparently, the Hornet wants them to.
You mean because he sent that note?
Of course.
Oh, yeah. That's just what I was telling Casey here. That's my theory, too.
Uh-huh. Have you been to the hospital, Mr. Reed?
No, I haven't.
Well, I just wondered. That poor fellow, he might... Publisher's office.
Casey! Hey, Casey! Is the boss there?
Hold it. Mr. Reed, it's Lowry, and he sounds like a page one yarn.
What? Hello, Lowry. Where are you?
Boss, grab your hat and come running. I'm at the hospital.
The hospital? Anything wrong?
That's what I want to know. Either this guy with amnesia was leading a double life or somebody's pulling a fast one.
Well, I don't get it, Lowry. What do you mean by a double life?
The guy's gone, boss. His wife called for him.
His wife called for him? Well, that's fine.
Sure, only there's another dame here. She claims she's his wife. How do you like that?
Well, you stay there, Lowry. I'm coming right over.
He is my husband. I knew him from the description over the radio. He's been missing since the night before last.
Whoa, take it easy, Mrs. Braley, if you are Mrs. Braley.
If my husband had been in his right mind, he'd have known soon enough I'm Mrs. Braley. Who was that other woman?
Oh, it's crazy. The whole thing's nuts.
Why did they let her take him away?
Well, she knew who he was. She had positive proof.
What does it mean?
Lady, I'm in the dark, too. My boss is coming over, and Sergeant Moran of the police force is in that room now, checking up. Just relax.
Something may have happened to him. I'm so frightened.
Sister, I want to talk to you. Are these your husband's shoes?
Well, yes.
Shoes. For Pete's sake, Moran, what's that got to do with it?
When he left, he wore slippers. Guess he's still hazy, huh?
Well, what about it?
But that ain't the point. I recognize these shoes, see? These are the shoes that made the prints in that meadow where Hazelton was murdered.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Moran, holy mackerel, you mean Braley? This guy with amnesia, he committed that murder?
Yeah, and that ain't all. Lady, did you leave these cigarettes beside the hospital bed?
Cigarettes? Why, no. Perhaps that other woman did.
Oh, is that so? Smell these cigarettes, Lowry.
They smell funny, Moran. They got a bitter almond smell.
Yeah, bitter almonds. Cyanide, that's what it is, poison. These cigarettes are poison. Now, who's trying to poison that guy?
Poison? Oh, no. No, I can't.
Lady, stop that. You're hysterical. Moran, who is this woman?
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed. Don't ask me nothing. My head's going around in circles already.
Don't you recollect that scream? This woman could be the one who's...
You mean Mrs. Braley?
Really, huh? Well, all right, Mrs. Braley, out with it. You're the woman who stood over Hazelton's body last night, aren't you?
My husband said he was going for a walk. I went to the park to look for him. I was walking along and I saw... Please, where is my husband? What's happened to him?
Boss, can we print this? What a mystery. Did Braley murder Hazelton and why? Who tried to poison Braley? Who's the other woman who spirited Braley away from here?
What are you having printed, Lowry? Get a phone, put it on page 1. And Moran, your police department better find Braley before it's too late, before...
Oh.
Lowry, get some water. She's fainted.
Now to continue our story. The threads of murder and mystery became hopelessly tangled when Braley's wife went to the hospital and found her husband gone. Even while the Dragnet was rolling off the presses and selling in the streets, Britt Reed's office at the Daily Sentinel was a beehive of speculation and activity.
Miss Case, get that one. I'll take this.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello?
No, Gunnigan. Play it up the same way.
Okay. It's the police department, Mr. Reed.
Yes, slap that mystery angle big on page 1. Use a streamer headline. You got anything from Axford? Okay. Axford's working on the Green Hornet angle, Miss Case. He hasn't got a thing. That was the police.
Trace of Braley yet.
Oh, he's the key to the whole setup. They gotta find him.
Boss, hey, boss.
Oh, what is it, Lowry? Give.
I just left Mrs. Braley at the hospital.
She's the real Mrs. Braley?
Yeah, all penny, Casey. She even had the marriage license, which makes the other woman a phony.
We guessed that before this. That isn't hot news.
Boss, I was talking to one of the nurses. This Braley guy did some talking while he was being cared for.
Yeah, Miss Case and I heard him. He kept saying moon on the meadow, shadows under the tree.
We know now that he must have been talking about Hazelton's murder.
Sure, but he said more than that at the hospital. He mentioned names.
Names? What names?
Hold on, here they are. Creevy, Saplin, Dykus, Podolsky, and Sharkson. How do you like them apples, boss?
Gangsters.
Every one. The nurse said he kept repeating those names over and over. I told the police.
They're checking on those crooks?
Yeah, busy right now.
Do you think Braley might have been taken out of the hospital by one of them?
It's beginning to look that way, Miss Case. That woman who posed as his wife must have been a stooge.
Well, that's a novel way to get a murderer out of a hospital. You got to admit that.
We don't know he did the murder.
Oh, Casey, what else is there?
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on.
Huh?
Remember those poisoned cigarettes? Perhaps Braley didn't commit that murder. Perhaps he'd been a witness to the murder. That would explain why they'd want him out of that hospital.
Good grief. You mean they're trying to kill him?
Yeah. And why not? If he's a witness to a murder, why not?
I guess we'll never know till we find him, huh?
Killer or with the switch?
Get the police. Give them that angle.
They're checking now.
Hello, get the police
Well,
department.
talk to them. We need action, and I'm going to get it. Hello?
Is that you?
Oh, yes, Axford. Any news at the Sentinel?
They ain't found Braley yet.
Those gangsters have been questioned?
They say they're as innocent as newborn babes, all of them. I tell you, Reed, it's the Green Hornet. It must be the Hornet.
Never mind, Axford.
But Reed, why...
I said never mind. I'm busy. Give your information to the city desk. I have a date. Well, Cato, you've been gone a long time.
I hurry fast, Mr. Blitt. Did Mr. Axford...
No, nothing. The police are up a tree.
Oh.
So it's up to the Green Hornet to solve this mystery. You checked up on Sharkson, Dykus, Podolsky, and the others?
Oh, yes, Mr. Blitt.
Cato, one of those 5 is involved in some way. One of those 5 spirited Braley out of that hospital.
Yes, sir. But perhaps one of 5 have already killed Mr. Braley.
Oh, no, you forgot that after I got those names from Lowry, I sent them Green Hornet notes, saying they'd be wiser to keep him alive. I suggested to each that I had a scheme to use him to advantage.
Yes, sir, that's true. You think that one who is involved will wait until you contact him?
I'm gambling on those rats being greedy. If I've gambled right, Braley is still alive. If I've been wrong, well, let's not think of that.
I understand.
But which one of the 5? That's the problem.
Mr. Blitt, I think it... Podolsky.
What?
Yes, sir. If you please. You mentioned one time car that almost ran over this Braley.
Well, we couldn't locate it, kid. We couldn't catch the license number.
Car similar to one you described is owned by Podolsky.
Cato?
Yes, sir. It's dark green with light green upper part. I think...
Save it. That's plenty, Cato. Got the Green Hornet mask and the gas weapon.
Yeah, in the car.
Okay, open the sliding panel. We're going out in the Black Beauty.
Britt Reed and his valet Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the clothes press, then along a narrow passage built within the wall itself, a passage that led directly to the adjoining building. Seen from the street, this building looked deserted, abandoned. No one could guess that it served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Here, mask and gun, Mr.
I'll take that mask now, Cato.
Yes, sir. I shall drive.
No, I'll drive. Make sure that gas weapon is loaded. We're calling on Podolsky, and for Braley's sake, I hope we're on the right track.
We're very close now, Mr. Britt.
Podolsky?
Round this corner.
Okay, we'll use this alley.
It is next residence.
There's a light in that room.
Yes, sir.
Who's that? You see him through the window?
If you please. That is Podolsky.
Yeah, talking on the phone. You stay here, Cato. I'm going in.
listen. I want to talk to Sharkson, see? This is Podolsky. Knife Podolsky. Yeah. Okay.
They're getting him, huh?
Yeah, sure. For me, anything. Just stick around and listen while I... Hello, Sharkson. This is Knife. Wanted to ask you something, pal. Yeah, the cops was here, too. Didn't learn nothing. Not a thing. Have I got Braley? He wants to know have I got Braley.
Yeah?
Hello, Sharkson. About this have I got Braley question. I ain't saying. You know me, pal, dumb like a fox. But listen, who's this Green Hornet? I want to know. I got a note from the lug, and he said... What? What's that?
Trouble, boss?
Shut up. Yeah. Yeah, Sharkson. Okay, thanks. Well, so that's it. The Hornet sent the same kind of note to Sharkson. The same note. Just sap, don't you get it? It's a fast one. The Hornet's pulling the fast one. He didn't know I'm the guy that's got Braley. He didn't know...
I know it now, Podolsky.
The Green Hornet.
You fell for it. Braley's alive. Where is he?
Dutch, get this guy.
Don't move. Now, come on, Podolsky, spill it. You had one of your gun moles put on an axe so you could get Braley out. Where is he?
Who are you? What's under that mask you're wearing?
I have a gun, Podolsky. I might use it the way you used a gun on Hazelton. Hazelton?
Shut up, Dutch. We don't know what you're talking about, pal. It was Braley put the finger on Hazelton. Yeah, sure. That's why we bumped him off.
Braley is dead?
You got it. That's right. Braley's a nut, see? He's crazy. He shoots Hazelton. So, just to make sure we don't get mixed up in it, we give Braley the business.
You're a smooth talker, Podolsky.
You know me. I can't afford to have the cops nosing too close to my business, so...
So you shut Braley's mouth.
Right.
I don't believe it.
No, pal, I ain't lying.
One look at
about
Dutch's
this.
face tells me it's a lie. You killed Hazelton, not Braley. And now you've got Braley someplace, and I want to know where.
Hornet, you're jumping at the wrong conclusion. You're... Get him, Dutch.
Drop that gun! Miss me. Now, you, Podolsky, get away from that desk.
Yeah? Well, first time...
Take it.
Shut you. You shot me. Well, to you no good, Hornet. I pressed the button first. See, I pressed the button first.
Button? What's he talking about?
What happened? I hear shots.
That's all right, kid. The shot missed me. There they are.
Mr. Britt, we get away fast. Police hear shot. They come very soon.
Wait.
But
I said wait. Look here, kiddo.
A button. What is that for, Mr. Britt?
Podolsky pressed it before I gave him a shot of gas. That button must have been a signal to someone. A signal to kill Braley.
What?
And that's why we can't go.
But the police...
We can't go. We gotta find out where Braley is. We gotta find out before he dies.
That's for you, Moran.
Oh, don't go telling me my business, Axel. Hello? Police headquarters. Who heard a gunshot? Okay, have the cop on the beat check up. Can't be bothered with some dummy shooting off a pop gun, can I, Axford?
Sure not, Moran. Suffering snakes. The story the Sentinel wants is about Braley. Now, it looks to me like...
David. Sergeant Moran, what's going on this time? Uh-huh. Yeah. You got a report from the cop patrolling the beat. What's that? What kind of a car? I want a squad. I'll be right down. Oxford, if the Sentinel wants a scoop car.
Holy crow, what's it about?
There's a car in the alley behind Podolsky's joint, and from the description, it's the car of the Green Hornet.
But holy crow, why didn't you say so? Lead the way. I'm right beside you.
Again, Cato, hit it. Empty.
Well, perhaps Braley not here at Captain House, Mr. Britt.
We've got to keep looking. We'll try the basement.
It's very dangerous.
Come on, we'll keep looking.
Meadow, tree.
Oh, Shadow. Shadow.
Hey, you and your crazy talk. Yeah. As soon as I get the gun loaded, I'm going to shoot you, Brady. Shoot you. You get it?
Where is the moon?
About time, Brodowski pressed that buzzer. That's a signal to finish you off, see?
And you move.
That was your tough luck. You had to wander right in on us when we shoot Hazelton. We slug you on the noggin, but you got away. Amnesia, huh? Well, mister, you're going to have a permanent amnesia.
The moon. Shadows under the tree. You've got a gun. I've seen you before with a gun. It was that night.
Oh, beginning to get your memory back, huh?
Was that?
Too bad it's too late.
What? The gun, take it. I can't breathe you.
Meadow, the tree. I saw it in the moonlight.
Really?
I saw that man with a gun.
Really?
He still doesn't remember.
He'll recover. And when
All right, hold it now. I got you.
What?
You forgot. All you did was knock me out. Use your fist instead of your gun. When you and your pal are going to join Braley, see, you're going to... Hey, what's that? A police siren. Now.
Good work, Mr. Blake. He looked other way only for one moment. You punch him hard.
Same punch I used before. Now, come on, kid. We got to get out before the police get in.
Police. Shadows under the moon. The meadow. I saw it.
Don't worry, Braley. You're getting better.
You wear a mask. Who are you?
Don't worry about a thing. The police are coming. They'll find you. They can't miss. They'll clean up this murder as soon as they get you.
The moon. They shot him. In the meadow. Under the tree, yeah. They shot him. The meadow. The tree. That siren. That must be the police. The police!
And golly, Reed, sure as Casey sitting at that typewriter was Brady. And Podolsky's joint looked like a tornado had hit it. Only it was the Green Hornet.
You didn't get the Hornet?
No, Casey. But Podolsky and his mob are in jail. And as soon as them doctors clear up Brady's mind so he can talk...
Oh, I've got it in this case. Hello, Reed speaking. Oh, Lowry. He dead? Just a minute. This case, call the switchboard and have a rewrite man hook in on this call.
Lawrence at the hospital?
Braley's recovered his battery. Named Prodowski is Hazelton's murderer. Get that to rewrite.
Yes, sir.
Start telling your story, Lowry. We'll give it a headline that'll sell more papers than all the rest combined. We want pictures, personal interviews, the works.
Lux Radio Theater. Missing man found. Braley named Crook's murder. Police jail gangster. Read all about it. Green Hornet still alert. Sent to Lux Radio
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire, in the days when the West was young, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. And no man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now, from out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
As our story opens, night is falling on the trail to Jackson City. The Lone Ranger and Tonto have been riding for the greater part of the day and are now preparing to make camp.
There, good place. Yes, Tonto, I think it'll do. We make camp early. We get up early. We're both tired from our trip. We get good rest. This is fine here. Oh, Silver. Oh, fine, We can find plenty of wood around here for our fire. That's right. Well, it looks as though others thought this was a good camping place. Oh, there's plenty track here. You can see where they built their fire. Doesn't look as though they could have been gone long. Maybe 4, 5 hours. How many men would you say were here, Kemosabe? 5, 6. Probably cowboys who stopped to cook a meal. Look there. Cigarette stuff. Oh, them loco weed. Loco weed? That's dangerous stuff to smoke. I've seen it turn men into killers. Many bad fellas use them. Perhaps those men weren't cowboys after all. Unto not know. Did you hear that horse, Kima? Silver hear him, too. I wonder who's riding here. Maybe more fella make camp here. I'd rather not answer questions about this mask. Or come this way, all right. There he is, and he hasn't a rider, Kemosabe. Here, old fellow. Look, he answered all right. Here you are, boy. He won't go back. He acts as though he's trying to tell us something. What's the matter, old fellow? That's plenty strange. I think he wants us to go with him. Come, Tonto. We follow him? Yes. We'll get our horses and see if he leads us anywhere. That's good idea. Steady, Silver. Him in plenty big hurry. All right, old fellow. We'll follow along. Come on, Silver. Get him up, white fella. Tonto, he's taking us toward that woods. Can you see anything wrong, Kemosabe? What's that there? There's something on the ground. Looks as though it might be a man. Come on, Silver. Here we are. Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Tonto. This man is dead. Me take a look. A young fellow, too. Him get shot through back. Shot in the back. Him die quick. Can you tell how long he's been dead, Tonto? Maybe 3, 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours? That's the same time you thought those men left the place we stopped to camp. Their track. Hoof prints. There must have been at least 5 or 6 horses here. That's right. They're going horse, following trail. This man was probably a member of the gang. I wonder if there's anything to identify him with. There, watch. Let me see it. There. Here, watch. Thanks. There's a picture in the back. Dan Kent. That must be this man's name. I want to go through his pockets. There may be something to show where his home was or who his folks were. You take a look. Well, there's nothing in this pocket. Wait. The letter is something in the shirt pocket. Maybe that tell you. I have it. I think we're justified in reading this letter under the circumstances, Tonto. What'd it say? One moment. Seems to be from his mother. She can't read or write.
No? How you know that?
She says here that her foreman is writing the letter for her.
Oh. What more it say?
Nothing of importance, Tonto. Just news about herself. And hopes for her son's happiness. Nothing that explains his death.
That heap bad.
She seems to have thought he was leading an honest life.
Him get shot by bad feller.
Why do you say that, Kemosabe?
Him shot'n back. Good feller not do that.
You're right.
What we do now?
I think we'll investigate this further. Perhaps we'll be able to find the murderers and learn why Dan was killed. Here, Silver. We'll examine these tracks, Tonto. We may be able to recognize them again.
Tonto know 'em.
Yep. Maybe I can follow these tracks, but I'll have to hurry.
It get dark plenty quick now.
Yes. You stay here and take care of Dan's body.
Tonto, do that.
Come on, Silver.
Jackson City was a typical western town. It boasted little more than a main street, a group of weather-beaten homes, a cafe, jail, and a stagecoach office. Red Murphy was the manager of the coach line, and we see him now at his desk. The door of the office opens, and a little old lady enters.
Why, howdy, Miss Kent.
Hello, Mr. Murphy. I just come to see about the stage.
You sit right down. It ain't often I get to see you anymore.
Oh, you needn't give me your chair. Well, thank you. I reckon I'm getting to the age where a body don't care much about standing on their feet no more than they have to.
You weren't aiming to go no place in the stage, was you?
My, no. Traveling ain't for such as me. I just come to see if a package come from my boy.
Which one, Miss Kent? Pete down Frisco way or Dan that you say is mining over in Colorado?
This package was to come from Pete, Mr. Murphy.
I recollect you were getting a letter from Pete the other day.
That's how come I'm here. He written his letter that there'd be a package of cash for me on the next stage.
Of cash?
Mm-hmm. $600.
Pete's sending you all that?
He's a mighty fine boy, Pete is. He's sending it 'cause he heard I'm liable to lose my place if I can't get tax money together.
By golly, Pete must be doing darn well for himself.
Oh, he always was smart, even when he was a young'un.
Yeah, I can remember him. It was Dan that was the wild one, weren't he?
No, there weren't nothing wrong with Dan. Maybe he was a mite reckless about choosing his friends, and he was one to have a good time when there was a chance for it. But he's settled down now, all right.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
But ain't there no package, Mr. Murphy?
Sure, you needn't go to worrying, Miss Kent. The stage just ain't come in yet.
Oh.
You see, there's been a heap of trouble on the trail lately. There's been landslides, and the bridge went out over to Willow Creek, and all kinds of things. The stage ain't come in on time for the past week.
But have you any notion when it'll be here?
I'm downright sorry, but I can't say as to that neither. Maybe it won't show up till tomorrow sometime.
Oh, then I don't reckon there's much use in my waiting any longer.
You ain't riding back to your place, are you?
It's a mighty long ride for a body like me, but I might just as well.
Now, why don't you stay over at my place? The missus would be glad to put you up.
No, I think I'd better be getting back.
Well, suit yourself, Miss Kent.
You'll look out for my package, won't you?
I sure will.
Thank you. And if I don't get in for it tomorrow, you hold it till I do.
I'll watch it like it was my own. Goodbye, ma'am.
Good day.
There goes one of the finest old ladies I ever seen. She's dead up agin it, but she's got more spunk than a dozen men.
Red Murphy.
Huh? Golly, where'd you come from?
I came in the back door.
You're masked. There ain't nothing here for you to take. Honest, there ain't.
I'm not a thief. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Is that all you want?
It is. Was that old lady who just left here Mrs. Kent?
Yeah, that was her.
I thought it was. I went to her home and found she'd come here.
You ain't planning to harm her none, are you, stranger? You wouldn't do that, would you? She ain't got nothing for you to steal.
She has a son named Dan?
Yes, but
Does she know where he is?
What business is that of yours, mister? I ain't...
Answer me.
Well, I reckon she does. She sent him a letter by my stage up Denver way once. That was quite a spell ago. He's supposed to be mining.
Yes, I saw that letter.
Mister, don't do nothing to hurt Miss Kent. She's old and feeble.
You like her?
Well, I should say I do. They don't come no finer.
What would you do to keep her from being harmed?
Why, I'm just like the other folks around here that knows her. I'd do most anything.
Red, her son Dan is dead.
Dead, you say?
Yes, and the men who killed him are right here in this district.
How come you know that?
Red, I want to know this. Does Mrs. Kent own anything of value? Anything that outlaws would want to steal?
There's nothing that I know of.
Are you sure?
I ought to be sure. Even the cattle she owns ain't worth the stealing. I told her she ain't got nothing.
What's that?
By golly, it must be the stage. Drat it, Miss Kent just missed it.
She was looking for the stage?
I ain't got the time to talk to you now, stranger. I got to see to the stage. But you stay on. There's things I want to ask you.
I'll wait for you.
You're early this trip.
Yep, had a good run this time. Here, take this package. It's for Miss Kent.
Throw it down.
There you are.
I'm taking this inside. You go on with the unloading, then unhitch the horses. I'll be out to help you.
Sure, Ed.
Oh, golly, I forgot you were still here.
What's in that package for Mrs. Kent?
I don't know.
Don't lie to me, Red.
But
it may be important.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's cash, that's what. And, stranger, the fella that tries to take it away from me is going to get shot full of lead.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. I'll leave the way I came in.
But hold on. I wonder where he's going. I shouldn't have never left his back door open. Hey, wait!
Hi-yo, Silver!
Called his horse Silver. And I was wondering if he was straight or not. Well, I should smile.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, stopping to make camp near Jackson City, were met by a riderless horse that led them to the body of Dan Kent, who had been shot in the back. The masked man and his companion followed the tracks of the killers to the Kent ranch. Then the Lone Ranger rode to town, where he learned that a package of money had just arrived from Mrs. Kent by the stage. As our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse at the camp he shares with Tonto.
Oh, boy, steady there. Oh, boy.
Tonto! Yeah. You get back soon.
I think I've learned why outlaws rode to the Kent ranch.
Why that?
Mrs. Kent is expecting money from another son.
How outlaw know about cash?
I'm not sure, but I believe I know the answer.
Kent woman know son Dan outlaw?
I don't think so. And we won't let her find it out unless we have to.
Not good.
There are still things we have to do before we can catch the outlaws.
That's right.
I want you to find the sheriff and his deputies. Don't tell them anything, but learn where to locate them if we need them in a hurry.
How to do that?
We must be sure to be ready for whatever happens.
It had been a long, hard drive for Mrs. Kent from town to her home, and when she arrived there, she was surprised to see a number of horses standing outside the house. She climbed down from the buckboard, and when her foreman, Clem, came up to lead the horse away, she asked him about the visitors.
Clem, who's the folks come to see me?
Just some gents that aims to speak to you. You get that package off the stage, ma'am?
The stage is late, so I didn't wait for it. Are they strangers, Clem?
Uh-huh.
The folks in the house.
Oh, them. Well, ma'am, maybe they're strangers to you, but they ain't to me.
I wonder what they want.
You'll find out soon enough, I reckon.
I haven't a notion why anybody'd be calling on me.
They won't be backward about telling you.
Oh, what are you coming in for, Clem? Thought you was going to stable my horse.
I got some things to say to you, too. Here she is, boys. We've been waiting for you, ma'am.
Yes?
This is Duke Reavers, Miss Kent. He'll do all the talking for us.
What talking?
You went to town for a right important package, didn't you, Miss Kent?
Oh, what's that to you?
You'd be surprised. You didn't fetch it back with her, Duke. The stage wasn't in yet.
Clem, did you tell these fellers about that package?
Sure I did. We know all about that cash, Miss Kent. So it won't do you no good to lie about it.
You mean...
We mean we want it, and we're going to have it.
Clem, they're aiming to rob me.
Well, and what of it?
And you're in with them.
Of course I am. How else do you think they'd know enough to come here?
To think you'd do a thing like this to me.
Talking won't help.
I paid you good money, and now you turn on me.
I ain't interested in hearing about that. All we want is that cash.
Well, it won't do you no good. I never brung it with me.
So Clem said.
And you won't be able to get it.
You think not?
I know you won't. Red Murphy'll keep it when it gets here. And he won't give it up to nobody but me.
There's ways of getting around that.
You low, mean, ornery coyote.
Clem, you hold a gun on her. I'll do that.
Holding a gun on a woman.
You won't get hurt unless you goes against orders. Now sit down over here, Miss Kent. There's a pen and paper. Clem's already read out what we want. You just put your mark on it.
What's that paper say?
Never you mind about that. You just sign it. And the rest you can leave to me.
Mrs. Kent, helpless in the hands of the outlaws, signed the paper written by her foreman and gave it to Duke, who immediately left the house, mounted, and rode for town.
Get along there. Get along. Come on. Get along there. Get up here. Come on. Get along. Get along. Get
The Lone Ranger, riding toward the Kent place, saw Duke racing by and pulled Silver to a stop.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy, steady there. Oh. Silver, that fellow came from the Kent ranch, and he's heading for town. If he's one of the outlaws, we may be too late. I want to see the hoofprints of his horse. Silver, he is one of them. Tonto and I followed that same track before. We've got to get back to town and find Tonto right away. Yep. All right, old fellow. We'll have to hurry. Hail, Silver!
In the meantime, Duke continued on into town. There, with a signed paper in his hand, he halted before the stage office, dismounted, and strode inside. Red Murphy looked up in surprise at the sound of the door.
You the manager here?
Uh-huh. What can I do for you?
Read this here note. It'll tell all that needs to be told.
Yeah? Give it here. It says Miss Kent wants me to give you the package that was to come addressed to her.
That's what it says? I didn't know nothing about it. She just handed it to me and told me to ride here with it.
Uh-huh.
Stage come in yet?
Oh, it's been here all right.
Was the package on it?
Yeah, it's here.
Then give it to me if that's what the note said. I gotta be getting back.
I don't know about that.
Huh?
I sort of figured she'd be coming after it herself.
She was here once, wasn't she? Didn't she have the whole trip for nothing?
Yeah, I know.
Then what's troubling you?
Well, I don't savvy why she sent back for it so soon. She told me she'd be in tomorrow.
Maybe it's something she wants real bad.
It's that, sure enough. But I don't know.
Blast it, hand it over and be done with it.
Just who are you, anyhow? You work for Miss Kent?
Of course I do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't, would I?
It's a powerful important package.
I can take care of it.
Uh-huh. And for all I know, maybe you take care of it too darn well.
Say, just what are you hinting?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I was just sort of thinking out loud.
Doggone it. What do you want that old woman to do? Ride all that ways back to town just because you're too stubborn to do like she asks?
I got another idea.
Yeah?
There ain't nothing much doing here now. Maybe I could spare the time to run out there with this Miss Elf.
Blast it, there ain't no need of that.
Oh, shucks, it won't be no trouble. I'll just...
Let this man take the package. A mask, fella.
You here again?
Give him the package. It'll be dark before he gets to the ranch now.
Why should I do what you say?
I think you will.
No, wait. There ain't no reason to get your hands so blame close to them 6 guns.
Take the package, Duke. Yeah. Take it to Mrs. Kent. She sent you for it. There's no reason she shouldn't get it.
Doggone it, you shouldn't have butted in like this.
Go ahead, Duke. The masked fella's got more sense than you have, Red.
I hope everything's all right. There's something darn funny about this. And all the time I figured you were straight, in spite of your mask.
You'll have to trust me, Red.
But all that cash. Miss Kent needs it so bad. And if it don't get to her,
Mrs. Kent will get her money.
But that fella looks like a crook to me.
He is a crook.
Then look here,
I'll take that note he brought with him.
No, wait.
I'm going now, Red. But don't worry. Mrs. Kent and her money are safe.
The rest of the band of outlaws had made themselves comfortable in Mrs. Kent's home while they awaited the return of their leader. Mrs. Kent tried to face them bravely. And as a last resort, she attempted an appeal to the treacherous foreman.
Clem, haven't you no decency at all? Can't you see the wickedness of what you're doing?
Keep still, won't you?
The only reason I want that cash is so I won't lose my place. It's just enough to cover my taxes, and if they ain't paid, everything I got will be took away from me.
Shucks. You ain't got long to live anyhow. The cash is worth a heap more to us fellas than it is to you.
Clem.
Yeah?
There's Duke pulling up in front of the house.
You got the package with him?
He's holding it under his arm.
Good.
By golly, it worked, Duke.
That Murphy fellow was darn stubborn, but I got the cash just the same.
You'll divvy it up and then get out of here.
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
What's the matter now?
We got the cash, all right. But I don't like the idea of leaving anybody behind that can tell the law about us.
Yeah. I was thinking the same.
You mean we ought to...
You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do
It's us we gotta look out for.
Maybe you're right, Clem.
I don't see nothing else to do.
But as long as it's your idea, you can take care of it.
Sure.
All you fellas set to pull out?
We're settled up. Now that we got the cash, there ain't nothing holding us.
You just think there ain't nothing holding
Where's the law?
Come on in, boys.
How'd they get here?
Try to go for your gun.
We ain't got a chance.
Sheriff, thank heavens you've come.
The masked fellow brought us, Miss Kent.
He's the fellow that made Red Murphy give me the cash. I did that so we'd have enough evidence to arrest you.
Blast
Then you're a lure and a snake for what you done.
How did you trap us?
The masked fellow followed your trail here. He found...
Careful, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff. I was sort of forgiven.
I know what the sheriff was about to say. Yes? He was going to tell about Dan.
Get him,
Tonto.
Get him.
Get that rope off of me. Hold him, Tonto.
Me do that. We hold you. You not get
What
away
did he
from
start
me.
to say, masked man? What is he going to say about Dan?
I'll tell you later, Mrs. Kent.
Well, we might as well be taking these fellows along to jail.
You ain't taking me.
Let's make a break for it, Clem.
You're darn right up.
That'll hold you.
You winked me in the shoulder.
Well, I'm darn sorry I didn't finish you up.
My hand.
That was a darn quick shot, stranger.
I saw him go for his gun.
My hand is smashed.
Smashed? The masked fellow just shot the gun out of it.
Take these men away, Sheriff.
Come along, you fellers.
If the masked fellow hadn't meddled in...
But he did. You blame lucky thing. Now get out there. My deputies will take care of you.
I can't thank you enough for what you done.
There's no need.
You said something about Dan.
We saw your son, Mrs. Kent.
You did?
I know you're worried about him.
Well, sometimes he didn't always do just what he should.
There's only one thing I can say. You needn't worry about his going wrong any longer.
You sure of that?
Yes, Mrs. Kent. Come, Tonto.
Oh, but wait. There's more I want to ask you about Dan.
We may meet again, Mrs. Kent.
I sure hope so.
couldn't do it, Kemosabe. She always thought of him as being honest and upright. She must never know the truth. Yep. Steady, Silver.
Tonto, think you right.
Yes, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white feller.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading north to the Oregon Trail. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. F-L-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fetterman, who's supposed to try for it?
Well, we asked if there were any high school students here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Donna Eberhard and Claire Thompson. Come on in, folks. I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx, right over here.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Donna Eberhard, and Claire Thompson. Oh, nice names. High school students? Yeah. What high school do you attend, Donna?
Van Nuys High School.
Did anybody ever tell you you had very pretty blue eyes, Donna?
No, they didn't.
You don't mind if I don't believe what you just said?
I don't care.
That's what I like, indifference in a woman. How old are you, Donna?
17.
17, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And how old are you, Claire?
18.
18. Well, that makes 18, 17, 20, 15, 30. Well, I guess I'm just a generation behind you two, huh? Donna, would you say I belong to your father's generation?
Yes, I would, because my father's often said that his father used to take him to your movies.
Well, that's true. They used to exhibit our pictures in a covered wagon right outside of Sioux City. And after the show, we'd all go over to Custer's Stand for the last stand for some popcorn. How old is your grandfather?
Oh, about 74.
That's me, all right. Now, Donna, what would you like to be when you graduate? You're not going to be a diplomat. That's obvious. Since that field is closed to you, what do you crave in the way of a vocation?
I'd like to be a nurse.
A nurse?
Mm-hmm.
I've had a pain in my back for the last 2 weeks. What kind of a nurse?
Just a practical, registered nurse.
Practical? Well, aren't they all practical? All nurses? They are when they talk to me. You have no idea how practical those girls are. And Claire, what is your ambition?
Oh, I want to be a FBI agent.
Are you studying towards that ambition, Claire?
Yeah.
What way? What are you doing to perfect yourself for this?
Oh, playing football. Well, I take subjects for it, a few.
Huh?
I take a few subjects for it, like math and a few things.
Uh-huh. And what do you do after math? No. Now, Claire, are you on the team?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. What position do you play?
Fullback.
Are you interested in football, Donna?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. What position do you play?
Oh, I don't play any position.
Oh, well, what do you do?
No, I just follow the team.
You do, huh? Do they ever wonder what you're doing in the shower? How do you feel about athletics in general, Donna?
I like all sports.
You do, huh? Mm-hmm. Would you consider an old sport like that? There used to be an old vaudeville joke about, the fellow would say, do you like indoor sports? And she'd say yes if he goes home early. You don't hear that joke often, very often. I think that explains why. Do you have any extracurricular activities?
Oh, we have an honor organization. You have to have a B and 3 A's to get into it.
That's how you qualify? A B and 3 A's?
Yes, it is.
A B and 3 A's. That's... Well, no, you'll probably get a sheepskin, won't you? Now, as a football player, do you observe training rules?
Oh, sure.
What are the rules?
Oh, no drinking, no smoking, and you have to be asleep by 9.
Well, that's easy. You get to school at 8:45, you're asleep by 9. What do you do in football training?
Oh, we scrimmage and wind sprints, run laps. And...
Wind sprints? What's wind sprints?
Oh.
There's no fellow named Wind Sprints. Charlie Wind Sprints, who lives in Toledo. What is a wind sprint, huh?
That's just sprints, short sprints, 40 yards, up to 100 or something.
No, like the Sprints of Wales? Is that it?
No relation.
There's no relation at all, huh? Well, what are the fellows wearing on the campus this year, Claire? Anything unusual?
Oh, they wear Levi's with no belts.
Mm-hmm. You don't wear belts on your jeans?
No,
What keeps them up besides the police department? Are there any unusual fads among school kids these days, Donna, like swallowing goldfish?
None that I could think of.
Surely there must be something strange they're doing. Now, think hard, Donna. Get those blue eyes working.
Oh, I think the boys may be dyeing their hair green again.
Well, I guess you're right. There's nothing unusual about them. Well, you're nice children. I'm sure you'll both have a lot of fun with the football team this year. Now, in just a minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,500. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
All across the country, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are known for the fair and square way they conduct business. In addition to treating you customers with the fairness you deserve, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are headquarters for two of America's outstanding automobiles, the brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. The DeSoto commands attention at every turn with its sweeping, graceful lines. DeSoto takes you over the roughest roads smoothly and comfortably because of its full cradled ride. The DeSoto is an economical car to operate, and it lets you enjoy the pleasure of driving without shifting. Be sure to drive a DeSoto before you decide on any car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Okay, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nursery rhymes as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10. How many fiddlers did old King Cole have?
3.
3 is right.
And they're on their way. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
10.
Okay, 10.
$10. Who are made out of frogs and snails and puppy dogs' tails?
Boys.
Little boys is right.
Oh, they're climbing, Groucho. They have $20.
Here's your third question. Now, how much of the 40 will you try? Talk right up now.
20.
$20. How many blackbirds baked in a pie?
4 and 20.
4 and 20 is right.
They're really climbing now. You kids now have $60.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
20.
Okay, 20.
What did Daddy promise to bring baby Bunting?
Rabbit.
A rabbit skin.
Yes, and they wind up with a grand total of $80.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And kids, don't go too
He
far
just said
away.
a rabbit, but you couldn't bring a rabbit skin without bringing a rabbit.
I was going to tell the kids not to go too far away because you still have a chance at the big question at the end of the show. Groucho, our other couples are off stage in a waiting room.
Good place for it.
So they don't know, you see, the secret word is floor. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a poultryman and a housewife to be on the program, and here they come now. Mrs. Claire Tucker and Mr. Alan Bell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, for your bet your life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Claire Tucker, huh?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alan Bell.
Yes, sir.
You're a poultryman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, huh? And Mrs. Claire Tucker, where are you from?
Well, I'm from Long Beach, but I'm originally from Macon, Georgia.
Well, I suspected you were south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yes, sir.
People in Long Beach don't have that kind of an accent. Right? They have an accent, but it's not that one. Right? It's a kind of a seaweed accent they have. How long have you been away from Macon, Georgia?
Well, I've been out here 8 years, but I lived in Miami for about 20 years in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And you prefer Long Beach?
Yes, sir. And my husband's a Floridian, too, and he's gone Californian strictly.
Does your husband know that you go around calling him a Floridian? Those are fighting words in some states. How long have you been married, Claire?
Well, I've been married to this fella 10 years.
Oh, this is Exhibit B?
Yes, sir.
And the first one?
I was married to him 25 years.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's a carpenter.
Is that how you nailed him?
No,
he was with the water.
He was with the water company of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when I
what
met
did he
him.
do there? Block up water?
No, well, he came out to see about why we didn't have any water at the house. He was a meter man.
Mm-hmm. And you wanted to meet a man at that time?
Well, with 9 children.
You wanted to meet a man with 9 children?
I had 9 and he had 4.
Oh. Did he know you had 9 when he came out to fix the meal?
He didn't know it, but he soon found out.
Are you married, Al?
Yes, sir.
Some poultryman. Got himself in the coop. A DeSoto coop, of course. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, where is your poultry shop, Mr. Bell?
That's Bell's Poultry Farm, 2636 South Crenshaw, Los Angeles.
All right, you can stop crowing now. Let's not overdo it, Al, huh? Now, just what do you do as a chicken chase, as a poultry man, huh?
I retail poultry.
You retail poultry, eh? That sounds like pretty specialized work. For example, say a rooster has lost his tail. How do you retail a new one?
I buy wholesale and sell retail.
Oh, I see. Do you sell them live?
No, dressed.
Well, if you put new tails on them, I'd say they were overdressed. Huh? How much would you charge for dressing a chicken? Say about 110 pounds.
You and I are thinking of 2 different kinds of chicken.
Okay, you stick to your chickens and I'll stick to mine. Now tell me, Drumstick, why is poultry so expensive?
Well, it's our poultry is just a little higher than it was last year.
Now, if they go much higher, you'll need an anti-aircraft gun to bring them down. How much do you charge for a chicken at your place?
Well, just depends what kind of a chicken you want.
Well, this is a shot in the dark, but let's say I want to eat it.
Well,
how much would that be, huh?
Well, what do you want, a roaster or a fryer or a stewer?
Well, I think a stewed chicken would be fun.
Well, for that, we'll give you an old hen.
I'll thank you to mind your own business. For a guy from Philadelphia, he's plenty sharp, this fellow. Now, how can I tell if your eggs are fresh?
You don't have to worry about my eggs.
Look, if you think I'm laying awake at night worrying about your eggs, you're a bigger cluck than I think you are. Now, what's the most difficult thing about running a poultry shop, Mr. Bell?
Well, it's where you get your chickens and where they come from.
You're in the poultry business and you don't know where chickens come from? Fine poultry man, huh? Have you ever wondered where your eggs came from?
My eggs come from Joe Breyer's egg farm in Costa Mesa.
That reminds me of an old joke. Which came first, the chicken or Joe Breyer's egg farm? Well, I think you two are a couple of good eggs, and I think you're going to be very happy together. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fetterman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The high school students won $80.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected former Academy Award winners as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10? Yeah, $10.
$10. Who won the award in 1942 as Mrs. Miniver?
Greer Garson.
Greer Garson is correct. And you bet you're on your way. You now have $30. You're a smart chicken there, Bell. And remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much? $40? $30. How much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
25.
25. Who won the award in 1945 as the alcoholic writer in The Lost Weekend?
Ray Milland.
Ray Milland is correct.
Oh, these people are really climbing. They now have $55.
Now, here's your third question. How much of the $55 will you bet now?
50.
50. Who won the award in 1949 as the politician in All the King's Men?
Broderick Crawford.
Broderick Crawford is correct.
Now they climb to $105.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$100.
$100? Who won the award for her portrayal of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind?
Vivian Lee.
Vivian Lee is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $205.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Yes, and now we'll soon know who's going to get the chance at the big $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Because, you see, at this point, the poultryman and the housewife, the people who were just here...
Yes, I remember that.
They have
it's quite clear to me, Fenton.
I was going to say, they are leading with $205.
That's a shrewd observation, isn't it, huh?
I guess you know the secret word is still floor.
Yes, I do. Still floor is a very nice word. Huh?
Just floor. We invited some people to the program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, who make their living handling money. And just before we went on the air, Miss Connie Conray and Mr. Arthur Gruby were chosen to be on the show. And here they are, Groucho. Folks, meet Groucho Marx right here.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Connie Conray, I'm glad to see you. Where are you from, Connie?
Texas.
Texas, eh? Whereabouts?
Crockett.
Crockett?
That's a small town north of Houston.
Oh. Is that named after Davy?
Sam.
Sam. Well, wasn't there a Davy Crockett, too?
David Crockett. Sam Houston.
Oh. Let's slip over to Nacogdoches, huh? Mr. Gruby, what kind of... Isn't that a kind of an unusual name?
Well, I think it is Scotch and German. I think originally it was Grub, and somebody changed it and made it G-R-U-B-E instead of G-R-U-B-B.
Have you ever shot BB?
Not for a long time.
Do you prefer Gruby to Grub?
I believe so.
Well, if I was hungry, I'd prefer Grub. I never ate any Gruby. Now, where are you from?
New York City, originally.
New York City?
That's right.
And were you born there?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. You haven't got much of a New York accent.
Oh, I was born...
Whereabouts?
On First Avenue.
Oh, on First Avenue. Huh?
That's right.
I was born 78th Street. On Third Avenue, huh? Not on... I was born upstairs, but I mean it was... It was right over a butcher shop, huh? You say you handle money, is that right? Fenneman
Yes.
says you handle money? Do you still handle money? Are you still in that?
I'm retired now.
Oh. Well, if you handle somebody else's money, I can understand why. Well, what have you retired from, Mr. Groovy?
I was with the U.S. Secret Service for 28 years.
Not so loud. I think there's a dictaphone on the microphone. Now, Mrs. Conray, is that right?
Yes.
You're a money expert, too?
Well, it passes through my hands.
It passes through your hands? Well, it passes through mine, too, but I'm no money expert. What is your occupation, Connie?
I work in a penny arcade.
Oh, pennies from heaven, huh? Are you what I see when I drop a penny in the peep show machine?
Oh, no, you're thinking about the dancing girls.
Well, I wasn't, but I could be persuaded. What do you do at this penny arcade?
I'm the cashier, and I change dollars into pennies.
Uh-huh. And where do you do your changing?
At the Joyland Arcade, downtown Los Angeles.
Arthur, tell us something about your work. What are your duties as a Secret Service man?
Well, our principal function is to protect the President of the United States.
Against who? Republicans? Have you ever guarded a president?
Oh, yes. I was one of the... In fact, the last man that shook the hands of President Wilson when he left Capital, Colorado. And right after that, he had his breakdown and subsequently died. And then in 23, when I was up with President Harding in the Northwest, I left him at Seattle. He went down to San Francisco, and he passed away at the Palace Hotel.
You're a good fellow to avoid. You're what is known as the kiss of death, huh? Well, if that's what you call guarding the presidents, I don't know. We have a different notion. Aside from acting as a bodyguard of the presidents, what are some of the other Secret Service duties, Arthur?
Well, our principal duty is suppression of counterfeiting.
Just how do you work? Suppose somebody gives you a phony $5 bill and you suspect counterfeiters are at work. How do you track them down?
Well, that would all depend. Each individual case has its own, presents its own problem. In the course of time and an investigation, if it's determined that a certain gang is operating, why we frequently try to get an agent in with the gang, gain a confidence.
Mm-hmm. I see. And did you assume a disguise?
Well, not in a sense that you wear a false mustache. And
please, don't make us.
That is...
I do the insulting around here, Grover.
That's only in pictures and stories.
Well, what's the most interesting job you've worked on, Arthur?
Well, that'd be pretty hard to say, but...
well, say it anyway, huh?
Recently, I completed an assignment with 20th Century Fox as a technical advisor on a picture having to do with the Secret Service. It's called Mr. 880.
Where does that title come from?
Well, it relates to an authentic case of an old man in New York who passed counterfeit $1 bills.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Now I won't have to go to the picture. Huh? Have you ever destroyed any large amounts of money?
Yes. Shortly after the war broke out, I was sent over to Hawaii, and shortly after I got over there, I was joined by some men from the Treasury Department, and we got rid of between $15 and $20 million in genuine currency because the idea was that it would keep it out of the hands of the Japs if they successfully invaded the islands.
You destroyed $20 million in genuine currency?
That's right.
And how soon after that did you retire?
To be exact, about 5 years.
Well, I think you played it very smart, huh? Congratulations, Arthur. I didn't think you could get away with it. Well, Mrs. Conway, you've been very quiet. Have you learned anything from this man?
Oh, yes.
What have you learned specifically?
Oh.
Just as I thought. You didn't learn anything. Tell us about your penny arcade, Mrs. Conway. Do you have any machines that might interest me?
Oh, I think so. We have some punching bags, skee ball, rifles, kiss tester, and love meter.
What's a love meter?
If you put in a penny, it registers if you're hot or cold, amorous, shy, bashful.
And is it pretty authentic?
Oh, yes. Depends on how hard you squeeze, though.
Uh-huh. Well, for a nickel, will it keep its mouth shut? Suppose I put a penny in the love meter. How do you think I'd register?
Well, it depended on how hard you squeezed.
Could I try it on you?
I suppose so.
Well, what am I, Connie?
Harmless.
Connie, are you living in a dream world, huh? Well, it's my own fault. I used a counterfeit penny, huh? Now, you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The poultryman and the housewife are ahead with $205.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Famous Williams as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. Is that all right with you, Connie?
That's all right.
All right. What William shot an apple from his son's head?
William Tell.
William Tell is correct. And they're on their way there. $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you try in your second question?
Oh, let's make it 18.
$18? That's careful figuring, isn't it? Huh? What William created the Thin Man in the movies?
William Powell.
William Powell is correct.
I finally have $48.
All right, you have $48. Here's your third question. How much of the 48?
Okay, you name it.
20.
Oh, no, 40 anyway.
Okay.
Okay, $40. All right, here's your third question. You bet $40. All right. What famous politician named William was known as the silver-tongued orator?
William Jennings Bryan.
William Jennings Bryan. All right, now you've got $88. That's the name of that picture, isn't it? $88? All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
We have 88. Let's all of it, huh?
Okay.
All of
Okay. What was the name of England's greatest poet and dramatist? His name was William.
Shakespeare.
And they wind up with a grand total of $176. And that means the poultryman and the housewife with $205 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Friends, when your car needs service, know-how is the all-important thing. That's why the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America ask you to bring your car to them. They have the know-how to service your car quickly and expertly. The service mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth Dealers are factory trained. Then they keep their skills up to the minute by taking additional training courses at regular intervals. These courses help a skilled man keep his skills up to date. It's know-how like this that gives you better work in the shortest possible time. And when work is performed quickly and expertly, it means a smaller bill for you. So next time your car needs service, drive in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the poultryman and the housewife all ready for their chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, now here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Each star on our flag represents a state. For $1,500, tell me, what state does the first star represent? In other words, what is the first state to be admitted officially into the Union?
I'll take a stab. My home state, Pennsylvania.
No, I'm sorry. It's Delaware. The correct answer is Delaware, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $205 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember...
Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America salute all automobile dealers from coast to coast who celebrate National Automobile Dealer Week, October 22nd through October 28th. You Bet Your Life is transcribed from Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hello?
Hello. Sid, this is Josh. How do you like my response to your escalation?
I don't know how you did this, Doc, but you'll never get away with this.
It was simple. I simply went to the Israeli embassy and told them that there were Palestinians living at your address. They sent in the tanks and the bulldozers right away.
They'll get you for this, Josh. They'll get you.
Don't look now, but I think an airstrike is incoming.
Good night. I'm heading for the basement, to that bomb shelter in the basement. Good night, folks.